Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for Friday's games as we look to conclude the first round robin. This is the final game of that particular round robin, and T1 going to be taking on Live Sandbox with a lot of implications here, Wolf.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this match for a long time. When we started to see Live Sandbox climb up through the standings, I got my binoculars out. I was looking. I was like, when is that T1 Live Sandbox match? Last match of the first round robin, and T1 definitely coming in as favorites tonight, but Live Sandbox with an incredibly tough schedule this week, T1 and then D plus Kia later on. If they could actually win both of these matches, I mean, we're still kind of doubting, we're still having lack of faith that this team is going to have the longevity moving forward, but I mean, look at the standings. They tell the story already. They're only one win away from getting up there with Gen G.
Yeah. This is absolutely huge. It will even things out between T1, Gen G, and Live Sandbox as far as match score is concerned if they manage to pick up a win here. But if they lose, they go to 5th. They're not going to be able to stand up to the game score that KT or D plus Kia have been putting out. And so therefore, a long way to fall here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah.
If they do lose here tonight. So, a lot on the line. As, of course, the Live Sandbox of Sandstorm to devour the Northwest versus traditional powerhouse T1 aiming for round 1 first place. And because Gen G went to 3 games against Kwangdong yesterday, it means that T1 are guaranteed either a tie with Gen G for first or just outright first place.
Yeah, and if they do not get 2-0'd, they get first place, even if they lose 1-2. So it's only a 2-0 score that actually ties them with Gen G. So they're top dogs here basically no matter what. As we take a look at solo kills here in the top lane, Birdall, 10 kills this season, and he has just really been trending upward, right? And nerves aside, the guy is a killing machine right now.
No, he's looked absolutely fantastic, and we've been talking about this at length about sort of Birdall finally finding a consistent role for a team, right? Not being that sub that's pulled in and out in often pretty negative situations. He's now there as a starter, and he's playing every single game, and he gets to just be who he is without that added extra layer of pressure, and it looks like it's benefiting him a lot. As 144 total LCK games for Closer versus 798 games for Faker. He will be hitting his 800th game after playing more than 100 games in 1 year's span of time.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
He will be the first player to hit 800, so far ahead of Deft, who's potentially going to be the one who hits 800 second. Still a ways away, is at 674. So taking a look at team stats here, I zoomed in on this before this match today because we have seen Live Sandbox really come online in the mid-game. That's where they're taking their best team fights, right? But if you look at what T1 does, a lot of their wins are just so dominant. They crush from minute 1 to when the Nexus falls, right? First turret 9 out of 10 times. First blood 7 out of 10 times. And first dragon. Second place here. The only team who has a higher first dragon is Live Sandbox. And, you know, matchup-wise here, this can be very rocky for Live Sandbox. They're going to have to play a little bit more passively, I think, than they normally do against a team like this because you're not going to have that same ability to play just that first Drake fight your way. Second Drake fight goes your way. You get that tempo advantage. You roll with it. That's kind of how Live Sandbox has been playing. And T1 is like the best team at those early situations, those early skirmishes, those early fights and macro plays. So it's a kind of a bad matchup here, team style-wise, for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, and it'll be a huge test for Kyle and Envy there towards the bottom side of the map. Gumiya Shikaria have been absolutely ridiculous so far this season, as they generally are. In spring especially, is what we saw last year, of course. Going undefeated in spring was pretty impressive. And Envy and Kyle, they've been stepping up. They've been a lot better than we expected, absolutely. But this is definitely the biggest test that they're going to have since that debut match against D plus Kia and a very high-performing Deft and Kellen in that one. This is, another one of those as we introduce T1 to LoL Park. Oh man, that is almost the most intimidating I've seen Zeus look ever.
It's crazy how well-rounded this team is. You know, even a player like Carrier is doing more damage than other supports because he's played so many ADs this season. And it's a team that's hard to quantify how to solve. You know, is there a weak point in this roster? You know, maybe some inconsistencies with Zeus. When they're ahead, like 6,000 gold up, he might make a mistake. You know, you're looking
he might pick Zac sometimes, you know, and then we just don't know what's going to happen.
You're looking at Guma's damage numbers, and you're like, I don't know. I mean, Viper's damage numbers are higher. Deft's damage numbers are higher. His damage share isn't quite as good as those players, but it's because he's playing with a roster that's just winning all the time, everywhere. He doesn't need to carry. Faker doesn't need to have the perfect engages because their macro is their biggest strength. And you see, this is going to be our key player matchup. We'll see if Birdall gets a counter pick here against Zeus, where he could maybe get some solo kills and outplay this guy. But this is another reason why Live Sandbox should, in theory, struggle tonight, because one of their win conditions is this Birdall getting super far ahead on his own on an island. Against Zeus, you're going to be hard-pressed to find that advantage.
Yep, 10 solo kills here for Birdall, making all of them almost last week. It was absolutely absurd, the performance of this guy. First, as far as top lane is concerned, you can see big grin on his face. Both of these former T1 Academy players coming up through the T1 system together. And it was Zeus that really found his stride. Birdall went on to Gen G. Struggled a bit last year as well on Damwon Kia at the time, but has now found himself. He's found his footing alongside this gentleman right here, Willa, who we are going to be focusing on quite a lot as he goes up against Ona, currently leading in our POG rankings.
Yeah. Sejuani, also Oner's best champion, 7-1. It has been a very highly contested blue side pick here in our first week of 13.3. 1-5 currently in the LCK on this patch, which is crazy to me. Sejuani has fallen so low, but it is Oner's best. And we have seen Willer also prioritize it the most. So definitely one to be looking at going into draft here, even though it's not your favorite pick. You know, if you're watching the games, it's not the pick that stands out. I was like, oh, this is going to be draft defining. But it has been one of the safest blind picks that you can go for on blue side, especially with all the jungle bans we are seeing on champions like the Elise, Maokai, etc.
We've also seen red side sort of jump up in priority and be a little bit more successful, and I think all of these first pick Sejuanis that we've seen coming through haven't necessarily found the level of power that they've been looking for. As I actually took the elevator to work with Ryu this morning. He looked in pretty high spirits, but he's going to need to be as he goes up against T1 here in this one. Bengi and Ryu. It's just so cool having all of these older players with us here in the coaching roles.
It's wild that Ryu, think about what his career, where he has gone and the things he has done, the places he's been, to end up as coach here in the 10 years that have passed since that ZVZ.
Yeah,
and
right.
now he's standing here and he's like, this guy's still playing the game. He's still on the best team. Like, damn. It's been a decade.
It really does put it in perspective, Faker's career and his legacy that he's built for himself. Because, yeah, he's seen all of these players come and go, right? We talk about Bengi as being one of these older players, but, yeah, I mean, he was Faker's right hand, right? Like, that's where he formed his career. As here we are into the draft for game number 1. Live Sandbox will be on the blue side. They're going to ban Jace first, a very understandable ban, up against Zeus. And we'll see what that top lane matchup is going to be. It's actually one of the more exciting top matchups that we've seen, just because Birdall's been playing so well recently, and Zeus is Zeus, so it needs no introduction there. As a couple of junglers going to be banned away, heading towards that Sejuani first pick by the looks of things. But we'll see what is going to be banned away last year, because something like a Lucian might seem higher priority for some of these teams, even if we don't necessarily agree with it.
Yeah. Varus, something that Envy has been very willing to play. So, you know, I think that that's something we might see Live Sandbox do here into this lane of Guma Keria, because you see the target on the Caitlyn. Lucian, if it's banned here, the Draven, or rather the Lucian ban, you know, means you probably pick up something like a Sejuani, you react. Yeah, I don't know what T1 are going to do. Sejuani here does kind of lean towards, all right, like we could play Lucian. I don't think Guma's going to want to play Varus into this. And we'll probably get our Lucian versus Zeri matchup here. Unsurprising.
We'll see whether it is going to be Lucian versus Zeri. Oh, never mind, it is. Sad. That's fine. We'll see whether they pick away the Nami or something like that, do something crazy, but I highly doubt it. I imagine it's probably just going to be either Vi or Wukong, depending on which one they want, and then they'll last pick the Lulu. Pretty standard stuff.
Zeri is pretty good in Dilution right now.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
You know, the reason why we see Zeri picked in Dilution, even though Lucian is arguably kind of, in a way, a counter pick, is because you know that Live Sandbox's identity and their spikes are going to be at a certain point of the game, so you kind of want to go the other side. You know, you want to be like, all right, well, we're going to be strong later, grab the Zeri here, and so we see this traded so much. As we'll see Vi picked up here for Owner early, and Willer's going to get his hands on the Wukong once again. It looks like here for some good fighting in the later parts of the game. Cyclone can be very defining.
Yep. Currently seeing how many picks I can write into the future on my little sheet of paper that's recording the draft. So far, I have all of the picks. Don't quite have the bans just yet.
The bans where it gets a little trickier, for sure.
Yeah, because this is just the Lulu button. We're going to push that one. There we go.
I think given the Zeus targeted ban with the Jace already, you have a little bit more flexibility as Live Sandbox here in terms of solo lanes. Silas is taken away from Closer.
So is it just the Silas Akali angle as T1 try and protect the 4th pick Azir?
I think you don't ban Azir here now as Live Sandbox, but you wait and see if that Akali ban comes through, and then you ban it in the second part. So right now you could just target like a Cassante if you're worried about that, a Fiora, which is really strong for Zeus here on this Zeri composition, where he could buy a lot of time, lane really well. Renekton, similar type of idea.
Yeah, interesting that Renekton's banned, often seen as more of that 4th pick, stable top lane pick, maybe Closer not wanting Faker to get counter pick in that mid lane.
They're trying to get this Fiora ban now for sure, which will leave the Azir open if they do decide to go that way. And I think both the Azir and the Fiora are great for T1's composition here.
Yeah, we'll see whether Faker is going to bring out the Annie. He has been one of our LCK players that's been spamming a fair bit of it. There's the ban, all right. I kind of had a bit of an inkling that it was happening. I didn't want to jinx it, but as soon as I talk about it, it gets banned. So maybe I owe everyone an apology if they wanted to see the Annie. Not entirely sure there. Faker, of course, isn't actually in our ear, doesn't have the same comms as us, so maybe I can't really be blamed, but
I'm curious.
Curse may have been real.
I'm curious to see if Live Sandbox want to take the Fiora themselves here, as T1 giving a lot of consideration about whether they want to grab this Azir now or not.
I think it makes the most sense.
Yeah. And in Closer here can play the Akali because of that Jax ban. So I think that's part of why T1 are like a little bit apprehensive, because this is a skill matchup. I mean, Closer used to be Faker's substitute, right? And he actually played instead of him for specifically compositions like the one Live Sandbox are putting together, where he's on the Akali, he's on the Aurelia mid, right? And this does feel like a, you know, I was once the apprentice, now I may be the master kind of moment, where he gets the counter pick here because of that Azir priority. The question is, what is Birdall going to play? The Gnar is very safe, and that's what he's going with.
I think it's probably still a Fiora angle. We'll see whether Zeus does want to pull the trigger. Yeah, Yasuo makes the most sense. Yeah, 100%.
Could be...
Oh, they're locking it in. Never mind. It's... All right, so let's be a bit serious for a moment, as of course Yasuo was one of the original counters into Gnar many years ago. I don't know whether the matchup is still as good, because of course you can block boomerangs with your wind wall, things like that, force the cooldown, those sort of things. This is going to be interesting, because Emperor's Divide, Wild Growth, and a whole bunch of Vi's abilities are going to be able to help set up for this Yasuo in team fights.
Very strong, but on the other side of things, a lot of the power in Live Sandbox's composition isn't going to really care about wind wall that much. Akali can circumvent it. Lucian is going to be able to do tons of damage through it in a lot of team fights here. You know, he can block the culling, obviously, but if he's blocking that, you know, there's a lot of other threats that are going to come through. Tidal Wave, you get on top of this Yasuo. You also have, you know, I think a tough time alone into this Gnar here. In this current state of the game, you will need some help to get really far ahead. But if there's one thing I've learned about Zeus, is that you trust him in moments like this, when he gets the unusual pick, the Yone that he kind of pioneered on the top side into matchups like this, the Yasuo he's now playing here, is that this is something that he's been preparing, and this is not a on the whim of T1's coaching staff that he's just been tossed this one. No, I thought we would see the Fiora, or potentially maybe even the Camille in this draft for the side lane power that it brings. Now, this does make the draft a lot more all-in, and if this Yasuo does not work out, you're not going to have the same sort of split push win condition. It's still there, but it's not as powerful as it could be.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, the 0-10 power spike is going to come in for the Yasuo. Of course, we've seen a bunch of Yone. This is the first time we've seen Yasuo this season, so going to be very interesting to track as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. Well, T1 fans, lungs full today, as we could hear, as Kyle and Envy are going to spot out a large amount of T1 players here towards the bottom side. Faker sort of setting himself up, and you've got Closer moving down as well. Potential 3v3 situation.
Zeus did take...
4v3, never mind.
Yeah, just pointing out he took the teleport here, not ignite, which I think is the right call, considering the side lane angle I was talking about earlier, and the fact that getting kill pressure in this lane definitely possible, but the cost is so high. As I thought maybe we were going to have a little bit of action down here, but...
Yeah, it could have been some scuffling, but was not any scuffling.
No.
As it turns out. Zeus, very edgy skin choice. You like to see it. Of course, Yasuo players all know that the edgier you are when you load in, the more likely you are to be enemy team Yasuo instead of our team Yasuo.
Yeah.
And that is the way to be. You always want to be enemy team Yasuo.
The more edge, the sharper the edge of your blade.
Exactly. Exactly.
As it is the first strike Ignite Deft variant, and Deft the first one to popularize this season for Envy on the Lucian. So definitely looking to put the pressure on big time down there. Not taking Cleanse into this composition, I think pretty wise too, because you don't have that many threats that you're going to be able to save yourself from with the Cleanse.
Yep. Kind of like it. Gives a bit of power as well in that lane.
The early game playing against Yasuo with that shield is so obnoxious. You're like, I just want to try to trade and be like, I'm ranged, and it's like, I'm Yasuo though.
Yeah.
Kind of hate it.
The flow, making the things happen. It is certainly going to, it's going to be a matchup that we watch develop as he misses the tornado on that one. But I think this is one also where if Owner comes around and helps out, this could be massively oppressive. Yeah. As the game goes on.
And that's an interesting way to spin this game, because oftentimes you really need your jungler to defend your Zeri lane because it gets pushed in. But right now, on this patch, not so much. As Willer is coming over here for an early gank.
Yeah, Closer is going to come in as there's the Shifting Sands. Faker's done that one before. Of course, Azir is his most played champion by about double the Rise, which is his second most. So you could probably trust Faker to make his way out of that.
Speaking of experience and trusting matchups, the Yasuo matchup, if you have ever played Korean solo queue, which very few of our viewers have, yeah. This is a matchup you know on every champion you play.
Yeah.
Because you will encounter it. You will encounter Yasuo support, you'll encounter Yasuo ADC, a Yasuo jungle, you've seen it before. Like,
yeah.
So like, Birdall's handling the early level 2 Cyclone or knockup very well. Is okay. Owner really trying to push the advantage here with Zeus having level 4 and this push in.
Yeah, Birdall having to deal with these minions, so the Yasuo are able to get out of lane, move around the map. So far, no shenanigans, slight CS advantage for the Yasuo there towards that top side. Here on the bottom side of the map as well, Aqua Prison going to go wide. This is a time in the matchup where we're feeling pretty good about the Zeri and the Lulu as Closer. Getting a bit aggressive in this mid lane. Owner, it's like, buddy, I just left. No need. Yeah. But double scuttle is going to come through here for T1 as Carrier.
Bubble hits.
Did he get bubbled? Exactly. There's the flash forward. Envy looking for the second kill as well as first blood goes to Kyle. Oh, bit of a disaster here for T1 on the bottom side, and the Live Sandbox bottom lane just continuing to blow my mind.
Owner is over here, but with enough minions here, I don't think he can actually pull this off. Stops his back.
Oh, Kyle. Oh dear.
The bubble.
Prison is pretty good, but still going to be the kill, going over to the Vi. So they even things out, but first blood gold still there. This Kyle is, he's going to get that Swift back, doesn't need to channel it anymore, Wolf.
Yeah. Envy here, now flashless, does have his Dirk online and is rushing back to this lane, but this kind of goes better for T1 because the AD carry is back here. Guma stays alive, and it's Keria who dies here. He's just caught on the edge of this bubble. Could have flashed that. but thought he wasn't going to get hit, I guess. And then Owner comes down here and turns this into a 1-for-1. Kyle's back timing is now, very awkward, but he does get back to the lane here pretty soon, but still Gumushi getting a lot of space from this, a lot of money going over.
Yeah.
1 assist per 80 carry, but this is already a matchup where if you don't snowball it super hard early, Resolution gets more and more comfortable.
And it's also not one of those, like the support kills that you feel really bad about, because getting to that Mandate spike earlier is actually really powerful for the Lucian. So, not the worst.
Yeah, getting some extra cooldown with this Kendall Gem. Cooldown reduction or some ability haste.
Yeah.
Valdez is like cracking his knuckles back over there. Does feel good.
As Owner going to give Willow the thumbs up. Sad B comes through. As interesting fun fact, it's only Envy that wasn't on T1 Youth. Everybody else on this team has actually been affiliated with T1 in the past.
That is crazy.
It's very crazy. Envy so far doing pretty well, despite the lack of T1 affiliation. 9 out of 10 players being played for the team.
Guma!
As Guma is in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't get hit by the bubble. As that pun was... I apologize, everyone. I didn't mean it, I promise you.
I mean, Envy's got 2 cookies he's sitting on here, and they are going to take this first rake.
Yeah?
Both of these teams are fantastic at controlling first rakes. We had the stats up earlier, but it's T1 who has the larger snowballs we've seen usually in the early game. And 6.5 minutes in, yes, they do have a slight gold lead. A lot of this in the Yasuo lane on the top side of the map. A little bit of jungle advantage here, too, for Owner. And he's picked up that kill, but this is exactly what you want with this Lucian comp. And the Akali not even online just yet here into the Azir. That's going to be a problem for Faker potentially later on if this game state does continue. So feeling good about this one.
Exactly. Level 6 now available for Closer. Only gets easier from here as this matchup goes on. Probably still wants first item as Envy going aggressive on Gumushi one more time. And there is the dash out of the bubble. These bubble placements have actually been fantastic as Owner looking for Willa. He's just going to steal the blue and run away. Manages to also get the Rift Scuttler there towards the bottom side. And so far, Live Sandbox playing super well. They're playing so well that they're even with T1.
Yeah. And that was the one specific thing I noted going into this series when looking at the pre-game interviews is that Kyle was like, I really am worried about the late phase. Like, that's my biggest concern. It's been great so far.
Yeah.
Closer coming up here. Zayas, see if he gets caught. Has flash.
Can get through this minion wave pretty comfortably as well. As you can see, he's setting that one up. Let's see whether the funny business can come through. So smooth here for Zayas.
Doesn't even need to use his knock-up to get out of this one. Just casually throws it back.
And it can just keep farming as well. I mean, if I was Closer, I'd be like, oh, let's wrap around, try it again. But no, he's got a full minion wave to pick up here. And man, Zayas uses his flash, so successful little roam. But still, really nicely done from Zayas.
Yeah, we'll grab Faker at half a turret plate here in the mid lane, but not going to be too much lost here for Closer, regardless of that roam top side. There's a ward actually here to spot this Akali as he does roam up again, and Closer will clear that. So identifying that earlier.
And Wolf, I've got a little bit of a theory here that's a little bit worrying Live Sandbox fans, and that is because T1 chose red side, we're watching this, and Zayas has a red health bar. That means that for everyone watching, Zayas is currently playing enemy team Yasuo.
That is true. You know what? I actually really like how you came to this conclusion.
Yeah. It's pretty genius, to be honest.
Although, usually enemy team Yasuo would have had a kill by now.
Oh, that's true.
But he's got a Herald at least.
He does have a 30 CS lead. So, I mean, enemy team Yasuo, if he doesn't have a kill, you press tab and you're like, oh, he's still about that far ahead. So it's fine.
He's enemy team Yasuo who's like benevolent and kind of trolling a little bit. As Birdall's holding his own here and will be able to do a lot with low eco, obviously later on in the game. But at least the Yasuo hasn't gotten too much further ahead. This is going to be him handling this.
Yeah, the Zayas perspective.
Carefully backing away. Sees the Gnar timing, and his whole movement and everything about this is just zoning out the Gnar. He's like, I'm going to move away from Gnar range, and then flash.
You just knew exactly what they were doing as well as he's calling it the entire time.
His
I'm going to drop the Herald.
And surprised to see this Herald drop bottom side here instead of top, actually, considering the wave state up there, but we'll just be giving some plates over.
Yep, Gumyushi gonna ult as the culling comes through, and Gumyushi's able to get out of the way of it. The wave also sadly rolls by to the south, as Closer not going to find an angle in. Willer as well was on his Krugs, but isn't actually going to come over and help. So not a lot of ultimates left remaining.
Yeah, kind of a bizarre play there from the side of Liv Sandbox, but potentially hoping to get a flash there, as Willer was so far away that there's no way he flashed Cyclones, although now he's seen.
Yep, there's the flash forward. Carrier gets the polymorph down as Envy gonna get flashed on. Gumyushi desperately wanting to get a new pick it up. The final burst fire is going to get there, but now the Cyclone doing a bunch of work. Gumyushi trying to kite it out, but it's not going to work. Oh, the bubble's so good, as Kyle's got 3 kills so far this game. Is that going to be the 4th? No, it's not. He is going to give one over to his jungler as well.
Oh,
the
man.
most fed Nami I've seen in a long time. Well,
Kyle is just playing out of his mind with these Aqua Prisons. He just keeps hitting the critical ones, and that's going to be 3 kills to him, 2 assists picked up for the Lucian, 2 assists for Willer, who grabs down one of those kills as well, has his Sunderer online now.
Mandate done at
Mandate's
11
done.
minutes.
Yeah. So this actually really turns around. Yeah, your Lucian has a Noon Quiver and like some pieces, right, of that Gale Force. It doesn't have it yet, but is so much more deadly now because of Kyle having this Mandate. And this is a really nice bait attempt here. Obviously, Envy is still going to die here, but Guma, even with this wild growth, steps so far forward. That's a nice trade. And this bubble that Kyle hits is so massive. As Guma gets taken out, bubble gets hit here onto Owner, so he cannot do any additional damage. Allows Willer to get a few extra autos in. And unfortunately, Carrier alone is not going to get it done with no wild growth. Very well played here from Kyle, and a nice bait. And now this is the Mandate at work.
Yeah. This lane is feeling very, very difficult now for T1, despite the fact that there has been a kill picked up on Gumyushi. Doesn't really matter. Kyle is actual raid boss Nami.
Look at all
at this point in time.
Look at all the vision they have here too around this Drake. They have one at the entrance of the river, 2 control wards, 1 towards any roams down from Faker. Not that Closer wasn't watching him anyways, and the one there on the tri-brush. Like, there's no way T1 sneak anything away here. No way for Owner to make a play. He's flashless. It's going to be Ocean that they pick up now, and Chemtech Soul. So unfortunate here for Liv Sandbox in terms of the soul they end up getting.
Yeah.
Still relatively useful in this comp, but definitely not the one you wanted.
No. As now Gumyushi just dashing forward. Another bubble is of course going to land, because Kyle doesn't miss those. As finally, Envy's going to pick up a kill here in this bottom lane, and Gumyushi unfortunately overstepping.
Yeah, this is starting to become too big of a problem. You know, I mean, you had your Mythic first, you feel pretty comfortable, you know, and confident, like, okay, I could trade this out. Don't have Barrier, though, and get hit by the bubble, you're just doomed. And now Gale Force is ready, so no longer with that Mythic advantage anymore.
No, I mean, you're so far behind, actually, given the Mandate being so powerful on top of everything else, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Dirk alone is so much power. Now you have the Gale Force, you have an additional dash to get in there. And Guma just decides he's going to play forward for this, I guess predicting the bubble, but there's Tidal Wave here too. Definitely have to play a little bit more respectfully than that. Unfortunately, it's going to be another kill going over.
All the buttons just getting pressed, and Liv Sandbox picking up the gold. Very even on farm. Gumyushi has actually been very good at wave state management, making sure that he gets backs at the right time to make sure that he doesn't fall behind. But he is behind by a decent margin, given the couple of assists and the kill for Envy. And this Nami being so...
Oh, Owner doesn't know. I don't think he knows now.
Yeah, Willer is going to get the information that Owner's here, as the Mega Blast Cone is going to push Willer a million miles away.
Yeah, that was a pretty weird interaction there as he gets all the way over that big fat wall.
Yeah, as Envy's found Faker. Faker is going to try and get out, and he does so, as the chicken's not going to get angry at him. As that's chicken pigeon camaraderie.
One chicken almost angry enough there at the end, continuing to chase him down.
What?
But Envy is doing insane amounts of damage right now. You can see.
Didn't Owner have full health, or was that a spectator bug?
He did. He's only got a Sunderer that he's picked up here. Unfortunately, no tanky stats on this Vi, no tanky stats on this Azir. And now that Envy is so fed in this game, he's just looking for pushing this gold value elsewhere. And this is T1 behind in gold at 14 minutes. We almost never see this. It has, I mean, even in their losses, they usually, you know, make a pretty big dent in terms of the gold advantage before that happens. And this is unfortunately just all through the bottom side here. T1 falling apart. Zeus Still has that 30 CS lead, but it doesn't mean anything if he can't push it elsewhere onto the map. Now we'll see some objective fights coming up here soon where this Yasuo absolutely will be able to show his power. This is 1,000 gold the advantage here for Kyle.
I mean, I think Zeus is just living the classic Yasuo life, because honestly, it's never Yasuo's fault.
No, definitely.
Never Yasuo's fault. He always manages to do exactly the right things in lane, even if that is dying 30 times. That was the right thing to do at that point in time. It's not his fault, and Zeus is going to, you know, it's sometimes, you know, the team diff. It happens, as I'm obviously being facetious, everyone.
They're going to try to just take this turret out here at 15.5 minutes. Just an early drop right on top of the turret itself. They're grouped for this.
Well, can T1 actually get this wraparound as Kyle not going to be the target? I thought he might be because he's so fed as Envy's going to be able to get out of there. Close up, finding the angles, though. Perfect execution going to come through. The Yasuo's dead already. Gumayusi trying to stand his ground, but it doesn't work.
Yo,
Double
Atlas
kill now for the Wukong, and I think Liv Sandbox are doing it well.
I mean, this is the kind of play you make as T1 where you're like, I've got this pocket of vision, I'm going to punish, but there's so much peel between the Cyclone and that Navi ultimate closer looking for a solo kill.
Emperor's Divide goes completely wide. As Faker, he has the ability to walk over the wall. Closer, not so much. He's in the Thunderdome with all of these Sand Soldiers. Now trying to get these Qs to land as there's the backflip, and that's the solo kill.
This game is looking off the rails. It's not looking great for T1 at this moment in time. 3,000 gold nearly. The advantage here for Liv Sandbox. That last fight, you've got Tidal Wave, you've got Cyclone, and you don't have vision of where the enemy Akali is. And the idea here is, all right, we are going to dive this super hard. Look at where Closer is. He's thought of this from the beginning. Willer on top of Owner here when the engage happens. Envy just slides out of the fight. Verdal shows up. Not even needed here, really. And 2 kills go over. They both go to the Wukong here, unfortunately for Liv Sandbox, but still so much gold. And then Closer finds Faker, who's just trying to come down here in the side lane. And there's just no vision here for T1. And it's such a rare game of T1's lack of vision here because they usually have such an advantage at this state in the game that there's just no surprises. But Faker getting caught with his pants down a little bit here too. And
안 지지 이런 거.
It doesn't even need to flash as well.
Yeah. Willer's response.
야, 클로저.
I love Willer, man.
He's actually the cheerleader for his team. Remember, he was doing this for Bertle as well.
He's kind of the damn Daniel guy, you know?
Yeah. And I believe Closer just... Oh, okay. No, never mind. Guys, I don't lose these kind of fights. This is Closer.
Yeah. He's, I mean...
man. Closer feeling himself, and Willer cheerleading like a god, as we know. But this means 8-2 is the kill score for Liv Sandbox. They're ahead by, you know, 2.5K, something like that, so not massive there. But with a Wukong this fed, with this Akali really getting online exactly when she needs to, this has become a very difficult game for T1.
I mean, that's in a turret.
Ow.
Sub 20, Envy's just pressing ult to kill a turret. Thank you. I'm out.
Yeah.
No threats here. Vi with no flash, no ult. They know this. They've tracked this. And if this was an Infernal Soul, for example, or a Mountain Soul, you'd be like, oh, this game is unwinnable for T1 probably, you know? Like, and it's a Chemtech Soul. It's still significant. All those stats are going to stack up here. But the advantages that Liv Sandbox have gotten in the early game through some tiny, small mistakes right in the laning phase for Gumacarrier, which is where Kyle was like, I'm so worried about laning phase. This guy is popping off and carrying. These small advantages, Envy has taken them and run with them. You know, this is a Deft-esque performance on the Lucian from him. Has Rapid Fire Cannon online now. And I mean, what a turnaround. I want to change my reputation. That's the opening quote for Envy going into the season. And I mean, I think it's slowly changing, right? And people still aren't ready to trust this team just yet, but look at the numbers.
Yeah, no, I really need to just stand up, Wolf, and accept that perhaps Liv Sandbox are actually the best team in the LCK. Like, I don't know. I don't know what kind of world we're living in, but it's a world where I do need to make that statement. As, all right, Ona is going to come in, see whether they can actually protect this. As Zeus in a whole bunch of trouble, he's just going to get taken down. As Ona as well, going to be eviscerated as Closer just cleaning up the backline. Perfect execution is beautiful as Faker is going to push the Akali into Gumayusi. He has to flash, does manage to make it out as Faker grabs the kill. On to Closer, flashes out as well. I mean, it was a sick play from Faker, but everybody else is dead, guys.
This game looks like it might be over, Atlas. I mean, that was the last chance T1 had to make a really strong proactive play. They had that pocket of vision. Notice those control wards just above the red buff here. They set this up. Look at the pocket. Owner's like, all right, I'm going for this. Zeus is ready. They didn't sell it very well. Kyle's tidal wave, the angle is good. It actually hits really neither of the priority targets, but the follow-up is just zoned out by it. And then they're fighting under a turret. The burst damage here is real. Closers here on the crossfire. This is a sick play from Faker, by the way. Does handle this extremely well, even out of the bubble. And Closer does get picked, but it's at the cost of Faker's stopwatch here. Guma escapes. He has to flash. Goes down anyways. It's like, I mean, you're grasping at straws here.
Yeah.
And Baron is not long for this world. Like, they can actually start thinking about taking that one pretty soon.
It's a 5,000 gold lead. Like, this is absolutely crazy for Liv Sandbox. And yeah, they've got a lot of Baron damage. Should be able to get something done here. This Yasuo composition not really working. And you can see Zeus has hit the 0-2 Yasuo power spike. Sort of crushed lane and then proceeded to unfortunately fall in back-to-back team fights. So we haven't really seen too much of the Yasuo value just yet.
I mean, the angle was good, right, on that last fight, but the damage output is just too high for Liv Sandbox, and Guma gets zoned out by the tidal wave. Like, it's a good idea, don't get me wrong.
I mean, it is
too far behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, T1 aren't used to playing from this far behind, and you can't be making those sort of dives when Liv Sandbox are able to respond so comfortably.
And I also don't think Zeus sold it very well, right? I mean, they had those two control wards there, but Zeus walking that far forward made it seem pretty obvious as Faker. No stopwatch.
No backflip to connect there, so Faker just walks it out. It will be all right. He's held on to a decent CS advantage so far. I mean, Faker is honestly the linchpin here for T1 right now. But it looks like Liv Sandbox, they've recognized that as well as they do collapse towards the top side.
Yeah, they're
going to back away.
They know he has no stopwatch, no flash, so they can just kind of push him out of this lane and then threaten Baron starts. As unfortunately, Birdall, I mean, like, he's got his second item online. He went Trinity Force, Sterox here. He's very difficult to kill and is going to be able to set up some really nice engages with the Wukong. But he's not able to threaten sides, so T1 can survive actually pretty well in this game for a while, especially because of this Soul, being the Chemtech Soul. Like, T1 aren't going to lose the game because of that, and there's no side lane win condition here. They have this Azir turret. So Liv Sandbox are going to have to be decisive. They are going to have to look for a really nice turn. They have an amazing comp for turn, as we have seen several times, but they are going to have to be the ones to be willing to start that Baron up and force T1 into an uncomfortable position.
Well, they should be able to get Faker's Zhonya's.
Yeah, he just bought that.
Yeah, managed to get that cooldown as Owner eating some honey fruit. It's the souped up version. As Liv Sandbox, they'll just grab themselves a soul. I don't think that there's going to be any response. I really love how they're playing this one as well as Faker. Yeah, he doesn't have that stopwatchy button again.
He just can't survive that damage, even with the Zhonya's armor. So he's pushed back. He had two Zhonyas. Now he doesn't have it. Now he has to back because he's flashless. And they could do both this Drake and the Baron. And T1 tried to do, trademark T1 play, like, oh, we're going to sneak a Baron, but there's vision around there. Envy's between both objectives, holding this one together.
Yeah, and they just can't do the same stuff that T1 are used to doing because they're way too far behind. They gave too many advantages to Liv Sandbox towards the bottom side, and Liv Sandbox just played beautifully around it as well. And maybe, like, moving into the next game, we don't have things like Azir being picked with Akali up, which is what a lot of teams would absolutely be scared of doing. But T1 in this series, or at least in the draft beforehand, I don't think they thought Liv Sandbox was going to be able to do this.
Yeah, and I don't think they expected the Nara pick here, but I don't think that's really been the problem. But they just kind of decided to be a little bit too fancy here instead of taking something like a Fiora that was left open to them. And, the Azir here, like you mentioned, into Closer's Akali. Owner.
Yeah, he's in trouble. There's the Cyclone. He's got the wave as well, as Owner's going to have to take a bit of a wild growth and get sped up, get out of there. Still, that is a bunch of cooldowns now used.
Yeah.
One will lose their top outer turret.
They're going to lose their outer turret, but very difficult for Liv Sandbox to start Baron without that Cyclone. Now we'll see if they feel with this back here that they've seen that they're comfortable to do so, but I don't think they will. And so Faker's actually been given a lot of space here with Teleport on the bottom side of the map. His Zhonyas is back up. His Flash is coming back up. And T1 are like, all right, well, there's a team fight we might actually get to play here on this Baron objective. It's not going to be a turn situation. It's going to be a 5v5 we might be able to take on our terms. This game is not over yet because of the lack of real hard side lane pressure for Liv Sandbox. T1 could just kind of survive, and look for one more miracle fight, which is definitely doable. It's definitely viable.
It's possible, but unlikely.
Yeah.
Is what it kind of feels like at this point. But the gold lead has not really been stretched too much. The Sandbox do need to try and figure out a way to close the distance. As Closer, he's got an idea. He's thinking, I'll just kill this Yasuo. And he does so. It's going to be Willa grabbing the kill credit for it. Bertle's on the bottom side of the map. But it's now a 4 versus 4 because Zeus is dead.
Now, Yasuo not too great at the champions that could just circumvent his mobility like that and stop his win wall from getting value. Is now, this is going to be the go button on this Baron.
Yeah, what are T1 going to be able to do? Bertle's going to show up. That means it's a 4v5. Owner is going to be here. He could theoretically get in for a steal, but look at this. The positioning's fantastic. Bertle's there to try and get the Gnar as he dives over the wall. The wallop is just so good, and they were so prepared for the turn. It was beautifully done. Closer dives on top of Faker one more time. 5-point strike. That's the ace, and Liv Sandbox will win game 1.
Liv Sandbox starting off with a bang here, Atlas. I mean, there's not much else to say. Start to finish, clean laning, punish plays over and over and over again. And Kyle, 3-1 and 13 on this Nami. Almost 100% kill contribution in this game. The guy was nuts. He hit the bubbles. T1 made some risky plays from behind, and now it's one man against them all.
Yeah, this is the Yasuos that I'm used to seeing. We thought it was enemy team Yasuo. It was my team Yasuo in the end, as these Nexus turrets not long for the world. But this was basically flawless League of Legends from Liv Sandbox.
You know,
Just insane.
Every time Liv Sandbox upsets a team or gets a win like this, there's always this, well, it was a bit of an off day for T1 there. Oh, they picked Yasuo. Or like, oh, Liv Sandbox got a little bit lucky. Oh, man, did you see that Willer steal? That shouldn't have happened. He actually, Cuz accidentally smited him. That wasn't actually supposed to happen. There's all these excuses, right? And Liv Sandbox are like, third place. Everyone's like, well, I mean, they're really, I don't know if they're going to make playoffs. I'm like, they're the third place team. They just beat T1.
Yeah.
And they did it in clean fashion. It was clean team fighting, good turns, good vision game, strong mid game. T1 looking a little bit lost. As you mentioned, we talk about this a lot with T1, especially in spring. Sometimes you forget how to play the game from behind. I don't think that was the case here for T1, but they made some desperate plays, which were smart. That 2 control ward setup play for the dive under the mid turret could have worked out if everybody wasn't in the right place. If Guma didn't get hit by Tidal Wave, maybe he has the follow-up damage there. But it was just always desperation, always reaching. Because T1, 2 behind in this game to play straight up. And I think we'll see a lot more respect going into game 2 for draft.
And I'm not going to disrespect any Lucian first picks after this, because that was an absolute masterclass towards that bottom side. A little bit of an overstep here and there, certainly some mistakes to talk about, but I think most of it has to do with Liv Sandbox just being so much better. They end the game with a 10,000 gold lead. Envy also just doing so much work, and you can see these damage numbers aren't that high because this game was over in 26.5 minutes.
Yeah, it was a stomp.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think T1 probably picked the blue side going into game 2. I think we will see something very different here, but terrifying when Closer and Bertle are your solo lane opponents to have on red side. You want to pick blue side, but you don't feel great about it. You certainly do not.
And I'm hoping the Liv Sandbox have something prepared for us as well as far as those really fun picks coming into it, because on the red side does give you all of that flexibility. But ladies and gentlemen, this series just got real interesting. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space and game number 2.
보자.
맞아. 야 싸움 보자.
네, 맞아.
싸움 보자 싸움.
대리.
끝낼 수 있어.
바로.
끝낼 수 있어.
야, 끝내-
잡으면
끝낼 수 있다,
끝나. 잡으면 끝나.
끝내자.
끝내자. 나이스. 라인 해봐.
이판
얘들아 이거지.
이거야 얘들아.
가자. 이거 야수.
버프 내고
야수 프렌 있어. 나
아칼리
한 번만.
아 칼리한테 계속 해줄게. 루시안에 버프
아칼리
주고.
그냥 박을게. 야수 그냥 박자.
야수.
타움이랑.
이거 천천히 타워부터 해야 돼. 이거 시간 좀 애매하다.
타면 밀면 돼.
밀만해.
타워 천천히 시작.
장막 신경 써. 야수 그냥 잡자.
타워. 생각 열심히 쳐야 돼.
끝나면 하겠다. 나이스. 이거 처음 하는 거더라.
아니 대단 잘했어. 대영아.
나이스다.
나이스.
Hello and welcome to The Space. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and that was a Live Sandbox slappening here for game number 1. That was pretty insane because not only was it against T1, who is our seemingly best team here in the LCK, it was just Live Sandbox playing 100 out of 100%.
Bringing it back.
Really cool stuff.
Oh yeah, Live Sandbox, cool kids never panic, woo!
They never do. And
never do.
even under this pressure of this huge matchup, they're able to get a win like that. Very impressive stuff.
And starts with the draft. This draft is really one of the drafts of all time where it can go either way. We have seen the Zeri and Lulu lane slowly as teams have gotten better, trend towards the Zeri and the Lulu. Not the case in this game. And then we have the Azir into Akali. Also have seen that gone multiple ways. Generally, you'll have a lot less things going on as Akali, but if you can get into the mid game without your team falling behind, you can leverage the threat that, especially if you're as good as closer, you then have. And the Yasuo counter pick, I think, as an idea, I liked it, although you actually brought up the Yone, which I would have liked even more, because Yone, to me, is a much more well-rounded champion. But the problem was how the Yasuo was utilized when we got to the fights, because we're going to see in some highlights later that it was very single target focused, whereas the composition from Sandbox, because of how the early game played out, had a lot of credible threats.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this game could have gone many different directions, and I think it all starts from the bottom lane, especially because this head-to-head can go so many different ways, and the way that these early trades go will dictate how the mid game goes as well.
Yeah, because if you get a lead on a Zeri composition, it's insanely oppressive, right? And you have the dive with the Vi, can get a lot of work done, but man, if Kyle doesn't get POG for this game, I don't know. Those early bubbles were just impeccable. Hits one on Lulu there, is about to hit a really big one here to make sure that they win the extended fight against the Vi. Gets an early mandate, so he gets to buy all the control wards that he could possibly want. And in this matchup, this is what we used to see all the time, where once Lucian and Nami get ahead, which, especially after nerfs, in lane generally doesn't really happen anymore, so really big shout out to Envy and KL. And I keep getting more and more amazed at what these players are showing us, considering how far they've come within this very split.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the first matchup was Envy getting bodied
0-6.
over and over and over in the bottom lane, and it was just sadness. We were like, oh god, not like this. We don't want to see this Live Sandbox. They've come to here. This is their last match, I believe, of round 1, and they're going to end it probably 7-2 if they continue playing like this. I think T1, they came into this match, they're like, we're really good. We're probably going to win this one. Let's take them down. And Live Sandbox were like, no. We got a different story for you. As we do have highlight number 2 as well, Chronicler.
There's, of course, also the T1 Gen G matchup, right? So maybe a little bit of underestimation, because these plays, to me, signal that T1 thought, hey, Sandbox is going to fold easily. Because these are a couple of hard forces that they commit to. This second one, I think, is a bit more desperation because the game state has gotten so much worse. But we see twice that the ultimate from Zeus is exclusively used onto the Lucian, which is fine if you then kill the Lucian, and if Lucian is the only threat. But because Closer is as good on Akali as he is, even if you do end up killing the Lucian at this point, it's not great, and they don't in neither of these two plays. Faker wasn't there in the first one, so overall this was T1 trying to cut a lot of corners, and Sandbox saying, hey, we might not have the reputation of T1, of Gen G, we might not have the consistency, but you still can't try and pull a fast one on us. We know that you're going to try and hard engage, and they were more than ready.
Yeah, and we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up. Wouldn't be surprised if we do have some votes for jungle and mid, but obviously the winner is going to be Kyle for what he was able to do in the bottom lane. Just really insane stuff. Pretty much a perfect Nami game.
And Kyle and Closer were the only two players that stuck around of this roster from last year. And the more Sandbox we see, it was not apparent that it was specifically Kyle that had a big impact. Croco to me was a much more, we knew. I was a rough rookie at the split, but not going to try and dig that up. The most important thing is that with Kyle and Closer still in, and especially with how well Kyle has been playing, we can see that they're still playing as aggressive. They're still playing a very, a very in-your-face style where they're continuously trying to skill check their opponents, and T1 clearly caught off guard in this one. And some of the members might have changed, but Sandbox, still the same team.
Yeah, and T1, part of the reason why they're so strong is that they always come in with confidence. They always believe that they can take some of these team fights, but Live Sandbox were like, not this time. Actually, you're not ahead enough. You're not going to be able to force this. So it was just really good play overall. Really impressed by Live Sandbox here in game number 1. But we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome back to the caster desk here as we ready up for game number 2. A very well-deserved 11 out of 11 here for this gentleman. Kyle has been just amazing so far this season, and he's continuing to do so. I think, I'm doing a lot of, retroactive thinking now, Wolf. I'm like, what made Prince so good, What was it? Maybe it was Kyle the entire time. Of course, Prince was amazing, but Envy also looking so much better now as Faker is going to make it to 800 games here, and we'll see whether they can pick up a victory after the Game 1 loss.
When I went to write down that Kyle POG, I had no hesitation. I was like, oh man, it's 11 out of 11. Let's talk about Faker for a moment here. He's been around forever, right? And you can see his games over the years. This is by year, how many games he played in each season. So obviously getting a little bit of an extra one from that winter season in 2013. But see his champions played. He's nearly at 100 games of Azir. And the Rise, as you mentioned, just half of his playtime there. But some of the numbers on this guy, like the amount of CS he's gotten, 14 or 17,400 before today. He's played 73 champs.
Over 10 million gold earned. It's the numbers are getting a little bit ludicrous for Faker, but it was a bit of a rough game for game number 1, and we'll see whether T1 now with side selection they can move over to the blue side if they would like to. We'll see whether they do come out with something a little bit better here as we move to game 2, because I think that this will have lit a fire under this team, and if Live Sandbox get a 2-0 from this point, man, that is super impressive.
I am really curious to see, as we head into this draft, what Live Sandbox bans, because you cannot give Guma Caitlyn, right? We know this. You're not as worried about his Lucian, but what do T1 get for the blue side here is the question on everyone's mind, because if you don't get a priority pick here on blue, and then you give Closer and or Birdall that ability to counter pick, you feel amazing as Live Sandbox, right? Because that's what you are so good at. And outside of some of these games where Envy and Kyle do pop off, it's mostly been how they've been winning, is through their solo lanes. So we see a Karma ban here from T1, so fishing for a little bit of lane push power potentially here with this first pick.
Yeah, not wanting to see that Ezreal Karma that we've seen really find a lot of purchase here in the LCK, as the Lucian ban is going to come through. Live Sandbox respecting what they were able to utilize in the last game. So we'll see a very different draft moving into this one. Final ban for T1. Is it going to be the Elise ban, or will T1 look to possibly snap that up to give them a bit of that early power on the bottom side of the map?
Owners only played it once. Wow, Aurelia ban here. Very interesting.
Look at the huge grin from Closer.
It's kind of cool because it does eliminate some of that potential counterpicking for later on in the draft, but it doesn't feel that great right now, as I think we will see the Elise banned here, even though Owners only played one game of it. Caitlyn, actually, yeah, Caitlyn has to go first. I do.
Is it Caitlyn ban into Jace first pick?
Wow,
we'll
okay.
See. The Elise is going to go.
Yeah. So Elise is gone. You pick up the gate here as Guma with no Karma. She feels very good.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see if Live Sandbox have a great answer to this, because I don't think that melee supports are going to be your best answer. They can pick up the Varus.
Varus Jace is actually a pretty good core to start this off if they are going to go for the lethality Varus variant.
I wonder what support we will end up seeing here, though, because those who watched that Gen G series yesterday will definitely not want to be reminded of some of the weird stuff we did see with the Varus in that game. But
yeah, I hope we don't see Heimerdinger. That's what I'm looking at.
Or Nautilus into Caitlyn. So, I mean, something like a Soraka's pretty crazy, and I think not really what you want in this draft. So I'd say lock up a jungle pick here and wait and see what T1's going to pair this with.
Annie?
or just take the Jace you were talking about, and that is what they are going to do.
I like this.
I guess this might just be a Lux game for Keria.
Would certainly be strong. This is also Owner playing with our hearts a little bit. Not going to go back to his Lee Sin. It will be Sejuani locked away. And yeah, I think the Lux makes a lot of sense. T1 definitely with a stable first 3 picks to start this one off as Live Sandbox. Let's see whether they do focus towards that bottom side or whether they'll try and take a priority pick for closer.
It's hard to grab a support here because of the limited jungle pool left for Willer.
True.
So this is very awkward here for Live Sandbox, and the Jace priority hurts their counter pick potential here on red side quite a bit. So I think T1 have navigated this very well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the Heimerdinger. We've seen it not be anywhere near as strong as it was on the patch prior. Those nerfs actually doing a decent job tapping him down a little. But bans to come through, and we'll see whether Live Sandbox will have any junglers that they're happy to play after these bans do come in.
They
First
would like
going to be Renekton.
Yeah, like to get the Renekton out of the way. There's no world in which you're feeling like, okay, we can just blind this Jace and not give it some semblance of protection there on the top side of the map, because Caitlyn Lux need really no attention on the bottom side, so you really have to be careful about some of these picks like the Renekton, like Camille even on the top side here.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of respect.
Yeah, T1 sticking to the closer bans and will let Willa play either the Wukong or the Vi. If he would like to, of course, could theoretically come out with something else. I mean, this is a composition that could be kind of cool if it had an Italy in it, you know? But likely that is not going to be the case. We have to remember as well that this Jace is a flex pick. Closer could be playing it in the mid lane.
The Victor ban here goes back into the Aurelia ban we saw in the first phase, as the Aurelia has been so strong into Victor in sides and has really been one of the best counters. We saw Closer in particular use this pick very well. And so that's taken away, but now you've left open a lot of problems potentially here for Bertle if he is playing that Jace on the top side of the map, like Camille. Silas will be banned here, so 2 of the best responses to Azir banned, so why not just take it here as Live Sandbox? This does give T1 the information that Jace will be top if you do so, but I still think it's too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Yep, Closer has only lost on this champion once so far. I'd prefer an Italy lock-in. Keep flexing your Jace. Make sure that T1 have to respect the potential counter pick in both lanes, but it will just be the Azir pick. And so Close is going to be going for that one. Now, T1, what are we going to be locking away here? Fighting poke with poke could be a possibility as good old Corki into Azir. We saw that it was, I believe, Faker's 3rd most played.
It's going to be
played something like that.
It's going to be like a aim game here now at this point with this type of composition. So many ranged threats on both sides. And now finding out what Zeus is going to be playing.
I think it's a Nah. That Silas ban is kind of standing out like a sore thumb.
You know, it could be, but I think you want to have some side lane pressure.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great into Jace as well.
Yeah, I'd rather see some side lane pressure, especially because the counter pick here is for jungle, right? It's the final pick for Willer. And they just want a front line here instead. This is going to change how the Jace's impact will go, because obviously if you hit the Scion instead of those backline targets, you're going to have a terrible time, so Bertle will be tested very heavily here against more reliable poke in the Corki. And, you know, we get all the way down to the end, and Willer's just going to play another game of Wukong, it looks like here. A lot of defensive options you could use very strong into Valkyrie engages or package engages. And it just feels like a lot of comfort here for Live Sandbox. Kind of a weird path we took to get to this point, but ultimately, Live Sandbox still have great poke. They have really good disengage. My biggest issue here for Live Sandbox is that the bottom lane isn't going to go well, and now this Jace on the top side can be a weak point that Owner exploits.
Could be, and I think it almost has to be, because otherwise the Scion will just get bullied in the early levels, and if Bertle gets off to a good start, picks up a few of these plates as well, the Jace in the mid game becomes a huge problem for T1 to deal with. Yeah, T1 have pretty amazing front-to-back team fighting, right? With Scion in that front line, standing in front of both the Corki and the Caitlyn. It's sort of your perfect spread of damage, right? With a lot of DPS in both magic and physical.
I think if Azir builds Leandries, which he almost certainly will in this game, and you have the lethality Varus, that's kind of your option, right? I do not want to see on hit in this game.
No, I
get it, there's a Scion, but like you have to hit that backline poke. Like you actually have to hit this Corki consistently with lethality, or you're gonna have a terrible time.
Yeah, otherwise you just lose the poke war, right?
Yeah.
Corki is just going to be better than you. The setup around objectives also going to be really important for both teams. Can you get traps in place? Can you get turrets in place, right? Like, what are going to be the options here for both of these teams? So map control, certainly at a premium. We'll see what Drakes we're going to get as well, because if it's a good soul, then it means that we're going to have to see a lot of fighting to wrestle control back and forth on this rift. Faker's package use going to be very important in this one as well. But definitely looking like a very stable draft here for T1, but does peak quite late and does have a bit of a lull in the mid game that this team does not have, right? The mid game looking very strong for Liv Sandbox. See how it all goes as we hop onto the rift here for game number 2, and Faker's 800. All right, now Wolf, it is the test. Do cool kids actually never panic?
Right? I don't think they do. Not these cool kids. As
Not looking like it so far.
Looking like we're going to see some turret gold picked up here on the bottom side. As Wither and Closer just trying to get some additional information here about the pathing of this Sejuani. Drop a ward. We're not able to clear that one, but we'll pick up a +5 for his troubles. And
base skin Sejuani. It's been a long time.
yeah.
I was like, wait, what skin is that? And then I realized I don't think it is a skin.
I mentioned earlier that Owner is 7-1 on this champion. It's been his most played next to Vi, and with that last game, obviously now it's kind of tied until this moment. But he has looked very good on it, and on blue side here, prioritizing this, definitely feeling good so far about that. And if the itemization here for Faker, you know, is that he has to build Hex Drinker against this Azir, it doesn't solve the other problems, right? And the ranged poke that he has with this Jace, with this Varus. So this is a lane that Caitlyn and Lux should kind of by default push through and win, but there are some counterplay options here if you can hit some really nice arrows. Probably not going to be happening for a little while here.
And of course, a lot of it depends on how these initial skills work and land, right? As Piercing Arrow going to hit 2 out of 2. 1 out of 2 for Carrier on this Lucent Singularity. And T1 will still get the shove. As Gumayusi able to leverage that range very, very nicely. We'll see how Liv Sandbox are going to be able to play this, because I think that this is T1 settling themselves and realizing that they're not going to be able to roll over the top of this one. 73.2% win rate here for Faker on the Corki.
Yep, it's
been playing it for a very long time.
42nd game, as you were mentioning, it's his third most. It was tied with LeBlanc. Since past it.
Well, yeah, has now. Yep. Which is a little bit sad, because of course LeBlanc pretty famous for Faker. But Zay's now going to be in trouble. We were talking about this. Gets the boot back as Zay's just going to walk it out as best he can. Hasn't flashed yet, guys. Is going to flash eventually. And yeah, Liv Sandbox, it's flash for flash in the top lane. So honestly, not even really that much of a win.
And mid, we did see Owner come over and try to do something to Closer, but Closer doesn't flash, actually reacts very well. And look at Faker's health bar. Like, we didn't get a replay of this, but Owner was mid, and Faker almost died. So, not entirely sure how that exchange went, but it did not go well for T1.
No. Now, Yordle Snap Traps being set up here towards the bottom side. There is a Sejuani in the area as well. Things going absolutely as planned for T1 on the bottom side of the map. Kyle and Envy needing to play with a lot of respect, as Willa will get the bad news as a Piggy stealing his stuff, but he's going to be able to get that red buff onto Owner, gets the flash out very early in this game as Piercing Arrow going to connect once again. Envy going to have some pretty good aim so far as Willa collects the first Rift Scuttler. Might be a double scuttle this game, as he's going to first look for a potential engager here in the bottom lane. As Kyle overstepping a little. Nice sidestep on the Peacemaker as the heal comes in. Let's see whether they can get anything. It's just going to be the heals traded.
The wave state here, really nice for Envy and Kyle here with this awkward timing for Guma. Heal down here and just going to be farming under turret once again very safely. No risks here at this point. And yeah, you're very annoyed about this early game Caitlyn, and it is going according to plan, but they have been able to get some small advantages here, which is more than you could usually ask for against Guma and Keria when Guma is given this Caitlyn pick.
Yeah, but still, if you're sitting under that turret, that means that often Caitlyn is hitting it. And that is not the greatest of news. Currently half a plate has been taken as Liv Sandbox look for that first back. Keria off to the side. I mean, Envy is very low as the, Lucent Singularity not going to land. Kyle stands on it for fun. You like that? It's a bit of a confidence play there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Closer is having a great time in this lane so far, as we'll see the Scuttle picked up here for Owner. I want to say, I'm going to say something crazy.
Go for it.
I think Willer is a top 3 jungler in the LCK.
I agree.
Like, I think only Owner and Peanut have really consistently outperformed him. I cannot say the same about Canyon. Well, that's like the debate you could have is like, okay, are Canyon and Willer kind of tied for 3rd? But the guy has just been so consistent this year. His timings are great. His knowledge of pathing is great. His smite fights have been excellent, as we've seen. He was leading the charge in terms of steals earlier on in the season. Probably still up there. I don't have the stats for that in front of me right now, but you know, the way he's put pressure on in the top lane here, how he put that pressure on the bottom side, forced the heal, forced the flash out of Owner. These small moves give you so much power as a Wukong early that you normally don't have pre-6. Because he just uses his pathing really well, knows he has red buff, and Faker forced a Valk.
Yep, Closer just getting out as much of Faker's mana as he can, I guess. Shifting the sands over, creating that extra sand soldier so that he can use it to clear out the wave. As there's a whole lot of stuff being put on the ground in this bottom lane. It's very cluttered, you know? A lot of clutter. But otherwise, not too much to be worried about. As Envy, nice little trade. As Willer gets over the wall, spots Owner out immediately. Winter's Wrath not going to land. But the Arctic Assault is going to be there. Now, the attack continues. Envy moving forward. They look for Gumayushi, who takes a lot of damage, but Envy, he hasn't even flashed yet. Is he going to? Yeah, he does finally. And now that is a dead Varus. Really beautifully done from Keria. Picks up first blood. I thought Kyle was going to die there, but nope, able to snipe him.
Really?
And that was weird positioning.
A really peculiar choice. They wanted to make a set play with the grenade there. So here's the Empress Divide.
Yep, Faker is just going to trade that for another Valkyrie as he looks to turn it on to Closer.
But that was a really strange play there from Envy and Kyle, because you know the Sejuani is there. It's not like Owner left. He doesn't have flash, mind you, but nobody has ults, and you're really trying to pick a Caitlyn that has so much space and so much range here. And they almost are able to get away, but Keria just snipes Envy there in the end, and will pick up the kill. So losing a lot of time here from that bottom lane, and lethality Varus from behind into this Caitlyn means your power spike is going to be very awkward here in the mid game.
Yeah. Does at least manage to get his Dirk on his first back, so that is certainly not the worst news as Faker taking a fair bit of damage. He has a whole lot of support coming in as Faker gets the shield from Keria. He's kind of standing his ground, but these Lucent Singularities really are hurting. As Light Binding is going to miss. Keria was trying to pick the juke on that one, does not get it. Still, that is going to be Closer pushed away, and T1 with full control of this river.
Yeah, no contest for this Drake just yet with Closer being so low. He's going to have to catch this wave. No teleport either. So Envy's going to push this in, and I don't think we're going to have a Drake take for a little while here, which in a lot of ways favors the kind of awkward weak points of T1 in this draft where, yeah, you have some power with Corki early with your packages, but, you know, obviously the later parts of the game are going to be amazing for both Corki and Caitlyn. The mid game is where you can kind of struggle against these lethality picks.
Yeah. So
the longer it takes for that first Drake to come through, especially if Liv Sandbox aren't the ones to get it, you feel really good about the timings you're going to be hitting later on in the game. And I don't think Liv Sandbox is going to be able to secure this first Drake without a pick. And, you know, Willer does have level 6 now, level 6 here for Envy, but much easier said than done here with Owner just kind of constantly hovering bottom lane. And Bertle we haven't taken a look at the top lane at all, but he hasn't been able to put any pressure on up there either. The Scion is just kind of outlasting him.
Yeah, Zeus is having a really great time there towards the top lane, of course. He will still be a Scion as the game goes on, right? Far more useful in these group situations, being able to tank for his team, and Bertle in a side lane will be able to munch through these turrets pretty consistently. But T1 should be able to move over, collect themselves this first Hextech Drake. We'll see what the next one's going to be. It's going to be a Cloud. So Infernal on the table, Mountain on the table, Ocean or the Chemtech.
Yeah.
So a 50-50.
50-50 on the big ones.
Yeah.
Closer here does have ult and flash. Looks like he wants to try to bait something here before this Rift Herald fight. This is very risky.
Yeah, there's the Glacial Prison, and Closer should just die. Emperor's Divide comes down, and they just head into that one for a bit of fun. And Live Sandbox, because of that, cannot commit to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, not at all. And
Zayas takes like 0 damage from the Empowered Shock Blast as well.
kind of wild that now we've seen 2 crazy attempted weird plays from Live Sandbox. Envy's bottom side there where he moves forward, and now Closer with flash and ult, mind you, just kind of trying to hold this choke and prevent T1 from rotating over quickly, trying to get a good trade, maybe then just, you know, scuttle away with his dash. But the Herald is just going to go over now for free after losing first Drake, and he dies. As that's not going to be too impactful there. As this is Envy's play with Kyle, where they want to set something up with this grenade onto Guma, and this is like such a set play where clearly they called it beforehand. Envy's like, I should be able to kite this back. I have flash, and Willer comes down. But you just don't have the range advantage here. You don't have the damage at this stage to actually do much with your autos. I mean, your Comet Varus was just very peculiar. And then this is another very questionable call here from Closer, just stepping forward here.
Well, we're going to see another play as into the top lane comes Ona, and Permafrost is going to hit onto Bertle. He does have flash available, but he realizes that he's just dead anyway. And now there is a Rift Herald available, not even going to be put down on this top side, as T1 are in such a powerful position. I mean, I want to talk about it too early, but it's perfect game pace right now.
It is. It really is. I mean, this is more one-sided than Live Sandbox's advantages in the last game by a large margin. We're talking about a 2,400 gold lead here at 11, and they're still holding on to Herald. Faker's holding on to Package that he hasn't had to use here at all. And, like, at this point, the T1 could do no wrong. I mean, Bertle didn't flash, but has no power in this lane. And going back to this play, like, this is so puzzling because you don't have vision of where the Sejuani is. You could expect that maybe she's coming over to check the Herald, but it's just this uncharacteristic read from Closer trying to really solo hold the door there on that objective, and then Bertle here gets caught by Owner, and it seems like there's just not a lot of communication or tracking of where the Sejuani is, no vision on the map whatsoever.
Well, Closer is going to be able to kill this Rift Herald, but it did manage to take down some extra plates. Still a couple of minutes left on those, as well as Faker is down here on the bottom side. Envy taking a lot of damage. Look at that non-committal CC. Can all just fly out. Doesn't manage to get the kill, but they do get the cleanse and the heal out of the bottom lane. And T1 don't really have to risk anything.
Nope. No Drake up just yet. Closer coming down here very late to try to make an impact. As
Iron Spike
Iron
Whip.
Spike Whip.
Okay. The team fight Gore Drinker Jace. Yeah.
Not gonna
Let's leave that for the space to work out. Maybe they can discover what the dark technology is on that one.
It's going to be some extra damage, obviously, and can help you clear minions at this stage, but I don't think you really want that in a team fight here. As you can see here, it gets a little bit of value. Little bit of value, Atlas. A little bit of extra damage.
Didn't get a lot of value out of that Shock Blast, but I don't think that's the Iron Spike Whip's fault.
No.
It's okay. Sometimes cooking is great, sometimes cooking is not so great. We'll see how Bertle's actually going to go here as some Alcove Gaming for the Scion. Pretty large. It's pretty amazing that a Scion can hide in those brushes.
Yeah, can we make it viral? Like Woody like grabs Bertle and he's like, "Hold up, you bought the wrong item." We might want to undo that one.
Yeah, I think so. As Ona's going to come in, Will is here as well, but they are very far behind. Bertle going to be the first one to flash away. Oh, the knockoff is so good, but unfortunately, it's not good enough. Zayas can just keep charging these, and he's got another Soul Furnace. That's going to be the double. Ona here just in the nick of time.
And, I mean, okay, hold up, Faker.
Another delivery to the turret, as Faker has a lot of Sand Soldiers to contend with. Closer trying to set up for this one, has Leandri's. Oh, the last auto's not going to be there.
Doesn't flash for it.
Okay, well, Carrier's just going to throw a full combo into Closer, and he sets up for it. Even Bard going to come through as Gumayushi has the ace in the hole.
How do you go from, you know, a bit of an unusual draft, let's say, where you run the Yasuo, you have a rough early game, things fall apart, you all in several times and just get totally slapped down into the most confident game of all time. I don't know. Envy, you sidestep this when you might be dead anyways.
Well, the flash comes in. Great light binding is going to connect, though, as Kyle is going to get taken down. Gumayusi is all over the place right now on this Caitlyn, most mobile champion in the universe, apparently. As T1 are going to look for the second Drake. Faker's going to help lock that one down. They are just transitioning into like all of the good things into more good things right now.
Birdall here getting control of the top side very briefly. Just going to take a back timing here, see what he ends up buying. As Gordrinker, Jace, again, not advised. 2 Drake lead, Infernal Soul. As this is a play as Birdall where you have Willer and you want to take an aggressive trade, you're trying to bait this, but you still get knocked up. And Owner's here, and you don't have the damage. It's a Scion, he's super tanky. And the Iron Spike Whip activation is just not going to be the one that breaks the back.
No, let's not talk about that.
It's just not going to be the damage that breaks the back.
I don't think so.
As Faker here tossed into the turret, and still going to get away because they don't know where Keria is. They don't know where the Sejuani is, although he should realistically know that he's probably safe, but doesn't want to flash for this because doesn't want to be down flash. And then he gets caught by a light binding and ace in the hole. Bye.
Do you like that Keria holds the Lucent Singularity as well to give the kill to Gumayusi?
I do like it.
That is some sick play from the Lux.
I thought Envy was... I didn't realize Envy had flash. He has to flash here. The side step was good, but he can't do anything for his teammate now. Kyle is picked. Everybody's down here. Faker heading over. And that's 2 Drakes. The advantage, it's Infernal Soul. It doesn't get worse than this. Like, you know how we say it could be worse? No, I just don't think so this time.
It is difficult for it to be worse. That is true. The Gore Drinker is now done for Birdall. Does have that Gore Drinker power spike that we love to talk about on Jace. We talk about the Gore Drinker power spike on Jace all the time, guys. I know that you guys may not understand the Gore Drinker Jace, but we do. We talk about the power spike. It's not very good, power spike, but it's there. We do have the second Herald now going down. Willer lying in wait, Live Sandbox. Can you find an avenue to do battle here? As one Lucent Singularity is enough to zone them out. Okay, Envy. Another cleanse is going to come through. It's a decent Cyclone by Willer as Gumayusi's in an awkward spot. The Emperor's Divide is going to pick him up, but it's a trade for 2 already. That light binding was so sick. As Carrier's like, you got POG, Kyle? Where's mine? As I think he might be able to get at this game. Zayas is going to pick up another kill on his opposite number. The Gore Drinker, unfortunately, not doing what it needs to, as Shirley is now going to get the attention she deserves. And unfortunately, Gumayusi died, and so no perfect game.
No perfect game, rip the perfect game. But the team fight setup there for Live Sandbox was super all-in. I like the concept of it because this game is surely doomed, right? If you don't actually win a team fight like this, where you have one opportunity for a teleport flank, maybe you get the big Emperor's Divide. The game is doomed now, for sure. And it was doomed before this, but Willer sets up the Cyclone. The timing of the collapse here is a little bit off because the teleport comes through so late for closer that he can't use the Cyclone except for Emperor's Divide. And to watch Keria with this binding. 1, 2. Everything is going right for T1. They're all playing and hitting their spikes beautifully. They have the advantages here in these fights. And one heroic attempt from closer with the TP there and the Cyclone flank doesn't come up big. If it does, maybe you're still very far behind, but maybe you can recover. But I think there's no recovering now.
No. This is certainly looking like angry T1 after losing a game they definitely didn't expect to lose. They're like, no, we are not going through that one again. Of course, blue side has definitely been a bit more successful, but this is judging, like you can even see it in the play, just a lot cleaner here for T1 this time around.
Yeah, I don't think Guma will be allowed to play Caitlyn in Game 3.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one.
A little bit surprised he was allowed to play it in Game 2, but you don't want to give Owner the Elise.
Yep. Certainly like a few things that you have to ban right now is Willer going to be cycloning, but look at this. Carrier's just keeping them in position alongside Owner. Envy in a bunch of trouble as well. Just look at all of the damage raining in from everywhere. It's a double kill for Gumayusi's angry about dying earlier on as Faker's flashing, lands the blind rocket into closer. That was a solo kill somehow.
800 games for Faker, 402 on this Corki. And this game is just completely theirs now. I mean, they could take turrets off the map and Inter goes down.
No one kills Faker in his 800th
No
game,
one kills
Wolf.
Faker in his 800th game. And the push from Jace on the top side barely puts a dent into the turret. Objective bounties are in the game now. And as Willer here, you're like, okay, I got my team coming. He charged into me. The audacity. I'm going to Cyclone. I've got the Chains of Corruption follow-up. The sidestep is real here for Owner. He's too tanky. And Keria plays this so beautifully, sets up another double root.
Yeah, it's double light binding. I mean, the first one was a light binding of 2 Wukong, so I guess it's a single, but you still take those. His Lux play has been absolutely fantastic. Honestly, T1 just in general, playing very, very well here in the second game, and it's over a 10,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes.
Bertle just wants some bounty gold. The rest of the team is grouping up. This is the bounty gold gank. We get that bounty.
Can you get Scion's shield?
1 kill, 1 turret, 1 objective. You know, try to get all the anti-perfect game metrics.
Yeah, you need to try and get that. It is difficult though, as Owner is coming over to collect Soul Point. Gumayusi with a couple of items already built up. The Bloodthirster as well as that Gore Drinker going to be going for the 3rd item, Infinity Edge, this time for
T1
as much AD as possible.
3v4 here, just walking up to the Baron saying this belongs to me, by the way. And as soon as that Drake is taken, we will group up and start this. You have no counterplay. You have no options here.
Nope.
You may have a Lethality Varus, but you are a whole item behind the Caitlyn. And
Keria has a crown as well. Sometimes we see things like Shirelia's built, you know, support items and stuff like that. No, that's not what you want. Not for this guy. 209 on the Lux. Having a really good time. Of course, everyone with a decent score this game.
With his crown, obviously he can be up more in the thick of things into, okay.
Okay, Ace in the hole gets the kill. That's another one. Keria sets him up, and Gumayusi spikes him down. They're just playing volleyball, man.
He could be up in the thick of things with the crown doing stuff like this, but he could also be in the face of a cycloning Wukong. He could be in the face of an engaging Azir and shut those down, as now he can help clear this vision here onto the Baron. And, I mean, he's not afraid of anything. He's like, I'm looking for another light binding. Where are you guys coming? You guys trying to walk through here?
Well, Willa, he has stolen these before, as Owner says, well, we're not going to let you. Jace going to go down first, as Closer. Can we actually fight this, Liv Sandbox? Can you fight this 3 versus 5? And the answer is you won't have to. As T1, they're not going to push it. Not wanting to risk the Willa steal, which I think is a very good respect to pay.
The respect is paid, but there's still so much more to do here for Liv Sandbox. Like, this fight setup here, once again, you're clearing a ward. He puts the ward down and he knows as soon as that ward touches the floor in that brush, he knows it's dead. He's like, oh, Keria again. Yeah. And then look at the trap placement here. You can't get the fast track around and Keria's locking the door. Almost like a teasing way of like, if you walk through the one space there is, that's where my light binding goes. Doesn't need to do that, as Varus is just going to walk back to mid. They get a pick. There's no Drake, or rather no Baron on the cards here, but T1 don't need it to continue their control over the map and to continue scaling. Look at Faker's items here. Look at Caitlyn now with a BF sword in her pocket.
Yeah, this is it's getting pretty ridiculous. 12,000 gold. The wallets are just so heavy. And honestly, T1 are just one push away from being able to end this, but they are going to play it by the numbers, by the book. And Gumayusi, you can do the cheeky little Caitlyn thing, standing over the wall. But they're not wanting to press their advantage right now in this department. Bertle towards the bottom side, as Willa looking for Gumayusi, but Gumayusi spots it out immediately.
They don't know where Keria is, and so they can't keep pushing. They have a ward there on the Raptors, but there's control wards everywhere else. There's just no vision. They're playing totally blind. Okay, this is going to be a long con flank.
Yeah, and he's moving up as Closer doesn't find the Emperor's Divide. Bertle trying to make his way in. Closer goes golden, as now Envy has to deal with Owner. Zeus is going to move in as well. Can he find it is the question, as Faker will go down. Maybe he does die in his 800th game, but I don't think he's going to lose. Light Binding will connect onto Bertle, who dives on in. Does have to make his way out, though, as the Warrior Trickster clone is going to be taken out. And now the flanking Gumayusi, absolutely terrifying, as Willa absolutely nowhere to go. And there it is. The final headshot will come through. And there is the ace for T1.
Ace for T1, ace in the hole. Goomba just going to 1v1 a turret, doesn't care. That one goes down. And
I like how it almost sounded like he said Goomba, because he's kind of doing that.
He is definitely a Goombaing.
He's Goombaing quite a lot.
He is the shell that slides through all of Live Sandbox and gets a 1-up at the end.
Yeah, I think so.
As closer here, Emperor's Divide totally misses as Faker plays the flash well. Awkward timing here for Carrier, but they still get the kill onto the Azir, and then this long con flank I was talking about with Birdall does succeed in that it helps kill Faker here, but the longer fight is just lost. Guma wasn't here the whole time. He's like, oh, okay, you guys need my help. All right, fine. I'll kill the stragglers. I'll lock them down as these traps do not connect. Willer comes at him for a second, and he's like, oh, it's just
like, where am I supposed to walk, man? Had all of his traps ready. They are able to take it down. And remember, like, T1 so incredibly far ahead at this point in time. It was very difficult for them to lose that fight. Faker does go down, but one kill, not going to be the end of the world. There's a package delivery as Faker will go golden. What the heck is that package damage? That's 2 kills from just package Valkyrie combo. It's revolting. Emperor's Divide going to be used onto Ona as the Q from Zeus doesn't land, but look at how tanky these boys are. They are just not taking any damage whatsoever.
It's the messiest ace, or the fastest and like just bloodthirstiest ace I've ever seen. I mean, 20,000 gold. 20,000 gold. Does feel like if you watched the D+ versus Live Sandbox series and then you fell asleep and just woke up and watched this one, you'd be like, oh man, nothing has changed. I think that 6-2 might be a typo in the top right. This game is arguably more one-sided than the last one early on this season. T1 bringing it to a 3rd game. Not much to see here.
No, absolutely not.
Oh!
They're trying to make us forget game 1 just a little bit, as now they're going to go for some kills. Willer in the bouncy castle as Birdall dives on top, manages to take down Carrier, but the Nexus will fall as well, and a big grin on Faker's face, as you can see. T1 clapping back there in game 2, and now this game 3. Side selection will switch back over to Live Sandbox. We'll see what's going to come of it.
This is when, like, it felt like angry T1 was the kind of T1 where, like, dad stopped playing with the controller upside down. You know?
Yeah, no, it's like a pool shark, man. Like, it gives them a few balls at the beginning and says, like, oh man, like I just haven't played in a really long time. Do you want to double the bet? And they're like, yeah, sure, and then they just pot everything, you know? That's what it kind of felt like in game number 2.
This game where you leave a Caitlyn open, then you don't play around topside, doesn't do Birdall any favors. He can't break through the Scion. Odd game from closer. Like, the 2 roughest parts for me for Live Sandbox in this game, because the rest of the 15 minutes that happened after that were kind of irrelevant, was Envy's weird grenade play where he looks for Kyle to set him up and then he dies, and then Closer's really peculiar play right before Rift Herald. Those 2 moments gave a T1 that was already kind of throwing fuel on the fire so much of a leash and so much of an edge in this game that there was just almost no recovering from that point on.
Yeah. Back-to-back Giga Stomps as well, by the way. 26 minutes and then 25 minutes. T1 1 minute faster than Live Sandbox. And very interested to see how it's going to go as we move towards the 3rd and final game of the series. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break this down and bring us to that game 3. See you there.
끝낼만한가?
끝낼만해? 끝낼만해?
빅토리라 끝낼만할 거.
얘네 5명
내가
나가.
우물에다 이끌어줄게
5명 나와도 끝날 것 같은데.
내가 탱 해줄게 탱탱
안녕.
밸류 차이가 말 안 돼.
탱 해줄게 들어봐 왜 이렇게 못 밀어 근데
나 좀 미안.
뭐야 오 맞았다
어.
타워 아니
아무도 안 치는 거 보소.
아 느리긴 해
나이스.
치긴 했어
Hello and welcome back to the space. Congratulations to Faker for being the first person ever to get 800 games in the LCK. And his 800th game of the LCK was pretty one-sided. Very scary game from T1. I think that they took that game one personally, Chronicler. What do you think?
It was a stump. Not T1. It's the emotion that you face, because this is starting to become a trend for T1, where in game number 1 they make some subpar calls, they force a bunch of times, and then in game 2 they go, oh no, you were not supposed to win anyway, and you get kaboomed. So going into draft, the Caitlyn goes without saying, should not be allowed, but the real tragedy for Sandbox is that Keria gets an excuse to play Lux. And that's worse.
Yeah.
That's worse than Guma's Caitlyn. Like, Guma's Caitlyn is really good, obviously, but Keria's Lux is on like a whole nother level. And it's the interplay between the two, right? It's the setup. If you hit one skill shot on either of them, it goes without saying that it's a duo that is as strong, but Keria is so impressive every single time we see him on Lux, even in series he loses, like in Worlds. Heimerdinger also, we should let it go. Maybe into melee lanes, I think you can get away with it if you're playing into like a short, like Kai'Sa Nautilus lane, right? I'm like, bring it in, but you're playing into double range. You're playing into an AD carry of like the highest attack range that we have, so don't do that. It didn't do anything, unfortunately. And then the round out with the Corki and the Azir, not the most interesting, but really good both into the Jace and Corki Azir goes back a long time.
Yeah. There's a reason why you're playing that. You were saying originally you weren't too happy with it because of prio issues. You want to use kind of like, you get like prio in mid, you get prio in bot, you basically get everything. They kind of did that just by winning. So we didn't really get to talk about that part of the draft too much. But yeah, Corki Azir is back because it's just, again, another safe way to handle the Azir lane. Azir is always going to be permanent until, I saw something recent. There is a big nerf eventually coming, and then maybe we won't get Corki Azir. Why don't we take a look at highlight number 1 and just talk a little bit about how this game spiraled out of control so quickly.
This looks kind of bad, but this is actually, again, showcasing how good Keria's Lux is, right? Because what happens here is that Envy wants to go for a short trade, but then gets kind of zoned, and instead of just taking the damage, which is what he should have done, he walks back in. Here, Owner having a really nice gank, and Owner really was the one who kind of ran this early game. Cute little comet there from Zeus going for the comet variation, which we haven't barely seen. Works, of course, well with the Q and the E, and there's not a lot to show because this game was really one-sided. So after that, the game was over. Like, every lane was Snowball. We had Snowball in bot, Snowball in mid, Snowball in top. And even though I'm going to spoil, I was a Keria voter because I think mechanically his Lux is just too impressive. And he also had an incredible amount of impact on the map. Owner was the other big vote because Owner, his mid-game and early game, was what allowed every lane on T1 to snowball. And then once every lane on T1 is snowballing, game's done.
You can do whatever you want, including packaging into 5 people and getting an ace. We can take a look at... We do have a highlight number 2. Yes,
No. We don't have a highlight. No, because that's... Well,
we have
some
just
stats.
a bunch of numbers because this is some fun numbers. Why don't you take it through?
So first and foremost, I love First Strike. It's a great dopamine rune. It's both good in scaling, but Corki in particular can start proccing it pretty early on. So Faker got almost 600 gold, like 570 gold, just off of that rune. And also a decent amount of damage, but Corki wasn't even online. He wasn't 2 items. So it didn't need to be online for that to be good. And then secondly, I actually want to talk about the Gore Drinker a little bit, because even though Gore Drinker Jace is going to feel really troll, I'd go over what I think could be some of the reasons. So obviously Eclipse into Sign isn't really going to do that much, even with the percentage max health damage. It's not enough. And Eclipse lost its Omnivamp, and I think that in like a longer lane, maybe the idea behind Gore Drinkers, it still has the Omnivamp, and then you can stay in lane a little bit longer against the Sign. It actually does a lot of damage over time, but it didn't work. But I also don't think it mattered, because if you build Eclipse, same thing would have happened.
Yeah, you should have built like Force of Nature or something random instead. Let's take a look at the POG. It will be Keria after all, his 6th time, and he will tie his teammate Owner as well. Just insane play in this game. As you mentioned, there's 2 votes, right? It's either Keria or Owner.
Yep.
Keria's going to pick it up in this case.
Either of those
more
are
over the
great.
course of the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either of them. The early zoning that I don't think we're even going to see in this highlight to me was really the excellence. But then after that, his positioning in team fights, his movement around the map was extremely well proportioned. It's a really clean game from Keria. And yeah, I'm going to reiterate again, just don't let them ever have Caitlyn. Because I don't think Keria will ever pick Lux if he don't do that. And if he does pick up Lux, generally he wrecks at the POGs.
That he does, and Keria and Owner, they're just gonna have to decide who's gonna get first and, you know, stop stealing them away from each other because it's just not fair. Teddy went for the Faker vote, which is very interesting. Maybe wanted to hear an interview or something, but either way, it was his 800th game. Really having trouble with that number today. Either way, guys, we're done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for the final Game 3.
Thank you very much, Valdez. And look, it may not be the final Game 3. There might be another Game 3 coming up in our second series.
There are
of
2
the night.
more days after this, too, where we could see Game 3. We got a whole half of the season left.
We got a whole year.
It's just spring season.
Oh my God!
I mean, I know we've all been working a lot, Valdez, but yeah.
Yeah. Just need to remind you that you need to stay here after this game.
Yeah.
It is
You're not going home after this
You're not going home. Sorry. You're gonna have to stay in the space. All right, here we go. It is going to be a side switch. Live Sandbox onto the blue side.
Yeah, unsurprising.
No, absolutely. And we'll see what they can make of it. I hope to see no more of the Heimerdinger picks. Jace is once again going to be banned. Last time they were on the blue side, it was Jace, Ashe, Caitlyn. And the follow-up bans were Maokai, Elise, and then Sejuani. So
I really thought Live Sandbox played the drafting phase last time pretty poorly. They prioritized the Jace early and didn't really get much with it, didn't protect it very well, and ended up with a R5 Wukong. And red side definitely, you had a lot more options there they did not take. They will ban the Caitlyn this time around, even on blue side. The Lucian, though, not on the cards here, and Elise is left up here, one of Willer's most iconic champions.
yeah, I actually already wrote the Elise down, expecting that one to be still there, but instead the Varus is going to be taken off the board. Some respect to Envy and his ability to play that champion. We have seen pop-offs of him on that pick, but this is the price that they pay. The Elise is going to be left up and immediately snapped up by Willer, now giving Bertel and Closer the ability to go towards more of those melee champions that we know Closer absolutely loves, that Bertel has had great experiences on.
I wonder...
Zeri is locked in and Owner is hovering, but it's going to be the Annie. Love to see it.
Flex pick here, potentially, and I was going to say, I wonder what support goes with Zeri in this blind situation, because you don't know whether you want a Lulu or not, and with this Annie coming through, you feel pretty good about Ezreal Karma push into Zeri, and again, could be Annie mid, as was discussed previously, but you have a lot of power to use this Elise against whatever jungle pick it's going to be, whether it's Elise in, whether it's a Sejuani that's very normal these days, or even a Wukong. As I think Wukong, as much as Owner doesn't really seem to enjoy playing the champion, might be the safest pick here because you can Warrior Trickster away from the cocoons and stuff like that, as we have seen historically the early game.
Oh! He did it again, but the other way around. You love to see it.
And I mean, this Elise in pick can be very strong in the early game into Elise, but not going to have that bottom side prio, so you need to have control elsewhere, as once again, the Aurelia banned away from Closer.
There are too many bans, though, that you need to go for here, because things like Yone are now really, really high prio for Live Sandbox. They can have Elise as that solo magic damage. Ezreal also does a fair bit of magic damage. Karma does some stuff. So they are pretty comfortable with picking Camille, Jax, Fiora, Yone, and in any lane out of the 2 that are remaining. So I really do like what Live Sandbox have set up for themselves. The Lulu going to be banned here, of course. T1 are flexing the Annie currently, but I believe Faker has been playing more of it in solo queue recently. But still, of course, something that Keria is happy to cook with.
Might be an Azir angle here for Closer. Renekton's still open too for Live Sandbox right now to have a great front line for this Ezreal and Karma. There's the Renekton ban. So right at this moment in time, we are still thinking, I think everyone is on the same page, this is likely going to be mid Annie here, blind. What's Live Sandbox's option going to be against this area? They already have push control here on the bottom lane. You know, Heimerdinger's area is something that has found some success in the past, but as we mentioned, doesn't feel great here. Could be a ban you choose because you want your Karma to be able to hit those Montreal Qs more often. Okay. Some synergy there.
Sometimes you just want to play Nah and have a laning phase. As Jax is just going to be locked in here for Zeus, feeling himself right now. Live Sandbox, what's it going to be?
Are Live Sandbox willing to put Birdall on the Fiora here and just play it out and say, look, this is a skill-based matchup? The answer seems to be no. Yeah, it's a much safer pick here where he will have a little bit more agency in the laning phase.
It could just be the Nah Azir.
Yeah, I think Azir is definitely going to be the pick for closer here.
I hope it isn't, because I much prefer to have a little bit more physical damage in the lanes.
You just don't know what mid could be, and Azir is safe into almost anything. Because, yeah, you think it's the Annie, you feel good about the Azir into Annie, and if it's not Annie, you're like, well, I mean, it's Azir into whatever it could be. So now this could be a moment where Keria takes the Annie and T1 play another quirky game and try to scale up, try to outpoke this Ezreal.
Yep.
Let's see what T1 want to do. That is disabled.
They're going to hover it, though, as they like dragons. We're just letting us know that they remember that we're on 13.3, and that is very, very cool. I want to shout out to our boy LS just to say that the Orianna wasn't picked. Is a difficult matchup for the Annie, but it's going to be the Azir this time.
Yeah,
it's not too bad into it.
It's really difficult to pick Orianna here and just assume that this is going to be mid, right? Because you have the flex of the R5 here as T1. That's why picking this Annie early in a draft and kind of tripping Live Sandbox up a little bit can be quite strong. And you don't want to, I mean, you can play Annie into the Azir, but it's very tricky, as we've already seen this season. And now you get the Akali counter matchup. Zeri and Annie into the Karma Ezreal is not going to feel great unless you have a lot of assistance from your jungler. So Owner is going to have to make some big impacts down there. Dodge some cocoons, level 3 fight we are definitely going to see with this Elise pick here on blue side around that blue buff. This is not going to be a slow game. This is going to be one of those games that has a lot of action early. Even if there's no kills, you're going to see Live Sandbox trying to push the envelope very early on, try to get some advantages.
Yeah, and I think that they should be able to find them as well, because once again, they're pretty considerably outranged on T1's side. I think that Live Sandbox should be able to up the ante pretty effectively in the early stage of the game. But we'll see. The cool kids, of course, this would be a time to panic for a lot of other teams. For them, though, it is not. They're straight back on the horse and seeing whether they can stay on it for this game number 3, because there is so much on the line here for this squad, right? Like, this is getting up to 3rd place contention instead of slipping all the way down to 5th, with the possibility of Hum Alive catching up to you in a week, Like, there's some really rough outcomes if they're not able to take the victory here. But if they are, oh man, really does solidify them as a top 3 team here in the LCK.
Based on what we saw today, that matchup against D plus Kia later on this week doesn't feel as big of a challenge as it did before the series began.
Yeah. Well, certainly a lot to look for here in this game as we hop onto the Rift for the 3rd and final of the series. T1 fans raising their voices quite high, as the win rate for Annie for Keria is not quite as high, but he has played 4 games in solo queue. Of course, we're not able to see what the results have been like in scrims, so he's obviously been doing a fair bit more practice than just solo queue, but from what I can find, it's only 4 games, 1 and 3.
And no doubt he has probably some secret accounts he's played on.
Yeah.
Where some of that is hidden, stuff like that, so want to make it too obvious, but see how he performs on this pick. Did go Airy here into this lane and is going to be playing a very defensive setup. Did take the Ignite. And I'm just hoping to weather the storm and then be essentially an engaged support. You think about engaged supports as melee supports like Nautilus or Leona oftentimes, or Braum sometimes, a little bit more niche, but Annie is a ranged version of basically long-range engage with a little bit of burst damage when played as support like this. And, we'll get to see what this looks like because Keria didn't, die at level 1.
It's 121 games. Oh, man. That's the same number as the name of my first car, which was a Mazda 121 Wolf. fun fact.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a good car.
Yeah, it was a very reliable, beautiful car for 10 years of my life.
What happened to it?
I sold it for $50 to a guy that wanted the parts when I moved to Korea.
Good call, good call.
Yeah, I was lucky to get that. I think I was going to have to pay some guy to take it away.
So you went down to the station and sold it for, you like were talking to some shady characters. You had to sell your speeder to
I did.
Falcon to get to Korea. And
yeah, I didn't have enough power converters. I couldn't get and needed them from the Tashi station. Otherwise, I wasn't able to make it to Korea.
Wasn't attacked by anybody or anything on the way there, luckily for him. As this is the level 3 for the Elise we were talking about, where Willer comes over here and tries to make an impact. And I love that Owner has just kind of gentleman's agreed his way away. Now, Baker needs to respect this. There's no vision here. He's not going to commit, but this is just Owner being like, yeah, I'm not gonna play that game. Not gonna come down here and try to defend. We're just gonna try to hold under turret. Keria, does he have a stun prepped? Yes.
Well, Gumushi is going to get the bad news that there is a snake down here, as he doesn't find the cocoon, but he's pulling the wave. Gumushi is still quite low. Kyle with his Ignite available, but and he's there threatening the stun. So
yeah.
You're not wanting to go for a dive because you can just get incinerated.
And now Owner's just going to go counter jungle. Like, this is super smart from Owner. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to make too much of an impact here in the early part of this versus an Elise unless I avoid the cocoon. Keria's just holding that stun, holding that stun.
Yeah, and as long as he does so, it's very, very difficult to dive.
That's basically impossible. And Guma, Keria, neither of them taking a ton of damage from this poke, so they can just kind of hold their ground here, and Owner's getting advantages elsewhere. Might even be able to set up for a gank here on top side. I don't think he'll actually commit to it, but Willer is very far behind the curve now.
Yeah, and should actually lose almost his entire topside jungle as well. You can see Owner is able to take down the Gromp, and the blue buff no longer there. So it is going to be Rift Scuttle now taken for Owner. At least on her way through, the Elise was able to take down the Rift Scuttler on the southern side. So they are going to go 1-for-1 on that front, but there are a couple of camps that are missing now from the Spider Lady. But T1 in a great position as Owner lands the Q. I love this guy's Lee Sin, man, as he flashes on top of the Azir, but it's a decent little snare, but he was holding onto the turret aggro. Faker didn't want to flash. He saw that the turret shot was in the air, so didn't want to waste it.
Well, that's a kill going over to this Elise. An assist picked up for Closer. Could have been a lot worse. Really nice play there from Willer, who is able to realize quickly enough to get over there for the cocoon. Does hit it. And Owner's such a bro, man, tanking it for so long, but...
Yeah, it was very close. As there's the heal. Goomer's in trouble. Envy and Kyle, this is very reminiscent to game number 1.
And there are limits to how long you could just kind of sit back here and hold against this Karma Ezreal without any help. And because Owner has left this lane out to dry, sure, they held the stun for a really long time and were able to stave off the pressure and stop that first gank. Eventually, the pressure does mount up. A plate does go over to Envy and Kyle, and we'll see this back timing come through. As this is how this all starts off, as Owner's Lee Sin is so good. Ward hops here, predicts Closer's sidestep to the right, tanks these turret shots for a little bit longer, but unfortunately Faker not willing to flash here.
Yep, and I think he would have died there if he did as well, so actually really heads up to make sure that he doesn't throw away the summoner spell.
Yeah, I think it was the right call.
Yeah, and gets himself a kill in the meantime. So first blood certainly going to make that one worth it. As Kyle just throws out a Q, having a good time. And level 5 for Faker hits that level 6 now. Perfect execution online. And he's going to use it immediately. Got to make sure that you get these things on cooldown. Let's see whether he uses it now. There it is! And Faker, the first blood solo kill.
Doesn't even need to flash. Calm and collected as Willer.
Yeah, he's going to try and get one back onto Owner here as he goes up into the sky. Comes back down, and there's the kill, but it's answered immediately. Gumayushi picking that one up. Keria now trying to get these stuns down, but it's a double kill. Once again for Kyle, but Faker is coming. Flashes forward, gets into the shroud now as Envy. Hit by the backflip. Faker, are you going to go back in? The answer is no. They're going to eat some honey fruit instead. They're just a little bit peckish, and that is absolutely fine. Big boulder toss. Onto Zeus, wants the stun, leap strike. Has to get out that ward. Ooh. Throws a house at him as now Zeus throws out the ulti, but he's put himself back in range. Another leap strike comes in, and man, Getting a bit close up there. Zayas hadn't teleported yet.
Too close for comfort, and you do see Willer and Owner both coming over here to try to make sure there's no additional shenanigans happening after that exchange. That fight on the bottom side was so well played by Envy and Kyle, as yes, Faker does pull off the solo kill, has that level 6 advantage, plays it perfectly there, and Closer doesn't have flash, he knows it. Faker doesn't have to flash in the mid exchange, but then we move into that fight in the bottom side. These are the kind of skirmishes that Ezreal Karma love to take even in the early game, and Envy just basically doesn't miss. As we'll watch the first part of this as level 6 is hit from Faker. Closer gets greedy trying to zone him away with his cannon up. And it's just taken out. Good backflip. Faker ults for this. Doesn't even need to flash.
Yeah, really smooth stuff.
And then this fight down here, Keria uses his stun onto this Elise. They turn it with the cocoon onto Owner. And this is where things get really nasty, right? Willer doing some great sidestepping here, and Envy shows up and does so much damage. Faker's just not willing to commit to this fight early. So a lot of money given over to Live Sandbox in what was initially a disastrous situation. Good movement here from Envy and Kyle, even during the Shroud. And Envy is going to get out of there. No kill additionally picked up for him there, but 2 kills for the Karma.
Yep, nicely done. Faker also flashed through a Mystic Shot
Yeah, that was cool.
in that fight. That was pretty cool. Didn't really do anything, but just, you know, it was cool.
Slick.
Yeah. You like slick plays. As Envy coming on over, getting some damage down. As things much more even than they were in game number 1 towards the bottom side for the Zeri. Still not out of the woods just yet, and an Ezreal in a composition like this is going to be having a really fun time. There's not a lot of range on T1, and he's very slippery.
Ooh, missed the Elise here. I don't think it'll be too impactful. Zoner knows he's got to be somewhere, right? Now he sees him.
Yeah, there's the backflip. Emperor's Divide comes through as Faker's hit by the cocoon. It's the special delivery. As he dives in, he wants to commit to it. There's the perfect execution, but Closer, he'll just set up the Sand Soldier and grab the kill.
Oh, this
really
was
nice.
so well played from Closer and Willer. They know Faker wants to go in on this. Closer has the Emperor's Divide set up, and then the cocoon right afterwards played so well. Faker's like, oh, maybe I could actually trick them here and go back in on this and get away, and he almost does, but it's not quite enough. Closer does have to flash for the kill, and Drake still open here.
Yeah.
As this play, like, they didn't know where Willer was initially, and the call comes through as Willer is seen. And Owner's already like, this is actually not the right call. He's already backing out. Faker tries to go back in to maybe escape here with Zayas coming back down. The flash comes through. He is taken out.
Yep, and now T1 are going to be able to regroup onto this Drake. So they'll take the first one. A solo mountain feels real nice. Next Drake going to be that Hex Tech. So likelihood of a great Drake coming through for our third one is less likely. But 25% chance, you know.
Yeah.
That does happen a quarter of the time.
Certainly does.
Yeah. And Willer is now just going to go back to his jungle, see what he can do, because he's falling behind just a little bit on the Elise.
The game state here is really hard to define who is ahead in because there are small advantages on both sides, right? Faker having 2 kills picked up here early. And you do see, you know, small advantages here for Envy. He didn't pick up those kills. It was actually the Karma, so very frustrating. If he has the kills, you feel very good about your 1,000 gold lead here for Live Sandbox. You still feel good about it, but it's not exactly the one you wanted here, as the top lane is kind of muted and not important for the moment, which is good news for Live Sandbox. If the Jax is ahead, you feel terrible. He's going to pick up a plate here. But this game is still anyone's to take at this stage in time, and the Zeri being denied more farm here is exactly what you want to be doing as Live Sandbox.
Yep. Kamushi going to try and dash out of the way of the Mantra Q, but not quite able to. Keria is going to move on down as that stun primed. And Willer lurking once again towards his blast cone. Spots out Owner and that ward as well. As Faker once again underneath the turret. Level disadvantage right now for the Akali, but not too worried about the situation. Only down a few CS after that most recent death.
And both of these 80 carries scale extremely well for different reasons, right? The Zeri is going to zip around a team fight once there's enough damage done and she has enough free reign. The CC is gone, the ults are gone. You know, she's going to do very well in those fights. She has Keria to buy some space here in this game with the Annie, or potentially even set up an early kill. Speaking of, Keria is coming over here.
Yeah, managing to take down these wards. Keria just walking around with that stun primed.
I mean, he's got Flash Tibbers. Always got to respect it.
Yeah. Crossfire Annie skin as well. I'm not against it.
One of the things, too, Atlas, in this comp for T1 that I really like is that there's not much of a way to track Faker and prevent him from flanking in team fights, as Kuma is going to have to dash away. Because the Akali is kind of the X factor here for T1 in that, you know, you've got a Gnar who's trying to manage his Gnar bar. On the other side, isn't going to be able to keep Faker out. You have an Azir, not quite able to do that. Very fragile versus this Akali. So if Faker doesn't fall too far behind here, he is going to be such a big threat in these neutral fights. And without that, you feel really terrible with this comp, right? Because Ezreal just eventually going to chip away at everybody. The Azir going to be able to chip away at everybody, and it becomes a very frustrating war of attrition that setting up on objectives for T1 is kind of hard to win. But that Akali, still very relevant here.
No, 100%. True Shot Barrage, not going to find Gumushi there. Would have done a fair bit of work, but not going to land. Carrier hit by that Q, as Willa just always lurking here in this bottom lane, making sure that Envy holds on to that advantage that he has. His Essence Reaver is done, but that Manamune to come through next.
Karya's damage numbers in this game are going to be so low because he's just constantly holding a stun.
Yeah.
He's never going to use his abilities. He's not able to help, you know, push these waves back. He doesn't really want to either. It's just going to let Guma soak it all up. But once again, looking for that flash. Timbers engaged now in mid.
Ow. Okay, Fertile trading back quite nicely against Zeus. Looked real bad at the very beginning, but as soon as Jack starts walking away, it can be rough.
Karya not in range to try to set up for this, but definitely wants to fish for something. And the respect that's being shown here for Live Sandbox, they're like, all right, well, Karya's not bot, so we push that hard. Closer, watch out. Karya, we don't know where he is exactly. There's a lot of wards here, so if he tries to get too close, you will see him, but just stay under your turret. This allows Faker to farm here without any worries. It's just the threat of this Annie alone for Karya has to be respected by Live Sandbox, and so far they are.
Yeah, no, they're playing very well around it. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the first skirmish that we get, though, because we haven't really seen how it's going to play out if we are going to fight for something like this next Drake in, you know, 35 seconds or so.
I think it's really hard for T1 right now because, yes, Faker does have his Mythic, but he's not a big enough threat right now to where he could blow up a minion R very quickly or kill an Ezreal. So these neutral fights I was talking about with the range advantage here for Ezreal versus the Zeri into this Annie, with the Azir having Leandries, is what's tricky for T1. Now they are here first. Let's see if Faker can find an angle, because otherwise you're just going to see Envy and Closer chip away at these health bars and eventually push them away.
Yeah, and we need to see decisiveness from T1 against this composition, and we'll see whether they actually have it in them. Game number one looked a little bit muted on that front. Well, actually, no. They were forcing a lot of fights. They were just losing them.
Yeah.
Which is also not necessarily so good. It's very different to the state of the game right now, where it's going to be very important that they stay on the front foot. Live Sandbox, though, they just want to hold them in position. True Shot Barrage barely going to miss Carrier there. The only target, of course.
The only other thing that T1 have going for them later on in the game in terms of setting up for neutrals is this Jax that can just kill turrets while you're being indecisive. And Live Sandbox a little bit indecisive here, catching this wave. And T1 getting 2 Drakes here for free is not what you want. They definitely should be contesting this. And now grouping around the right side, Closer got the crossfire set.
Yeah, and the teleport to come through here from Bertle. T1 just going to back away immediately. They're going to be like, all right, Zeus, you take yourself a turret, and we'll give away this dragon. Next one will be the Cloud Soul. I feel like T1 gets the most Cloud Souls out of any team.
They really do. I mean, it's LCK, so we get a lot of them. T1 play a lot of games. Faker plays 800.
Yep.
Zeus gets almost a whole turret here, but he's not actually able to get it. So what could have been very bad here macro-wise is still pretty bad, but the money's not going to go over just yet. And getting a teleport out of an R, allowing you to push a little bit more here, but Zeus was not set up. He was actually basically under turret before this, so not able to take the whole thing out. Later on, this Jax will be threatening inners and maybe even inhibitors when we get to those late game objectives like Baron and Elder. Soul fights.
It is definitely telling a story about how this game is going, as I'll hold that thought. Ona's going to move over. Cocoon is going to layer that CC. Leap Strike gets Zeus relatively out of danger, but now the bear comes down! Oh no, bears versus spiders. You know, you always take the bear on that one, as good night Karma as well. Bertle now underneath his turret. Is he safe there? The answer is yes for now. True Shot Barrage. It's Faker for a little bit of damage, but not too much, and that is the first decisive win for T1 in the fight.
It's reminiscent of Game 1. You know, the Akali is ready to turn this fight with the stun coming through from Karya. We saw just last game. Okay, hold up.
All right, we'll see whether Gumyushi can actually win the 1v1 here, as the Burst Fire has been landing quite effectively. He'll close the gap, and Envy gets into the brush and picks up the solo!
Oh man, Guma's got that cheeky grin on his face because he knows without that flash play, he actually has got this one in the bag. Really nicely played from Envy. There's no ward in the brush, and he ends up taking out the kill. Top side of the map, Herald goes over to T1. But this is so reminiscent of game one where you had the Nami blocking that engage, and then the turn comes through with the Akali. This time, defensive Annie ultimate here when this gets forced super hard into a choke point. Keria is here. They have no vision of this Annie support. Stun is prepped, and oops, we went too far. And then Zeus gets out, and look who's coming. Akali, this time it's Faker, not Closer. I mean, both of these game 1s and 3s have such parallels in how these fights can go.
Yeah, let's have a look at this fight one more time, though, because a few of these Qs went wide, and if he lands one extra one, guys, it is a dead Ezreal.
And a few of Envy's Qs like blocked by minions and stuff. He plays it so well.
진짜. 말도 안 된다. 와.
He's like, I can't
no way.
believe it. Yeah. There's not even words for this. If you want to literally translate it. Can't believe it. And that's a lot of money going over to an Ezreal.
Yeah,
so
and, he's now got his couple of items, building towards what could be a Duskblade. You know, we've seen quite a few different third items to be picked up for the Ezreal.
Might be a Kraken Slayer variant we've seen sometimes as third item for the first, for the Mythic coming through later. See what he decides to build here. Has a pretty significant gold lead with obviously that pressure in the bottom side with the Karma, that pick there. So making things seem less bad here for Live Sandbox after what was a disastrous fight there into Keria's Annie.
Yeah, and now the game state is extremely even. A dragon apiece. You've got the extra turret for T1, which is keeping the minute, given the CS advantage in mid lane and bottom lane. As Faker coming on over, and Closer is not going to be too worried, able to stand his ground for now.
90 seconds till this Drake spawns. T1 still holding on to Herald here. Could just try to drop it mid to open up the map a little bit more. Obviously top side very much in their control with this Jax pick, so no help needed.
Nice little cocoon, but not going to stick around to take the follow-up damage. Q connects onto Envy. As Ona, he definitely has some playmaking potential on this Lee Sin. It's been so long since we've been gifted with an Ona Lee Sin game. I'm hoping to see some of these cool kick flash plays.
This is the first time Faker's had a really big Akali flank angle too, setting up for an objective where they don't know where he is. He is over here on the side, but they're just not going to wait for him. They're just going to push this turret down, it looks like.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage.
Here he comes.
Still not able to get into position to truly siege.
Saw the hook bait ping there as well, where Faker was. Like, don't get baited, guys. Let's back off. This turret, so low, but we're not going to lose the game over it. And this is the problem that you have in sides that gets bigger and bigger and bigger every time these objective setups take longer. Your siege on mid isn't successful quickly enough, and the Jax starts to get further ahead.
Well, Owner, I believe, walked over that ward. That's what Jonas Strong was letting us know. So no one going to be stepping too far forward. Faker splitting on the bottom side, 1-3-1, certainly a viable win condition here for T1. Not so much for Live Sandbox, but they win fights in the neutral really beautifully, and they can fight around objectives and turn when they get those Nabars into position and things like that. So it's going to be a different way to win this game for Live Sandbox.
And if they could track this Akali too, because they've had a decent amount of vision control with that Ezreal pick around the bottom side, but it's kind of fading away here. Now Faker takes this last ward away. Now they're going to use this Herald with the perfect timing of the Drake spawn. Zeus on a flank angle.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage going to find Ona, but he's not going to worry about it too much. Shirley gets a bit of a headache. And now the Drake going to be considered. T1 should be in position to collect that. Live Sandbox might take the mid lane outer turret as tax unless Gumyushi Keria can hold on to the wave. And it looks like they should be able to do so while they manage to take down the dragon.
Don't think they could start Baron, but looking for a pick here potentially on the Keria, but he's got that defensive stun, so very difficult to pull this off. And T1 playing this perfectly, you know, sending just enough damage to Drake while making sure you've got this Baron scouted out, while having Keria in the perfect position to deny any siege of that turret. And yeah, Gnar going to get some damage on top side, but very insignificant compared to what T1 get here. And they're even going to be able to defend this with a TP.
Yeah, teleport comes through from Faker. Holds onto that top outer turret. Nar can now move into the river, and this does give them enough space to grab the outer turret finally. Another teleport going to come through. Bertle just on keep away duty.
Something that we haven't talked about with Live Sandbox that much because it's been mostly clutch team fighting and some really strong early games that has, you know, stolen away, we thought at first, some of these critical games, but now it's just been their consistent playstyle is the macro we are seeing. You know, matching these teleports very well, playing these neutral fights extremely well. You know, instead of just kind of backing away and letting T1 get everything, they're constantly threatening that turret, but not overforcing, not walking into the tippers this time. You know, sieging it up, eventually getting that down, letting the teleport go bottom side there to defend the turret, knowing that, yes, Faker is top alone there, but they already lost their outer turret top side, so they can let these minions push through, and look who's there to catch it. Closer there on the top side. Macro plays we haven't really seen from Live Sandbox, even in the previous iteration we saw last year that almost went to Worlds. Love to see this kind of adaptation and growth with this team so early on in the season. I mean, we're hitting the halfway point here. This is literally the halfway point right now, but good macro plays here. Not something I thought we'd be talking about too much as Live Sandbox matching T1's macro, but it's the world we're living in.
It is. And their communication has just looked really crisp, right? Like, their ability to relay information well between one another to understand what the smartest choices to make at any given time as a team are has been very impressive, and far more impressive than what I was expecting from a team that, you know, yeah, Closer and Kyle, they were on this before, and Envy was there in the sidelines, but Willer and Bertle just joining, and I didn't expect them to be able to come together so effectively, especially around this jungler that has really fit in with this squad so beautifully. And he's now going to come down towards the bottom side. Let's see whether Zeus is going to be all right. Counter-Strike now on cooldown as he dives into the brush. And he leap strikes to try and get away. Has to flash as well, as there's the flash after him from Bertle. Gets the stun with the Counter-Strike and is going to make it out.
Yeah, it looks like just a little bit too close to the Jax there, unfortunately, to make the play happen. Not going to expend a flash Willer, that is, for that chase. So flash for flash of the top laners. Really huge, actually, for both of these champions for their ability to team fight later on, but Jack's hoping that with this extra Drake of buffer, maybe he won't be in this next team fight. He'll just be fighting PvE.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, it's more important to have that flash on
the Gnar
for the next team fight. He should have it relatively soon, but if we're going to be taking that Cloud Drake on spawn, will be not available. So, is important. See whether it's going to be that important.
This is one of the most timid games I have ever seen T1 play, where there's just so much respect being shown, right? You have Guma just trying to farm it out. He's 1-1 on this Zeri pick. You have Owner's Lee Sin, but he's 1-1-3. Like, normally he's either basically won the game by 10 minutes, or you know, we're in a mid-game where he's trying to make ganks happen non-stop. Like, he's just kind of passively setting up these objectives, letting this Zeri farm, because that's one of their win conditions in this comp. Faker has gone for a more defensive build with his Verdant Barrier coming through for the Banshee's Veil. There's the Muramana, or not Muramana, the Malmortius complete here for Owner. So again, also defensive itemization here against all this magic damage and this Azir for those neutral fights.
Yeah, I actually really like the amount of magic damage that T1 have indexed into when you've got the Elise Azir as the mid-jungle.
Yeah.
Certainly feels really strong. Quick Blade's done second for Gumayusi also, so passing the test as far as this patch's itemization is concerned.
Absolutely.
Feeling pretty pleased about it. Carrier does have the Shurelya's up and available.
It almost feels like mutually assured destruction in a lot of ways in these team fights, but like the way that you could set this up is so strong for the attacker that both teams are playing so defensively.
Yeah. No, it does certainly get a little bit rough. You can see Gumayusi having to sidestep a lot of this pressure the Live Sandbox are putting on.
And if it takes a long time for T1 to engage or react, we've talked about this the whole game, but the Ezreal poke is going to come through. This is greedy. There is a ward here on this Baron.
Yeah, they have full vision of what's going on here.
They don't know where Carrier is.
Willa can dive in, and it looks like T1 are just baiting a team fight. They just want to be able to get a turn, as there's the flash bear. They'll dive on top of Envy, who uses all of his dashes, but he cannot escape. Kyle, so incredibly low, and Faker just dives on top of him. Willa gonna get taken out as well. That turn was just beautiful, and T1 will now take the Baron for real.
This is one of those moments where if you're in the coaching booth, you're gonna be screaming and pulling your hair out as Live Sandbox. You knew Carrier was on the edge there. You saw him for just a brief moment. You were checking constantly with those cues. You had the Spiderlings coming in to try to identify him. You saw him once, And it's Envy who's caught by the flash engage, the one person who cannot be caught by this Annie. Envy steps one step too far forward. They're trying to get that chip damage done, and that's the end of the fight. Look at this, they spot him, and Envy still just doesn't respect it. He's looking for Qs over here.
Yeah.
That's not it. We have to criticize this because this might be the game-losing play. You are the Ezreal. You have to fight this neutral. You have to chip away at T1 and force them to turn, but you don't want to be in range of that Annie. You know she's over there, and that's a mistake that's going to cost Liv Sandbox big. And great turn, as you mentioned, from T1, constantly threatening that flash Tibbers. Beautifully played.
It was beautifully done by T1. Like you, I think the criticism's absolutely necessary. But also, T1's ability to dive on top of this composition that requires so much setup is exactly how they need to play. We illustrated this earlier on. Great to see that T1's actually able to do so, right? Because in game number 1, they were making a lot of those aggressive moves, but it was the wrong timings to do so. This time, exactly the right play to make at that point in time, and does illustrate that T1 definitely has a lot more experience behind them.
Just Liv Sandbox not being patient enough, Envy in particular, with the rest of the team rotating really well there. Identifying, I mean, they 100% knew Keria likely here. They checked several times. And, you know, like Liv Sandbox starting to feel the pressure here as T1 are so decisive. They make these Baron calls and they set up these defensive plays where a trap has been set. And all Liv Sandbox had to do is not spring it, be a little bit more patient there, but you still have to consider the HLE angle, right? Like the turn is pretty decent here with the Jax too. So many threats, so many different things to worry about, and the experience not quite there yet.
Well, Zeus just going to walk in front here, looking to try and help siege down this turret. Couple of siege minions up and available as T1 playing this 4-1, or I guess 1-2-2. As the bear comes down into the mid lane, Envy taking a fair bit of damage, half of his health bar, now missing. As Zeus just standing in front of Ona. They're wanting to set up for some sort of play. Let's see whether he can find something as the Q lands, but he's not going to go in. Gumayusi with the extendo beam, going to take the turret, and they will back away for now. 44 seconds left on this Baron, and it looks like this inner turret will be their next prize.
I mean, this is such a huge Baron power play. Might crest 5,000 gold here. I think it's very likely.
Yeah, the gold was so even before that last fight.
And now you've given Faker the opportunity to build that third item very quickly here. Now the Jax is on 3, and the side lane is impossible. It's unplayable without help, which means the other side of the map becomes a lot more unlocked for T1. So those neutral fights we talked about where as Envy you're trying to chip away, right? The Azir, Leandra's chip away. You don't have the ability to even close the gap on that when you have to deal with this Jax and you're constantly defensively playing around the map, and T1 have all these vision traps they can set up. That Baron is really the back-breaking moment here potentially in this game. Now, Liv Sandbox do stave the pressure, no inhibitor turrets down or anything like that, but the amount of vision and map control this gave T1 just makes plays like the ones we've now seen twice from Keria here onto Envy so much more deadly. You can see the setting traps all day long, all over the map.
Well, Faker actually just diving on top of Closer there. Look at that. Is it like Akali poke damage? Is that what we call that?
I guess
he
so.
He has to go home.
He's about to have a death cap.
Yeah, it's a very, very scary situation here for Liv Sandbox. As Faker moves into his shroud.
Look at these control wards. So difficult to play around this as Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, they're just going to brute force this one. Shirelli is used there by Keria. Gets them on top of that turret. They will get rid of it. 2 minutes on the next Baron. 2 minutes on the next Dragon. And now a 6,000 gold buffer for T1 to play around. Cloud Soul on the table. Rabadon's almost done for Faker. And that last fight really was all that this game has come down to at this point in time.
It really feels like that's just going to be the deciding moment. And
I know what Highlight 1 is going to be, Wolf. Actually, maybe it's Highlight 2. Maybe we'll get some early game shenanigans.
There were some really cool plays early game from both teams.
Yeah.
Nothing that decided, like, this is the moment in the game where an advantage is made, but probably that Highlight, we'll probably see Highlight 1 as that top side play with the overextension into Keria's Tibbers. And, I mean, with that play from Keria right now, I mean, the guy has proven himself on so many supports this season. Hasn't played this one yet, but vision score he has here now with the map control is starting to really explode because he is clearing wards with Faker.
Woo! That extender beam did a lot of damage, Wolf.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, Kyle losing a lot of it. Faker still very patiently sitting in that brush. And Zeus,
this is the side lane threat.
Yeah, you were talking about this. Who's going to answer the Jax? And right now, the answer is no one. as Liv Sandbox pushing forward. It's getting dangerous though, as there is a lot of darkness around them. Faker is going to sweep this, knows what's going on, as Closer is looking to turn this on to Owner. Can the kick actually work out is the question. The answer is absolutely not, as Faker dives on in onto Envy. The backflip is nullified as Faker goes golden as well. True Shot Barrage is timed a little bit off, but Closer's still going to dive in on top of him. That backflip, oh, just barely missing, and Carrier locks down the kill on the Ezreal in the end, and now Zeus looking to tidy it up. Man, it was so close to Liv Sandbox finding it, but it's just not quite enough, and these wallets are pretty heavy.
I mean, Envy has had so many heroic plays. His 1v1 against Skooma, his ability to outplay there, the flash was beautiful, but the true shot is mistimed, and he's caught out alone there as they failed the chase because of that missed true shot, and T1 have this map unlocked. Multiple inhibitors going down now, and I mean, Envy, 100% he's a cool kid, like, no doubt, but a bit of a panic in this one, and Liv Sandbox, the base is in tatters. This is sole point here for T1. They could just kite back to the Drake and take that Cloud Soul. Baron is also up, so everyone needs to reset. They need to make sure they can set up vision here so they don't get traded by Liv Sandbox. But this fight was a little bit sloppy, and this is one of the best ways you could disengage with this composition as Liv Sandbox is just chase the flanker and kite back. And look at Kyle here setting Envy up for success. Envy with a stopwatch timing here that's perfect. Faker has to also match him. And then the True Shot Barrage missing here. It's so huge because Faker being alive, he chases over the wall there, gets Jackson. Okay, this is it. This is your last chance, Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox are going for it. And Willa, he's landed a few of these. Let's see whether he can get it. Zeus, he runs at the enemy team and then ends up in the Baron pit. It is going to be secured by Owner. Willa goes golden, but he's now just in the back of this pit and all hell will break loose. Kyle going to be targeted by Owner, does manage to make it out at least for a moment, but I think that is just it. There is the ace. T1 will move to sole possession of first place here as they round out the first round robin of Spring 2023 with a victory.
Carrier looking like he's probably going to pick up the solo POG tonight. Atlas with this performance on the Annie, catching Envy out. Liv Sandbox so close,
yeah,
but so far. And I mean, game one, you crush T1, you deal with their defensive aggression. Game two, you get absolutely obliterated, never a chance, never a prayer. And then game three, the one even game we have, the one game where it's back and forth and everything's going right. You're hitting that chip damage, you're matching Faker, you know where Carrier is, you're not going to get caught by that Tibbers. You made one mistake top side, but you were pushing to stop that Baron turn and you had everything right. And then Envy just steps forward one more time, one step too far, looking for the Qs, trying to punish this Annie, trying to spot her out. And T1, they get you.
Yeah.
They will punish you. Carrier hits the stuns, and T1 walk away with the victory here. But this was closer, I think, than almost any fan could have predicted going into this best of three tonight.
No, I agree. I think it was absolutely fantastically played by Liv Sandbox. I think T1, they had to make, they went back after that game one. They're like, oh, this team's legit. Like, we have to bring out everything if we're going to take on this squad. They absolutely did so. The little interaction between Zeus and Bertel, they're really, really cute. Of course, the two of them have been close for a really long time. So great seeing them continue the camaraderie even after it was a difficult loss there. But still, Gumiushi being a bit of a bear, I think that was Carrier's job in this particular game. But still, T1 played fantastically. Game number 2. Game 3, definitely had to work for it, right? Like, that bottom side of the map wasn't going the greatest. I think Liv Sandbox had some really good ideas for how they were playing it out. Just not quite enough to get them a victory against a team that has been consistently extremely good here in the LCK. And I think that Liv Sandbox, with the record that they have now, should feel extremely proud of themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely should be proud. Almost beating T1 here, taking down huge names on the way, and that win over KT Rolster, you know, means a lot more as we start to see KT Rolster's power level spike towards the end of the first round robin. And
yeah,
what's crazy to me about T1 is they can play so many different styles, so many different compositions. It's hard to define what T1 is. A lot of people say, oh, they're an early game team. They get those first turrets. They like to fight over objectives early. They snowball very fast. Their macro is great. But then they'll also play a slow game like this where Guma's having a bit of struggles, right? He's just sitting under turret, but the way Carrier plays the Annie and into this weird specific Ezreal karma, he's like, no, I'm just holding stun, stopping the dives, pushing back these waves, holding on to turret. Now we're going to look for the punish plays around the map. Like, there's just nothing that T1 can't play. It's insane. Okay, maybe Twitch support, but besides that, like, there's nothing they can't play.
No one can play Twitch support though, Wolf. That one is deemed an impossibility.
Yeah, it should not play. As this is what I was joking would probably be HL1 as the overextension into Keria here. And I mean, all Keria did this game was hold stuns and wait for the perfect moment. And the perfect moment came twice.
Yeah,
really.
He just dropped bears, man, and he dropped bears at exactly the right times. You love to see it. I really liked how T1 also flexed the Annie pick as well. You can understand now why Live Sandbox was respecting it so much, actually banning it away there in the second game.
Closer having a really good game of Azir here, despite having to play it into the Akali, and you know, just kind of walking face up into that one because unfortunately the Annie is flexible, and it was the best option for him to take. This fight also started off really well for Live Sandbox, and then Envy misses the true shot and then just walks around here into an exposed T1. Like, this is unfortunate, gets caught here. I think a little bit of pressure on this player who's had such a great turnaround this season.
No, he has, and I think that like it was a difficult position for him to play in at that point in time, and yeah, he made a couple of mistakes, but it's not the hugest deal. That was a 50-50 in the end, but T1 in such a good position for this team fight, as we'll have a listen to them as they finish this one off.
Oh, no fun in this game.
Why is Irani so good, is the question.
I think, did Keria just... Did he say speaking Japanese? Yeah.
Is that a Japanese word?
Itadakimasu, like, to enjoy. Like, I'm gonna enjoy it, basically. Korean variant, 잘 먹겠습니다. Interesting that he would speak Japanese there jokingly there at the end. I mean, he does end up doing 8,000 damage this game. Notice his early game damage very low on this Andy because he was just holding stun.
Well, sometimes if you let Tibbers just roam around in a team fight, you just do a fair bit of damage there. I think there are a lot of people sweating after game one. In the end, T1 do manage to get the victory, but I don't think you're feeling any worse about Live Sandbox. I think you're still feeling absolutely fantastic about this team. The cool kids that never panic, still looking great after round one. Let's throw it over to the space, though, and the boys can break down that series.
Thank you, casters, for that awesome series. And yes, the boys over here will break down the series. That was a pretty fun game number 3. We actually did have it be pretty close between Live Sandbox and T1. What did you think, Chronicler? How were T1 able to eventually pick that one up?
I really loved this game. This was a super cool game after 2 very one-sided stomps. In game 1, T1 helped a little bit. In game 2, Sandbox didn't do anything at all and just got pummeled. But this one really was a back and forth. The Annie to me is green because Annie at this point in the draft does 2 things. One, it's still a flex pick because in the right matchup can pick it into mid as well. But I also think that not just what we saw in game, which was obviously high impact engages, but it's important to note that Emax Annie has a Molten Shield which gives you up to 50% movement speed. On like a 6-second cooldown with like a 3-second uptime. So like that is already insane. And if you add that then to Zeri, who gets 10% extra movement speed whenever she gets a shield on top of her, right? Like, I think the combo in of itself is already really cool, even disregarding how strong the pick was, because again, Keria got the game-winning play. Then we have side lanes, advantageous here for T1. I wouldn't even mind if at some point we see more of this Lee, because even though it wasn't that interesting, I just love seeing Lee. I think it was there. It wasn't really main point of the game. Honor had a good game, but yeah. To me the Annie was kind of the pivotal pick, and then the Ezreal Karma on the other end.
Yeah, Onor's also kind of proven that he can pick these weird things in game 3s where you feel like it's necessary, or even sometimes game 2 if he decides we stomp them hard enough in game 1 and they're not really much of a threat to us, a la the Nidalee the other day. So yeah, pretty cool stuff in the draft that we did have, and T1 eventually did pick it up. Let's take a look at the first highlight. This is, note guys, 25 minutes into the game, and again, like the casters did, we do want to highlight the amount of vision that was given and how the Annie should have been spotted.
And it's just a mistake, and this happens. Sandbox is, if we pull up, the game played statistic in this game, I mean, Faker's there, so obviously it's a bit of an unfortunate scenario, but it's spotted there. And I don't know if this is Envy. The Q to me signals that he is aware, just isn't respecting enough. because might also have been looking elsewhere, right? But that cue kind of signals that he probably was aware that Annie was there, just not respecting. And then the immediate Zeri follow-up is there as well. He also at that point has all his summoners, and he has a Karma, so I think maybe a false sense of security. It's unfortunate that we have to highlight Envy's mistake, but it's also important to note that Keria got like that dream play that you're looking for as an Annie. And the fact that Sandbox up until that point was in a very even state to win the game, I don't want to, you know, they wanted to win, and they could have won maybe if that mistake wasn't made. But this in of itself is such an incredible overperformance for a team that we all expected was going to be like, what did we have, like 8 or 9
I think
coming
all of us
into
put
the
him
split?
8th or 9th.
We talked about it in the POC state at
the
depth.
very beginning, yeah. So we do have highlight number 2 as well. This is in the mid lane. This is kind of just towards the end of the game where Liv Sandbox, you know, still believing, still pushing on. They weren't that far behind, but
yeah, this is already the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, we do have the double TPs coming in, and it looks a bit dicey here initially because of how far Owner is up from the rest of them. But then Faker goes in very aggressively, somehow gets out, still don't know how that happened. Just a little bit extra damage could have been a difference maker, but it creates this really big spread out fight that champions like DRX and Zeri love, right? And just allow them to win the team fight subsequently. And again, T1 at that point was already 6k gold up, but it really was just that one play that tilted the game, and there was not really any coming back because T1 got like 4 turrets and Soul, or Soul Point at the very least, so it just was kind of over after that.
and that's one of the things, like, you got to be really consistent and really not make any mistakes.
Yep.
Unless you're going to stomp them, which they did in game 1, but then T1 kind of like, oh, okay, we're awake now. Let's play our game. So they got there eventually. Let's see who on their team does pick up the POG, as it will be Keria on Annie, to the surprise of nobody.
Not surprising at all. Outstanding performance, found the big engages, and I love this Annie pick because on the current patch, thank God it's hotfixed because it was like even more busted. But you see that the champion both has really high impact moments, like these big Tibbers ults when Sandbox clearly isn't really used to playing against this champion yet. You have to respect the instant AoE stun.
Yeah.
And this build obviously doesn't provide as much damage on Tibbers or as much survivability as the mid or the AP variation of Annie does. But as mentioned, I do think that the Molten Shield is still incredibly strong. Like with Aerie and Shirelias, still will get a ton of value out of that. So overall, super clean game from Keria. Is going to surpass Owner. So, Owner, come on, man. Get it together. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Only 600 POG points. Yeah, we actually, yeah. And we do, okay. Well, I don't.
They waited for game 8:01 to make it a little bit less obvious. Yeah, I understand. That makes a lot of sense. 278 shield Annie, maybe the amount of shields in the game.
Yeah, I think or might be the amount of actual damage that was shielded. Could be the utility as well. I'm always a bit iffy with shield. Shield statistics.
But we do have the interview ready, guys, so let's hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, and Keria, the solo POG on the side of T1, is here with us for the interview. Congratulations! You guys closed out the first round robin as a first place team of the LCK Spring. How do you feel? Liv Sandbox's performance has been looking great this split, so we were a little bit nervous about this match, but I'm so relieved that we got the win against them. At the end of game 3, in the player comp, you were pretty confident about this POG, and you did secure the POG, and you are the sole POG leader as a support player right now. Well, I was expecting a POG, but Zeus was calling out like, I love you, Keria, your Annie was great, so I was like, maybe I deserve POG. And I will keep up the great work. I will, maintain my spot on top of the POG leaderboard until the end of the split. Today, we were looking forward to seeing a very intense, competition between the two teams on the west side of the bracket. How do you see today's match in general? Well, I think I underperformed in game 1, so it was a really big bummer. But I think we were able to play according to our comp and our theme in game 2 and 3. Exactly like you said, you had the angry T1 mode activated in game 2. It was a stomp. So what did you focus on heading into game number 2 after losing the first game? I mean, it was more about, me just playing so bad in game number 1. I made a lot of fundamental mistakes. So we wanted to play blue side in game 2, and we already were thinking about game 3 draft. Yeah, I mean, Kyle did win POG on Nami by controlling the bottom lane so early on. So were you happy that you got the POG in game 2?
상대팀 맞은편 포지션의 선수를 카메라로
So
비추는데
after we get POG,
내면에 무언가가 끓어오르더라고요.
usually the POG gets a solo, and then they also put the opponent laner on a solo camera as well. So when a cameraman walked towards me, I was feeling a little bit happy finding out my opponent, support is getting the POG, but I was able to get POG in game 2, so I was so relieved. And Keria, your Lux is undefeated so far, 7-0. And together with Caitlyn, this bottom duo is undefeated. Did you know that? No idea. So Caitlyn Lux seems undefeatable, But what is the main factor of that duo?
정글이라고 생각합니다.
Jungler and mid laner. Well, people say League of Legends is all about the bottom lane right now. Why do you think so? It doesn't really matter. As long as you don't have your jungler around you, you cannot really pressure as well, together with the mid laner. So we need the priority from jungle and mid in order to have the bottom duo to push the wave and exert pressure. But I'm not speaking of today. I think our bottom duo did a great job today. And in game number 2, you were able to, create so many outplays on your own. How do you think of your Lux performance? I think it's only decent. It's alright, but it's not extremely good. It's not bad. It's just okay.
팀운이 좋은 거죠.
I just got good team. I'm just lucky. And in game 3, we had a very interesting comp. Elise was let through, and then T1 went for Annie support and Lee Sin. Was Annie supposed to be a mid lane pick and rotated towards support, or were you just going for Annie support from the beginning? Yeah, we were thinking of some rotations, some potential mid lane Annie, but at the end of the draft, we kind of realized support Annie fits better. So Zeri Annie, we're not really that familiar with that comp. Tell us about it. Zeri Annie has, or they have better value in the late game. So Annie is so good at creating dive angles, so she's really good at it. And we had some outplay happening around the Baron in game 3, so let's take a look at this replay. So you were able to just find Ezreal in the back line. How did you set this up? We didn't want to go for the dragon fight because I knew it was not going to be an easy fight for us, so we wanted to set up play around the Baron, and we were setting up visions, and I think we were able to pull it off nicely. Yeah, I mean, we were able to find the enemies really well. And we had Owner's Lee Sin making its comeback as well. His Owner's Lee Sin is also 31-4 in LCK. Was he vocal about it? After the patch, we did practice Lee Sin time to time, but we were not that confident about it. But today, Owner told us that he's really, really confident in playing Lee Sin today, so we went for it. Were you guys considering some support Lee Sin action? Anytime. I'm always ready. And Faker also set a new record in the LCK. He was the first player to play 800th game of the LCK. Any words over to Faker? I respect you, that's really cool. I'll be right after you. I'll get there. And T1, your next opponent will be T1 versus Gen G matchup. That's gonna be your first matchup, the second round robin. We're playing up against Lip Sandbox and then Gen G, so it's gonna be, solidifying our spot on the top spot, the first place. So it's gonna be a must-win match for us. And this is with the end of the interview from Keria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As T1, they get the win. Of course, we just wanted to hear from Keria even more and more, and I'm very glad we got the solo POG with him today. Let's take a look at these standings as well, and you'll note that T1, they only dropped one series here in round one. That was their final round one match.
Yeah, against Hanwha, which the more we see, the less sense it makes. But is what it is. T1 also substantially more one-sided when you look at the matches that they have played, right? Being able to actually pick up a +11 score. And Sandbox with this loss is going to drop pretty substantially. Now behind both KT and D+ due to their game score being a lot more back and forth, right? They've had a lot of free game series as opposed to KT in particular, who, yeah, sure, they lost 2-0 to Kwangdong, but they also got a whole lot of 2-0s, so they're not going to be too bothered by that.
That should be okay. And guys, we are not done for today. We have that aforementioned Hamalife Esports up against DRX for our second match of the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that second match.
God, I love this play. So good.
Freon has been the gatekeeper of the west side of the bracket. Freon plays is defined by Monkey and Henna.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일에 찾아오는 리뷰 데스크의 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 오늘 함께 해주실 두 분입니다. KT 롤스터의 BDD 선수와 커즈 선수.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터의 정글을 맡고 있는 커즈 문우찬입니다.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터의 미드를 맡고 있는 BDD입니다.
그럼 이제 본격적으로 리뷰를 시작해 봐야 될 텐데 제가 잘 보고 듣고 판단해서 MVP를 한번 뽑아보겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 영상 바로 확인해 보시죠.
버스트가 되기에는 체력이 남기다. 우리가 정도가 있다 보니까 발사기 때립니다. 드리블이 되긴 됐어요. 드리블 고라니. 저 동작 드리블 뒤에 가야 돼. 드리블. 드리블 때리는데. KT 이렇게 순식간에 정리.
바론 한타에서 에이밍 선수의 프리딜이 좀 보였던 장면인데 상황 설명 좀 해주실 수 있을까요?
저희가 이제 후반 밸류가 좋거든요. 바론을 치는데 지금 보면 이제 피가 하나도 안 까이잖아요.
그렇죠.
저희 입장에서는 리스크가 없는 거죠. 하지만 이제 상대방 입장에서는 어두컴컴한 시야를 나오려면은 리스크를 져야 돼요. 이제 상대방은 드레이븐을 노리려 했지만 여기서 또 이제 세주아니가 뒤에 공을 던져줌으로써 다 슬로우가 걸려서 이도저도 못하는 상황에서 이제 저희가 한타를 쉽게 이겼죠.
말한 그 리스크가 없는 그런 판단. 결국에 세주아니 아이템 때문 아닌가요?
영업 비밀인데 네, 세조가 아이템 선택이 정말 좋았죠.
이제 저희가 이 장면뿐만 아니라 좀 더 어필할 만한 장면이 있을까요?
저 같은 경우에는 라이즈가 위로 가는 거를 봤고 이렇게 루시안 2대1인데도 아 이거는 내가 이득을 볼 수 있겠다. 피 빼주거나 스펠을 뺄 수 있겠다. 카사딘 빨리 카사딘 빨리 와! 해가지고 제가 먼저 싸움을 걸었죠. 그래서 이제 피도 빼고 궁에 유미 궁에다가 이제 정화 이런 거 다 빼가지고 저희 바텀도 더 편해지고 바텀의 주도권이 또 미드에 영향이 가고
순환이 되었다.
네.
잘했죠. 잘했는데
네,
당연히
했는데.
해줘야 될 플레이랄까.
정글러로서 당연히 해줘야 되는 플레이였다.
저 이제 카사딘 키우면 게임 이기니까 잘했죠 이제.
잘 큰 장면, 잘 커서 캐리한 장면 혹시 볼 수 있을까요?
크기만 해도 상대한테 압박이 엄청 심하기 때문에 뭐 계속 약간 옆 포지션 잡은 거? 이것도 당연히 해줘야 될 플레이라서 사실 한 게 없습니다. 네.
보성이가 항상 뭐 당연히 해야 되는 플레이다 하는데
네.
당연하지만 이렇게 잘 사이드에 가서 있어줬을 때 저와 함께 이제 합작. 카사딘이 피를 사실 이만큼 깎일 수 있었던 건데 세주아니가 먼저 앞에서 맞아줌으로써 이제 카사딘이 더욱더 날고 기는 것이죠.
근데 또 들어보니까 그 말이 틀리지가 않네요.
아 오늘 사실 근데 이 챔피언들이 할 게 별로 없지 않았나.
그러면은 다음 경기를 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
그쵸.
아지르 한 판 봐야죠 또. BDD의 100번째 아지르.
뭐 탑쪽 그러니까 오른쪽 근데 헤일이 진짜 돌아서요. 포탑이 세워졌어요. 포탑이 포탑 없으면 다음은요 젠지도 밀려나죠. 자 이러면 KT 열차 출발합니다. 꽉 잡아 롤러코스터 올라간다.
이 장면을 보고 설명을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요?
저희가 좀 치고받고 하다가 지금도 아래 이 테이프를 보면은 저희가 조금 밀리고 있었어요. 계속 운영적인 단계에서.
네.
뭐 이러다 지는 거 아니야? 살짝 서서해지고 있었는데 뒤에서 못 오게 세주아니가 여기서 위치를 잡아주고 앞에서 타워를 공격하는데 하람이가 정말 적극적으로 지금 걸어야 돼, 지금 걸자, 완전 좋아 라고 했어요. 아 지금인가? 그럼 저는 이제 그냥 나 하람이 믿으니까 Q공 던져야겠다 해서 이제 한타가 시작되었고 딜러들이 또 딜을 잘 넣어서 이겼습니다.
대승을 했다.
저는 이거 말고
네, 오.
일단 라인전 자체가 좀 괜찮게 풀리고 있었거든요.
네.
CS 차이 좀 내면서
아 이때 너의 탈압박으로 인해 쉽게 먹었다.
그 정도는 아닌데 이제 전령 타이밍 때 사일이 어쨌든 저희 궁극기 뺏을 게 되게 맛있잖아요. 근데 이제 미드에서 주도권 잡고 사일러스 전령 나오기 이제 불편하잖아요, 저 뒤로.
그쵸.
그래서 이제 전령을 먹고 깔끔하게 빠지는 이 장면이랄까?
뭔가 더 필살기 없나요?
아 필살기요? 여기서 이제 싸움이 열리는데 이제 여기서부터 뭔가 토스 느낌이 와요. 뭔가 저는 아지를 할 때 상대팀이 보통 한 곳으로 다 같이 빠지기 때문에 뭐 느낌 온다 했는데 저희 팀원들 딜 잘해주고 아무 일도 안 일어나고 빠질 수 있었는데 이제 각이 나와서 뭐 이거는 저는 해야 되는 플레이라고 생각합니다. 근데
해야 하는 플레이. 뭐 할 말이 네. 쿠선수 있으신가요?
일단은 사실 전령 스틸이 엄청 컸습니다.
그쵸.
이게 정말 한 게 없어 보이지만 세주아니가 계속 여기서 제가 앞장서줬기 때문에 저희 팀원이 조금씩 제리도 오른쪽으로 편하게 올 수 있었고 막상 보니 그래서 그렇네요.
준비된 영상은 여기까지고 제가 생각한 이번 주 KT의 MVP는 커즈 선수입니다. 와, 혹시 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
사실 좀 POG 받을 수 있다고 생각했는데 이번 주에
네.
한 번도 못 받아가지고 그래서 살짝 그냥 위로해줄까? 하고 주는 게 아닐까?
아닙니다. 이거는 정확히 제가 냉정하게 판단을 하고 잘한 부분 찝고 하는 거예요. 절대 그런 정으로 주는 그런 게 아닙니다.
그 말을 듣고 싶었습니다. 역시
이제 라인은 어쨌든 라인전 잘하면 이제 기본은 먹고 들어가거든요. 그게 살짝 라이너 감수성이 부족하신 게 아닌가라는 생각.
알겠습니다. 두 분 소감 듣고 좀 마무리를 해볼까요?
강동전 전까지는 뭔가 조금 팀에서 나오는 그 느낌이 없었거든요. 근데 이제 저희가 서로 진짜 더욱더 끈끈해지고 이기기도 하다 보니까 이렇게 좋은 자리에 나오게 되어 너무 기뻐요.
저희 지금 기세가 좋은데 남은 경기도 다 이겨가지고 연승 이어나갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
두 선수 오늘 이렇게 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사하고 다음 주 목요일에 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 안녕.
안녕.
준비 3, 2, 1 바보!
Vamos, vamos, vamos. It was good?
부끄럽진 않죠?
저희가 챔피언스 성적 그 정도까지 갈 거라고 예상은 못 했는데 작년에 5, 6등을 계속 했었잖아요. 이번 챔스마저 그렇게 해버리면은 진짜 뭔가 저주에 걸린 것 같다라는 생각을 해서 그거 머리에 하나 생각하고 이제 이악물고 했던 것 같아요.
1등이 아니어서 좀 아쉽긴 했지만 그래도 3등이면은 잘했다, 다음엔 1등 하면 된다 이런 마인드로 대회를 끝낸 것 같아요.
많이 아쉬워요 솔직히. 그리고 끝나고 이제 챔피언스 결승전 무대를 직관하러 갔었거든요.
오프닝이 너무 멋있는 거예요. 그래서 그때 너무 아쉽더라고요. 저희도 저기 올라갔었을 수 있었는데 하면서.
DRX를 한 단어로?
명실상부 아시아의 최강?
거의 아시아 대표라고 부를 수도 있는 팀이라고 생각하니까 최고라고 생각합니다. 최고. 팀 분위기 자체는 저희가
가족 같지만 가족같이 하면서 친구인 것 같아요. 하극상이 많아요. 마코가 갑자기 야 이 개
병철이랑 명관이랑은 지금은 그냥 만나면 욕으로 인사를 받거든요. 제가 처음에 비해서 좀 먹힌 것 같습니다.
어느 선수한테 많이 먹힌 것 같아요?
저한테 다 먹혔어요.
제가 자주 사용하는 요원은 이제 전략가 쪽 모든 요원을 다 쓴다고 보시면 무방하고 제 플레이에서 뛰어난 점은 쉽게 죽지 않는다는 점.
하나 더! 확인했어요! 아래쪽에
제 팀에서의 주 요원과 제 역할은 이번에 시즌이 바뀌면서 척후대로서의 활동도 좀 보여주고 있어서 타격대, 척후대, 감시자 여러 가지 역할군을 소화하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
자, 들어와 두 명 하나! 주접기 흔들렸어요. 셋!
저희 주 요원은 척후대 모든 캐릭터를 다 사용하고 있고 인게임 리더를 맡고 있습니다.
He's got one, he's got three! Oh my god! No! Not again!
저는 대회에서는 주로 척후대를 하고 있고요. 뭐 소바나 페이드 같은 정부 요원 위주로 하고 있습니다.
it completely diminishes. It's left on to Zesh for the side of DRX, but he will land every single shot.
저는 모든 역할을 다 할 수 있고요. 플렉스 역할로 말해주셔도 될 것 같아요.
특별히 신경 쓰는 부분은 아무래도 폭신하인 선수가 새로 들어왔기 때문에
폭신하인 선수 같은 경우는 다듬어지지 않은 원석이라고 생각해요.
어린 이제 비스트, 그냥 몬스터죠 이제. 누구도 말릴 수 없을 것 같은 느낌이 들어요.
잘해요. 크게 바뀌진 않을 거라 생각을 해요. 그냥 하던 대로 또 하면 1등 할 것 같아가지고.
목표는 저는 뭐 어떤 데든 1등이긴 한데
국내 대회에서는 1등을 수없이 많이 해봤지만 마스터즈나 챔피언스 나가서는 1등을 하지 못했었기 때문에 쉬운 팀 하나도 없겠지만 그래도 열심히 준비해가지고 꼭 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 하려고요.
저희가 퍼시픽에서 무조건 올라간다라는 자신은 있지만 그래도 어떻게 될지 모르는 거기 때문에 그래도 항상 저희는 한 자리를 먹고 들어간다는 마인드입니다.
저희가 이번에 프랜차이즈 꼭 우승할 거니까 항상 하던 대로 응원해 주시면 감사히 우승하고 있습니다.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to give you faith. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. We are about to begin the second round robin as we're going back not that far with our first match, our first cab off the rank, if you will. HLE Esports only quite recently took on DRX, and it was a messy affair. Wolf?
It certainly was, and I don't know if tonight will be any different, but we have seen DRX look very weak in the early game. HLE Esports also not really coming online until mid to late, so I think some of these games might be decided in the first 12 minutes. Could see some accidents happening, could see some errors, because these two teams really both need to clean up the early game in a big way.
And I think HLE Esports need to find the early game because they just haven't really had one throughout most of it. Let's have a look at the standings, though, as HLE Esports desperate to make it to the winning side of the bracket. See what I did there? Didn't do any Easts and Wests. It's too complicated for me. Not going to do it on stream. But, of course, DRX really, really struggling. Equal scoreline with Nongshim right now. Of course, the game score looking a little bit better as they've been able to take so many games but haven't been able to actually win series.
Yeah, I think I'm just really biased because I'm from the East Coast, and also I live in East Asia, so like I just think of East as winning. You know, I'm like,
hey, yeah,
East
true.
Is the best.
Yeah, right. That's the same with me, man. I was East Coast of Australia, same vibe. I'm like, I don't like anyone from Perth. You know, it's actually not true. Perth's a wonderful city, I'm sure.
We have a really huge change in that Gizmo has changed the spelling of his name to lowercase. And also, Sky is now listed as a substitute player.
And got some extra Ys.
He's taking this chance to become a substitute and get some extra Ys. New coaching staff as well coming through there. So the key of that slide is like nothing really is changing moving into round 2 of any significant nature. No big call-ups, no big signings or trades or anything like that. As 1-8, DRX in desperate need to bounce back. How do they do against HLE on a momentum? And momentum that I would be careful to get too invested in HLE fans because it has been a roller coaster. It's been up and down, and you know you can trust Viper. We've been jokingly calling it Zeka Life Esports, now Viper Life Esports here.
Yeah,
but this team needs to figure out the cohesion in the early game.
And this was sort of that fun answer here to King picking the Scion, because this was right after HLE Esports have kind of found themselves, right? They're like, oh, we'll just play tanks. We'll just like play these late game compositions. And Rascal's like, haha, you cannot do that. I will Cho'Gath you. And it was a whole lot of fun. That was only one game in that series, though. HLE Esports were able to turn it around in the end. As, yeah, Viper versus Doctarm. Of course, they have played against one another in the past, but not so much in this region.
Yeah, not here domestically, as Viper left, as Doctarm was kind of coming onto the scene. So we'll see how he performs. I mean, right now you look at HLE, and you know what this team wants to do in its play style. And it knows, the team, they know how they want to play. We saw this mistake made versus D+K. We're like, oh, we're just going to play our style, even if their style is stronger in the early game in this meta. Kind of failed, and the team said before this series they've kind of been working on trying to draft other compositions that aren't just Viper carries with King playing tank. They're trying to figure it out, trying to get a little bit more in their wheelhouse because they are such a predictable team when they play their best game. And this is a series where you absolutely can see some of that experimentation.
Yeah, we're hoping so. We're also hoping to see a few less Sejuani games. Clid currently sitting at 1-8 on the champion. And
this counts up every week.
The rest of his champion stats are actually like really good. So we're just hoping that he's not on board duty. We're not super psyched about that. Some cute little fan signs here as DRX in dire straits at this point in time. There's no point beating around the bush. This is a team that expected a lot more of themselves. These are players with a lot of experience, and they haven't been able to find the results. Apparently, scrims are going a whole lot better than the games that they are putting up on stage, and so hopefully some of those scrim bucks will actually translate, but they don't often. You know, that's the problem. Scrim bucks are a fickle friend. Whoa.
It's so weird that this roster that has so many good and talented players has been so anti-clutch. Like, they have made the wrong calls or the over-aggressive calls in so many scenarios. And you look at Kroko and Barrel, and you're like, well, that doesn't shock me. These two players were hyper-aggressive on their winning teams. And then you look at Fate, and you're like, okay, there have been some overextensions. There have been some weird skirmishes he's opted into. You look at Rascal, and you're like, oh, he's taken 1v1s miscalculating and dying in soul lanes. That's not normal. And this team just really needs to get their spirits up. As these stats are not going to paint DuckDom in a kind light, as right now Viper has the best stats of any AD carry. And you look at his goal difference, CS difference at 14. Those are pretty good. You look at his damage percentage. He is far and above the highest in the LCK. His damage per minute, far and above the highest. His damage per gold, insanity, 1.6. It's almost hard to believe that stat is real.
Yeah, no, Viper, it's really sad that we actually got these stats because DuckDom has been absolutely struggling. I think we try to make a few excuses for him, as Beryl's also had a bit of a disaster of a start to the season. This round robin is not one that he's going to be looking back on in a very good light, and so DuckDom does, you know, bear the brunt of that just a little bit, but also isn't able to translate into anything mid or late game either, as DRX just in general kind of look lost. And they were pretty outspoken saying that, you know, all of these accidents are happening too early in the game for us to ever actually show what our plans even are moving further forward. So we'll just have to see whether they can tidy that one up.
Turn the gas off, take the spatula away. There's no knives in the cutting, no cutting boards to be found.
You just put a lock on that kitchen door, Wolf. No. You just put a lock on it and you say, Beryl, you're not allowed. Sorry.
I can't see another game decided by level 1 to level 3 from this player. I just don't know how much more I could take, because the ideas are good. The execution has been left wanting, and so many of these games have been Beryl's early game follies, and I don't want to see it anymore because I love DuckDom too much. I love this work too much. I love Beryl too much, okay?
Right, yeah.
To experience this anymore, I just want to see this team skate through the first 10 minutes without a car crash, without any explosions, without anybody slipping on a banana peel. Just get to the 10-minute mark.
No, we're going to take all of the question mark boxes off the course, Wolf. We'll take them all off the course. We're just going to do a regular run-through. It's just regular driving, okay? All right, we're going to start on Luigi's Raceway. No accidents are going to happen.
No power sliding. Power sliding is disabled.
Yeah, it's disabled. Not going to be able to do it. It's just some clean driving around this rift. It'll be A-okay. As DRX will be starting on the red side. Interestingly enough, we often say that blue side more powerful, but it hasn't been for Humble Life Esports. They found a lot of the success on on red. But this time around, blue side is just currently looking like the stronger side of the rift, and we'll see what they're going to be able to make of it here as we hop into the draft for game number 1.
We're ready for Klid's 10th game of Sejuani.
Oh god, no, I'm not ready, Wolf. I'm not ready.
Is that blue side pick priority?
It's the blue side ban. Just ban it. Just ban it, Humble Life Esports. All right, Varus is gonna go, and I'm expecting. I'm scared of it, Wolf. I'm not just the Sejuani, but also the Lucian Zeri trade. I just feel like it might be happening this time. Archery banned. We're not allowed to do it.
I have a feeling that you are onto something here with these bans.
Yeah, a bit of an inkling.
Yeah.
Today's going to be one of those days. Any Leno and Woodley fans?
Any Xayah enjoyers? Not in my LCK. Nope. Any Aphelios? Nope.
I mean, yes. Theoretically, right? Because both Viper and DuckDom are incredibly good at that champion. But when there it is! Oh, that's what we're talking about. Freljordian bans.
All right, first pick Lucian incoming, though.
Yeah, I know. It's, look, you can't have everything, right? You know what they say about cake and eat it too, you know?
It could end up being one of those weird AD carry games, though, if DRX choose to ban the Lucian here. But I have a feeling they're willing to opt into the DuckDom Zeri. And DuckDom has been a very good Zeri player.
Ooh, here we go. Video games.
All right. Caitlyn.
Yeah,
insta-locked for Viper. And he is 0-1 on the champion, but still a very strong pick here.
Do you want to know something fun?
Yes.
Beryl has a better win rate on Caitlyn than Viper.
Yeah?
There you go. That's a stat. Didn't expect that to be a stat that I'd be able to say today.
It's true. It is true. He's 2-1 on the pick.
Yeah.
Whereas Viper is 0-1. This is going to be Karma Ezreal. I've seen something very similar to this today in the LCK in our previous series. Wow. Now, the Karma Ezreal is going to be able to put up a lot of pressure onto this Caitlyn, and is not just going to fall over really early on in the game. We'll see if it's a Lux pick to come through. I expect it will be.
I'm hoping so.
And it's, not impossible to play other supports here. This is just the strongest synergy that you have. The chip damage is there.
Oh, Zeka, just do it. Don't be scared. Actually, maybe be a little bit scared. Oh, the Kassadin flash. Oh, no. No more blind Kassadin.
No, it's just going to be a jungle pick.
Oh, thank goodness. All right. Well, I mean...
No, it's just going to be a jungle pick. Don't worry.
It's just going to be a jungle pick. Don't... Wait, do you know what? In the LCK, Annie has 100% win rate in the jungle.
That is true.
She's played one game. I assume it was probably Spirit, because he's a magician. But I don't remember who actually played it.
Wukong gets locked in. It's going to be the Wukong Vi we opt into, and then it's going to be solo lanes here. DRX having pick priority. As we've seen this so many times where you have the Wukong trying to put up the pressure early, the Vi comes over.
And this is one of Croco's best picks from the past as well. If you remember, some of his really big plays have been on the Vi, his epic flanks that he's been able to pull off, and she does do it very, very well. So I like this for DRX.
I wonder if DRX try to just look for, Azir or Renekton here and or both, and just play, all right, we have the most sturdy composition that's going to win neutral fights later with Leandries and Ezreal. And that's what we want to do. That's what we want to play around. The power trough for Caitlyn in the mid game, those Drake fights, hope for a good soul. That's, I think, what you might be fishing for with this Akali ban. LeBlanc. Interesting ban here.
And that does feel a little bit like a Hanwha are expecting to be able to get a Azir on their choice.
Yeah, I expect that they will not, however. Let's see if Fate wants to play it, because it's not really been historically one of his favorites. He's 3-2 on it this season, has picked up 5 times. It's actually his highest win rate. But, in the past, he hasn't liked champions like that. As Renekton will be banned, the Azir is still up.
Yep, no Kassadins allowed. As per usual, there is the Renekton ban like we were talking about. So, DRX, is it going to be an Azir pick away? Or is it...
The Blind Victor.
The Blind Victor, casual. Wanting to force Zeka to not, I guess, feel as good about picking the Annie, but we saw that, Bulldog had a really great time into the Victor matchup. So Annie can just come through here very comfortably.
I'm starting to get worried about what our teams are thinking about Annie right now in this meta, our weaker teams, let's say. As Sylas here was open, and that's part of why I think we see the Victor over the Azir here. We'll see what Kingen will be playing here to close it all out. Blind, you would have often seen something like Cassante, but with those nerfs, you don't feel great. It might just be another frontline pick. Something like an Ornn feels amazing in this comp, where how much engage you already have and how much range you have.
I actually really like the Ornn idea. You have a lot of ranged engage with it. They're not going to do it. 1-3-1 now going to be the aim of the game here for Hanwha. With the extra range that Caitlyn will add, the protection of the Lux as well, I think it will work pretty well for the squad.
It's hard for Rascal to play Gnar into this because of the Sylas. I think that's part of why they go for this Jax, feeling pretty safe. And it's going to be a Gragas response from Rascal as a result. And as well as this is a good pick into the Jax, and you feel very safe. You can just boop him away every time he tries to counter-strike on you. It also doesn't feel like it plays into Rascal's strengths at all. It's just going to be sitting up here passively, and then eventually we'll lose out in sides to the 1-3-1 that Hanwha Life have put together.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a dangerous situation. You also provide Hanwha Life Esports with an explosive cask. And I think that is something that Hanwha are going to be pretty happy to steal away.
Absolutely.
As well, given the lack of mobility that you have on something like a Victor. Of course, Ezreal doesn't really care about it too much. But I think the Gragas is fantastic in its own right for dealing with what Hanwha are doing. They're relatively low range. They also don't necessarily have that massive amount of mobility. And when they are low range like that, they're often piling it on top of each other. So that explosive cask can give Ezreal kind of that split up playground to work with.
I wonder how much agency Croco actually gets in this early game with the Vi pick here into what is going to be a hard pushing Caitlyn lane. The Karma Ezreal can, again, defend this pretty well, but is eventually going to be pushed under turret. And then the Vi coming into this game against the Wukong, trying to stem the bleeding down there. But once again, this leaves the Gragas on an island. And Hanwha Life will be happy to sit back at scale. They're going to have a Rod of Ages angle here for the Sylas. Great front line for that Caitlyn and all of the damage. I do like this draft quite a bit. And then the side laning conditions are really hard to answer here on the side of DRX, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing whether DRX have sorted out a lot of their early game woes, though. That is the one thing that these drafts cannot tell us anything about, to be perfectly honest. And if I'm, like, I don't think there's very much point in even really going over it at this point in time, because we actually saw DRX come through with some interesting ideas, some plans that looked like they could have worked, but like the wheels came off at the very beginning. Well, if we need to get around Luigi's raceway, let's do it. Let's get onto the Rift.
Atlas, it's a hard draft to mess up early.
That's good. That is, thank goodness for that. We're very, very pleased about that one.
Okay, step one would have been going into this, opting into this level 1. They did not
pass.
They did not. We've moved on. We've moved on. Step 2, make sure you don't overextend to this Jack's top side. Step 3, usually take teleport in the mid lane so that you can defend your lane or your bottom lane into the pushing dive setup with Caitlyn Lux. So we didn't do that, but maybe Fate will get some advantages into this melee matchup. Fleet Footwork Ghost means he wants to trade very aggressively and use that range advantage early into the Sylas. But, I mean, this is like a new trend that we've seen so much with Victor's trying to get prio that I don't really like because of what it costs you, especially when you consider the side lane win conditions that HLE have. Not having a teleport means that if you lose control of this game, you lose control even harder with this Victor in the later stages. So better make it worth it, Fate.
Yeah. So far here on the bottom side, things going quite well for DRX. Landing that first Mantra Q, definitely important, as Doctarm will also sneak in a little Mystic Shot towards life. And he doesn't land his Lucent Singularity. So, there we go. Positives here for DRX relatively early. Of course, the Karma Ezreal can generally fight back against most lanes, to be honest. Especially when you're just fishing for Qs in this lane. So it works out quite well. Life taking yet another volley of damage there.
Cooldown-wise, the Lux will be able to poke more frequently and more consistently. Eventually, Viper is going to be clearing these waves. But you can see what I was talking about earlier about just kind of how you hold these waves and burst them down. And that's what they do. This does eliminate at least that first wave of pressure coming through with the cannon minion where you're like, oh, Wukong's coming over, we might lose some minions here. So well played so far here from Beryl.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fine. No accidents so far.
No accidents.
And that's the main thing. As I'm expecting this series to definitely go the distance, Wolf. I don't think that this is going to be a quick affair in any way. It might be a 2-0, but these games are going to be long because both of these squads have had difficulty closing things out. As Zeka, can he actually find this as we put up the loss streak for the Sylas on our screen? Doesn't bode well for Clid's attempted gank. And Fate, he ghosted, so they do manage to get something. And it's actually kind of important. It means that you can't use that ghost to get back to lane faster. So his back timing is going to have to be a little bit more tailored.
Yeah, but he's still going to put a lot of pressure on here, so feel less bad about it if you can continue to do so. He went for that Fleet Footwork, as mentioned before, and is going down the rune path as the ability to kind of force his way into these aggressive trades. And Resistencia's lead here will force the teleport as he backs. Yeah. And this lane is going pretty well here for now, as Doctarm still has mana to continue to be aggressive.
And the fact that this wave is in the middle of the lane is really huge, honestly, for DRX. It really does show the power of this Karma Ezreal. Because oftentimes you'll just see a Caitlyn just beating on a turret over and over again.
Trying to bait this out, but there's a ward that sees it.
Going to be able to sweep that one out. No worries there at all. So now a lot of darkness for DRX. Maybe an opportunity for Hanwha to get over here and start pushing a little bit more aggressively.
I do think the series is going to go the distance. I think it's going to be a 3-game series. I also believe that these games will be very slow-paced, especially with the drafts we see here. It's not a shocker. There's a lot of attention here in the bottom lane for now. As Viper
finds the headshot onto Beryl. Good little shields to come through from Life as well, as we are seeing some aggression from Hanwha. They've got their monkey in their back pocket. He has gone back to base, I believe, as Jonas Strong is keeping it a secret.
I think he has backed because no reason for him to stay from what he knows right now.
Oh, they're channeling it. And now Viper could be in trouble. The back is going to go through there from Life.
The backs are hidden, so DRX don't know. And Viper is just going to sell the idea pretty well here.
Oh no, there's the flash forward from Beryl. He flashes immediately, not going to waste any time. Throws out the heal. Not enough damage on the Q. And Viper will have to use both of his summoner spells, but he does get out alive.
That was wild from Viper, the movement there. He was like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to bait this. Like he's really trying to sell the idea that his teammates are still there potentially. And DRX are like, I don't think so. They just call him on his bluff because he wants to be able to catch that wave and not have to back. So he's trying to sell the idea that like, oh, I'm actually the one who's setting this trap. And then he does, of course, have to expend both of his summoners. He survives, but this wave, you know, not be able to catch it before getting that back. We'll be able to pick up a Newton Quiver at least here and a Control Ward. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, down both summoners really hurts.
Yeah, and also the wave is going to be away from the turret just momentarily. I believe Life was able to pull it, and so therefore Viper is going to be pretty okay with how the situation has eventuated. 42 to 44. Nothing really lost there. As we're going to have a look at this one more time.
The way he kind of moves up here towards the Tri-Brush just really leads me to believe he's trying to convince DRX that his teammates are there. They are not, and DRX just decide they have enough burst damage that even if they are there, they should be able to burst this down. And gets called out. He's forced to back and loses both sums.
Yep. I do like that you mentioned Burst It, because that was formerly Harmalife Esports' tagline.
I do miss it.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know what it is now. What is it now?
I don't quite remember.
It's just not as memorable.
It's not as memorable as Burst It, you know. Sklid's going to come on over. He's level 5. No Cyclones available. Zekka's here too, though, and he's level 6. He's got anyone's ultimate available. As he is going to steal away barrels, he's going to run as far as he can as Doctarm knows that there's nowhere for him to go. That is First Blood being picked up as Zekka will fall, though. Beryl answering it immediately. That money going to the Silas, definitely a big deal. And Beryl not going to be able to use it quite as much. Still dive somewhat successful.
Really well played there from the side of DRX, from Beryl getting that through. Night damage taking through, but ultimately this is still plate gold going over. This is still Silas picking up a kill. And unfortunately, this is not over yet for Viper.
Beryl's just going to walk up and almost die, but not die. Yeah, there he goes. He dies. He was baiting for Croco, I think.
There's the banana peel.
Yeah.
Like, trying to bait, but just underestimating the damage without a summoner. You know, you can't like pull the rubber band that far or it'll snap. And unfortunately, that's precisely what Beryl did in this case.
That was odd. It just looked a bit nonsensical.
Croco doesn't have, he has 6, but he doesn't have flash, right? So your ability to set this up is only going to work if you bait them that hard, but the damage is there. And like if the Q misses from Viper, then you're like, aha! But, you know, unlucky. Yeah, so let's just say.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. As the Drake is going to go over to Croco in the end, so consolation prize of that ocean. Next one, going to be a Mountain Drake. More valuable as Viper not going to push his luck here. Of course, knows that the Drake just fell.
Yeah, so even though they don't get the kill, I mean, Croco gets the Drake, and they put some pressure on this turret. This is shadowed by Croco, and this is going to be traded for Rift Herald. Oh, Life.
Yeah, he's just wanted to hit some rocks, and he's going to be able to do so. Klid's going to take the Rift Herald in the meantime, as Viper avoiding some of these Mystic shots. A couple of plates should go over here as Final Sparks, really nice from Life. It's like Lux day today.
It really is.
A really good time.
Gotta stop letting these Caitlyn's go through. It just could toss out his ultimate. These are the kind of ults you can just throw into an Ezreal Karma, not to get kill pressure, but just to trade health for resources, and using your ultimates as resources to trade for health so you can kind of get some more pressure in this lane. Klid does have 6 in Flash. One of the scariest times for a Wukong here. So trying to bait this into a potential engagement once that red buff is done, as Vi, you know, realistically shouldn't be on this Drake pit right now because Drake was taken. And we're going to watch this again.
Yeah, let's see it one more time.
So the steal comes through here from Zekka. Doctarm does a ton of damage to him in the barrel, gets the Ignite. Shield attempt here from Life to try to protect him from that turret shot. And then this is when things get really weird because Croco has 6 but doesn't have flash, and Beryl is just kind of walking up into this.
It was the trap going down that made things very awkward, so he had to walk back out again to avoid being trapped, I guess.
I guess.
But it's still, yeah, I'm grasping at straws just a little bit. As Clid's going to come down and destroy this turret.
Yep.
The Caitlyn lane tactic.
And if your Vi is down here as DRX, then you're just not able to farm right now. There's no dragon here, and you can't really dive this, so you're just unfortunately going to have to let this one go. The CS lead for Viper is not that huge. I think a lot of this because he did have to flash and heal back and got out of lane there, and also the early game went very well for Duckdom and Beryl. But still a lot of money on this Caitlyn right now, and everything else on the map very passive.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we expected, right? Like, these teams are not necessarily all that proactive. When DRX are proactive, it's generally in a negative direction. So seeing things being a little bit more calm is definitely a good sign, all things considered.
Rod here, sub 11 for Zeka too, just picked up. Gale Force now up for the Caitlyn. These are big spikes in the early game. Caitlyn not going to be able to use this like a Lucian can, but just a lot more...
you can have a bit of fun with your nets and things like that. I think the Gale Force actually really does help Caitlyn feel a little bit more like a more intricate champion,
You just have a little bit more agency and a little bit more wiggle room, in these little skirmishes around the map and even in lane, as maybe a possible setup here for a gank.
Yeah, Duckdom actually taking a little bit of damage as the Gale Force utilized. True Shot Barrage. Not going to connect as Beryl uses his Inspire. He's able to tank up the ace in the hole quite nicely. Pretty even as far as damage traded between these two AD carries, though.
Rascal building Rod of Ages on this Gragas top side.
Yeah, going for a little bit more of that pseudo-tank AP Gragas.
And it's going to give him his ultimate upgrades a lot faster, and this is going to be something that can be quite useful for this type of composition. We talked about how the cask is so important, and one of the main reasons why they drafted the Gragas outside of the laning phase here in the first place. So, see how he utilizes it, because we've seen a lot of different builds on the Gragas so far this season.
Yeah.
It's no longer just like perma Everfrost boring Gragas like it was in the past. And we'll see what he does next with this build.
Quite a few tank Gragases, which I wouldn't say are the most entertaining. This one's certainly pretty cool. Just have to see what items come through next, as that's a pretty nice sidestep. As Kingen, yeah, I think he's able to dodge abilities when he presses Counter-Strike. I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to ask Twitch chat.
Yeah, usually you don't want to body slam aggressively like that, or you will find yourself exposed. As Kingen actually gets a nice trade there. Usually kind of wait defensively, but he wants to push up more as Beryl looks for a root.
Yeah, ganking Clid. Okay, interesting. We do have Zeka moving into the river, though. Cease and desist available.
Good true shot here, and looks like HLE is not considering pushing it any further now, as that's the body slam you want.
That was an interesting interaction between the two champions. All right, Zeka, see whether he can avoid this, as, yeah, just a moving not very far at all is how you counteract getting hit by a Vault Breaker, if you guys wanted to know.
Croco decided to go in on that. He gets counter-ulted and has a sad time under the turret.
Yep.
These sidesteps.
Yeah, it's actually really clean. As Rascal looking a little bit silly now. Just throws some Gatorade at Kingen, and he's able to get back and grab himself that cannon minion. So both of these top laners sort of like gaming one another. Kind of like it.
Rascal is just not willing to play passive, man. He's like, well, I picked this for safety. However, I'm building Rod. I'm going to be aggressive. And Kingen, man, playing it super well. As DRX looking for this Drake.
Yeah, let's see. It is going to just be stolen. Thanks to the leash, says Clear. Cease and desist comes through from Zeka. They dive on top of Croco. He flashes, but Viper just Gale Forces right on top of him. Life's not going to be able to find the light binding, and so Beryl will escape for the moment. But that is Drake as well as a kill, and it's a very happy Hummel Life.
Now that turret did not go down to the Herald completely, and the Herald drop from moments ago, so looks like they were hoping that with the back here for DRX they could take the whole thing out, but Beryl, despite being low, is going to be able to defend this, but that's a lack of control on the Drake pit as Kingen just does it again.
Yeah, they're just rumbling. It's a lot of excitement here. Okay, can you actually win though? Yes, he can. Rascal's going to flash his way out. That's the solo kill.
Finally pulls it off here. He's going to teleport because he knows that help is coming, and he will get away with it.
Yeah, back to his next turret, and Life realizes that he's not going to be able to stop him. Really nicely done there from Rascal. I thought the Kingen might have something in the tank, but didn't have Counter-Strike up, and so he was just dead.
Super low on mana. Rascal pushing the envelope constantly there. Didn't have to flash the last time he ran out, and so still had it here for this exchange.
And I'm used to AP Gragas being a lot more squishy than that.
Yeah, it's also...
And the Rod of Age is really helping Rascal out.
It is. That's exactly what I was about to say, and now he's got a Oblivion Orb that he's picked up here early. DRX should be able to secure this Herald here without a contest. Now, meanwhile, I want to point everyone's attention to Zeka, who is like going to end the game by himself there in a side. He's like taking out an inner here at 15 minutes, and no one on DRX is actually responding to this, so very slow Herald take here, and Zeka's just like, well, I'm stacking Rod, got half a turret, where is anybody at? Nobody's here to answer me.
Yeah, well, Rascal's here, but the minions mostly just died to the turret there. You sort of lose out on both, right? You don't get the farm, and you may lose your structures. As we're going to have a look at this one more time.
There is
stealing the Drake.
No secure here for DRX whatsoever. Nobody is here to make sure this is a safe play. This is just really greedy on the side of Croco. And we'll watch this one more time. Just boops him there. Counter-Strike comes through. And Rascal's like, all right, you don't have that anymore. You have no mana.
Yeah, Kingen, I didn't realize that he had absolutely no mana at all.
He just runs forward here and boops him and kills him. Flashes to ignore that final turret shot. Good, clean play.
That'll do it. Really nicely done. And so now, not only does he have that relatively large 25 CS lead, but he also has a kill up over the Jack. So Kingen still continuing to have a more difficult time on anything that isn't a big tank. But it's early days, and the Jacks will definitely scale very, very well.
Lux's utility allows her to clear this minion wave so that it's just a charge and an eye poke. Nothing further here, nothing for DRX to try to opt into. This Kingen's getting shadowed now by Clid to try to force this Jax push into an inner turret, and maybe even potentially looking for a pick onto this Gragas. Clid looking for the steal. Thank you very much.
Has a smite, has an emote, and has an evolution on his Vaporeon. Feeling pretty happy about it.
Really does look like a Vaporeon there. Just thinking the same thing as the 1-3-1 win condition here is starting to come online a little bit for HLE, starting to push it really hard with their jungler's support. As long as Viper doesn't overextend or get caught here in mid, this is exactly what you want to be doing as HLE through this mid game. Hextech, not a soul you can ignore though.
Absolutely not. And Viper going to be very happy to pick one of those up. Dr. Arm equally going to benefit a heck of a lot. So valuable dragon.
Errol.
Oh dear. Cyclone going to be used as the snare should come down. There's another one. And that is going to be secured. But Viper's going to go down as well. And trading 80 carry for support is not something you're happy with if you're Hummer Life Esports. Really nice answering play for DRX as now Kingen is fighting Rascal. But these belly boops are really frustrating.
Are we sure Kingen and Rascal are actually in the HLE DRX game, or are they trapped in a solo queue game right now?
Yeah, I think they're like having their own little howling abyss.
Yeah, so we can have this 1v1 over here while the other 8 players just do like macro and stuff and looking for skirmishes.
What was the old 1v1 map? Magma Chamber? Yeah, they're on Magma Chamber.
Yeah.
It's unreleased, but that's where they are right now.
It's called Grassy Magma now, but yeah. Or Grassy Chamber, rather. As Barrel gets caught here, but then the follow-up is actually really good, and Duckdom times his True Shot Barrage here with Croco's ult very well, so it ends up being a really good trade for them, and no real success for Kingen with that Jax play on the bottom side of the map. This game has been very close, very even, and I think what is going to be the main determining factor is going to be set up for objectives later on and how much these side lanes actually come into play, because right now, we did see Zeka get half of an inner turret. We have seen Kingen try to bully a Gragas and fail, and it hasn't been too lethal just yet. It gets harder as time goes on for DRX to defend these, but right now HLE with Cryo on Drake.
Yeah, and Zhonya's is now completed for Zeka. This is what we saw on Silas when he was successful, be a big power spike for him. Of course, this is Zeka, so Silas, no matter how many times he's nerfed, I'm probably still going to be like, Zeka should be having a good time.
Gotta nerf all the ults on the enemy team.
Yeah, they need to nerf everything forever. They need to actually nerf Zeka, you know. Not sure how they're supposed to do that. Maybe he has to play with an arm behind his back or something like that. As
making
he is
a call
side
here.
laning, so this is a bit of caster curse, one could say. Alcove Gaming to come through as the chains are going to miss. Croco just trying to keep him busy as he does have a teleport coming forward. The chains are going to land there onto Croco. Gravity Field is really good. So is the cask to break up Hanwha Life Esports' approach.
This is such a Hanwha Life move to just be like, all right, Zeka, just push sides. They're gonna try to punish you. They won't, and then we actually get Drake Cryo again here. Zeka's hijack coming online right now.
Yeah, and they actually didn't have to use any summoner spells for that really outside of the teleport, so they still have flashes for this team fight. Rascal taking some damage from Viper.
Here comes, once again, flanking Zeka. Hijack is up. He still has Zhonya's. He's still about 40 seconds away from grabbing that final stack of his Rod of Ages, and they're just trying to force in the backline so hard.
Okay, this is a bit ridiculous, as Zeka's going to have to flash to get out of the way of this one. He was just walking on a ward, and you can't really do that. Does have Kingslayer available, but the Zhonya's also, the cooldown not used in Hanwha Life. They have to move away from this. They cannot fight, as it looks like they're going for an attempted steal. There is vision available as they just throw everything at it in the kitchen sink. But Croco is just going to keep a level head and take the dragon. So first Hextech Drake goes over to DRX. It's only second Drake for them, as we were one dragon apiece before this.
Dichotomy of Zeka in this game, where on one hand he makes the right call to go side lane. He's a Sylas that's very difficult to kill. He has Zhonya's, he can turn. They have a TP, right? All of these things are good. Try to pull that DRX comp that has great poke with this Victor with Leandries and the Ezreal away. And then the second part, just go in alone, no vision whatsoever, no clear on wards or anything like that, and walk into 4 people and get pushed away and lose the Drake.
And lose your flash. And
lose your
all that
flash.
sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's dichotomy of Zeka, right? This is a Zeka that just won the World Championship, right? We were very hot and cold on Zeka all throughout last year. It was like, which Zeka do we get? Do we get the really good one, which we got like 9 out of 10 times, or do we get like medium Zeka? Then the early spring season, right, it was like more 50-50. But this is one of those games where I'm like, all right, we trust him on the Sylas. He's got those 2 items. Rod of Ages is stacked. The rest of the team needs to be willing to back him up with these decisions, or he's going to have to play it safer, as he's so close to level 16.
Yeah, he's absolutely huge right now. As you mentioned, those 10 stacks are in. That means that Rascal's 10 stacks are also in. He's also knocking on the door of that level 16 as well. So we're checking out some of these numbers, and of course the XP lead situation here is kind of cheating because there's a Rod of Ages that was picked up. So 13 to 14 is a little bit closer.
Yeah, take a whole level away and then
yeah.
really close.
Yeah, no. Which is how it works. But also, that's the value that you do get, as Croco is going to face check cleared. He's going to Cyclone as we're going for this fight because Zeka is off towards the side. He does have Fate coming on in, a cease and desist going to be stolen and used against him, and it's Life that picks up the kill. Bit ironic, I guess.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've made that one.
Yeah.
Everfrost Lux, you love to see it. And by love to see it, you like to see it in really specific situations.
Yeah, I like it more than, what is it, the Shirelia's.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good into body slam engages by, right, low range Victor. You know, you have a lot of peel. As they're just going to start Baron after this pick. Croco is not up for 10.
Rascal has teleport. He's going to use it. I think just cleared out the wave, and then he's going to come on over. This is down to 50% health. Croco's not here like you were talking about. They don't necessarily have to turn just because they will have more damage onto this one, but can they actually make it out is going to be the question, as it's down incredibly low. It's a really nice secure from Clid, as in goes Rascal. He flashes, but he'll just get the flash out from Clid, who's now just going to give himself up.
Yeah,
and the rest of the team will make it out, and you'll say that's probably worth.
Yeah, Kingan's got Baron buff now here in the mid lane, is trying to take out this turret, as they're going to chase all the way.
Okay, yeah, Croco wanted to get some revenge, but he's not going to be able to do anything about it.
Okay, Zeka's in bot lane here, teleports over, and this might just be a 2-turret play here with the Baron being taken. And I thought for sure DRX are going to be able to collapse there faster and win this fight if they stay on it. And there's no turn. When the contest here is pretty real, as, well, we're going to go back to Croco dying, which is what started this whole thing off. Just didn't have vision here, his ult is stolen. There's no counterplay here. Croco's just dead 10 out of 10 times. Life steals the kill, but secures the kill, let's say.
Life steal?
Yeah, and like all the life jokes coming through now.
Yeah.
And the Rascal here, unfortunately, you know, it looks to buffer his body slam, but it only trades a flash, and I think that was the whole angle for this fight, as Croco does show up and they do take out the Wukong. Then they stay here to try to stop these backs, and that's when these turrets go down. So 2 turrets picked up plus Baron here. A huge swing of gold, 3,000 in fact here for HLE. Decisive call, and they know, okay, Kroko is down. We probably can get out of here. I think still a fairly risky call, but they were decisive in that moment. Flash was quick into the body slam there from Rascal, and can't blame him.
Well, Viper is going to find Kroko. Gets the control ward down there first, so isn't going to be in too much trouble. Life just wanting to push this one further forward. 1 minute on this Dragon. And Zeka splitting towards this top side, bringing all of that attention away from the Dragon Pit. They don't have a lot of vision down there or anything like that, and it looks to me like Life Esports are not very interested in this Drake until right about now.
Yeah, they're going to go over there and clear some of that vision in just a moment here. No sweepers available at this exact moment in time. Zeka,
all right. Cease and desist going to be nullified, but can he actually survive is the question as he flashes towards the help of Kingen, but he's getting surrounded. There are so many people here. True Shot Barrage doing a lot of work as Kingen's just trying to save his mid laner, and it's not going to work.
Tell me this is not a solo queue game. It's like over here. He's like, wait, hold on. Counter-Strike, he's like, I'm just going to question mark ping him. I don't know.
Yeah, and also like Hamwa.
Don't get the Drake. It's going to be here on spawn, but they don't clear the vision. And they have sweepers now. And the DRX
should be able to. Oh no, there's
Hextech Rift, but I think still a little bit late here. It's going to be close.
Rocco's rotating in. Okay, this is dangerous times. This Clid's going to vacate, and Rascal going to get pushed into the pit, try and take it, and yeah, that one's not going to work out. So, Life Esports, once again, bit of a leash situation here for DRX.
DRX really in dire straits now. Yeah, they got a Baron, they got those turrets, they got a 3,000 gold lead. But moments like this for Zeka, where you are holding a Victor ultimate, you know, I'm like, just letting everyone know, like, I'm like, remember this, right? Because in order to win this fight, you actually have a little bit more, you need a little bit more utility. You need some teleport wards for your teammates. You need a little bit more distance that your team can cover. DRX get the free kill, and with Hextech portals are able to just go over. And if this play happened while Drake was up and your team was on it, you'd be like, all right, you sacrificed yourself for the Drake. Really important call there, but a little bit too early to be that far forward, shadowing your Jax. So,
yeah, it doesn't quite work out. Still, DRX lose the inner turret in the mid lane. They don't have a heck of a lot of map control right now as it's 5 turrets to 2. And the 1-3-1 threat is still there for Life Esports. But still, the cleanliness of this game, not exactly the highest that we've seen. Split's going to dive forward. Beryl is real dead, and now they're just going to collapse the bottom lane too far up. And this is what we were talking about, the lack of control that they had. The flank play is beautiful, and I think I just cast a blessed Life Esports.
Yeah, maybe I cast your cursed DRX because, you know, you're super far behind in gold. You do have a lack of map control, but I was thinking, all right, well, this comp does really well in the neutral fights. Rasmus had a good game, he's 16, but suddenly overextending. And it's those errors, you know, for DRX in the mid game. We've seen more in the early, and now HLE just pushing to take inhibitors out, and maybe more.
Yeah, they will be able to grab this mid lane inhibitor at least. Should be able to push out these side lanes as well, but lanes need a little bit of help.
Yeah.
And so not going to be able to get there in the nick of time. Should be Dr. Arms respawning before any of that really becomes an issue. But let's have a look at this one more time and see the flank angle.
There's 2 teleport wards here. There's one here on the outer, one on the inner, and they already get the first kill onto Beryl before he even shows up. This is just an overextension way out far in the lane against all this engage, and then the second the teleport comes through, you grab a second kill there, and map control is yours. And as you mentioned, because this is a play from the solo laner who did teleport in, both of those lanes, top and bottom, not pushed out right now, so HLE only able to make one inhibitor the play for this rather than anything deeper.
Oh, Kingen just eating some barrels that he didn't really want to.
I'm curious how much money Rascal has on First Strike Gragas, because he's constantly chucking things at this Jax all game long. He's probably stacked up quite a bit of gold.
Yeah, he had a full item in advantage over Kingen for the last little while. And Kingen went back and only got himself a stopwatch, so...
Just got the update, he is on 635. That's a ton of money picked up. I actually like this tech.
Yeah, it's like 400 Gragas.
Yeah, that's
pretty nice.
Sick. Love it into this matchup, and in particular, where you're just kind of chucking things at a Jax who's waiting to respond.
It's a lot of value. So that's probably why Rascal is something that DRX are leaning on at this moment in time, right? Because he's still actually able to go toe-to-toe with that extra money that he's been able to pick up. But he's just going to have to be able to translate that into decisive team fighting and stuff like that, because that is where DRX have sort of been falling down.
I like DRX's comp in this game state quite a lot, but it's execution-based, as you say, and just have to stick the landing here, you know, in a lot of ways. Use this Ezreal poke, you know, try to chip away at the front line, use the Gragas to cut this team in half. You see where Rascal is right now. He's caught, though.
Yep, Zeka has found him. He gets his own cast thrown at him, but he's got one of his own. As Clid taking a lot of damage. Doctom, man, he's a huge threat with his 3 items that he's built up, and Clid's going to spin his way out of there.
It's too bad there's no Poppy in the game with all the helicopters spinning going on.
Yeah.
HLE's comp. I feel like every time Kingen is ready to counter-strike it, and he's like, well, I'm not doing it. Not going to happen. He's like, ooh, spin, spin, spin. Actually, no, hold on.
Yeah, please no, please no. Yeah, Clid's going to go home, grab that health bar back up again, as the Baron is a possibility, and they can clear out some vision now. DRX have been pretty good at sort of turning up to these objectives and taking them away.
DRX definitely could let this Drake go because of their 2 Drake lead right now, but they're looking for more.
Yep, Life in a bit of trouble here. He throws down the final spark. That's a great stopwatch to try and keep him alive. As now, Kingen also going to use his. Teleport comes in. Another life binding's there for Life, and they are going to be able to get the kill. Croco's dead. No smiting available this time.
And HLE could be very decisive and just rush towards Baron here and then try to use it to push down a second inhibitor. The mid inhibitor is still down for 2 more minutes. Now, arguably, this Hextech Drake alone is not worth more than the Baron, but if there were to be DRX sneaking this one away and rushing it down, maybe even without a jungler, you lose control here. But because DRX don't have any map control, they're going to lose both.
Shot Barrage, you know, it's just going to help a little bit there as DRX going for a little bit of a reset. Remember, this inhibitor still down in the mid lane.
DRX just not grouped for either contest, either trade. Croco's going to be up here in 5, but the timing of this is really tight. He has Hextech Gate at least.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get here in time, but DRX, can they cause a ruckus? Can they make this a problem as the traps are set up? And they're set up really beautifully as over the wall they go. It is going to be Clid that locks down the Baron, and then Fate is going to go down as well. Zeka going golden at exactly the right time, and the True Shot Barrage, oh no, just barely missing out on the kill onto Zeka. They're still chasing after them. Rascal's a big boy on this Gragas. He's got a lot of damage, but so does Harmalife. Zeka is going to lock down Doctom as well. Picks up the kill. Beautifully executed. We know that this is what this team is capable of. They managed to do it in this team fight, and Harmal will be able to win game number 1.
Very much a back-and-forth game. HLE losing out a lot of their win conditions early, but then recovering very nicely. Kingen not able to really keep up with his Gragas, but ultimately it doesn't matter at the end. Some real key picks winning this game for HLE, and it's definitely not the cleanest game we've ever seen. And
absolutely not.
It's one of those games where I'm like, you may not like it, but this is what number 6 versus number 9 of the LCK looks like this season.
This is what somewhat middle of the pack League of Legends looks like.
Yeah, and you know what? Credit where it's deserved here for DRX. Rascal had a great game. No early game snafus, no slipping on too many banana peels.
Yeah, there was like one banana peel, but I mean, he didn't slip off the map. You know, it wasn't Rainbow Road. Remember, we were on Luigi's Raceway.
It was not a game where you're like, okay, the game was decided in the first 8 minutes because Barrel made a mistake. So we'll take it. We'll take it.
Yep, I can see you pondering.
Yeah, it's a ponder.
It's a ponder.
I think it's another support POG vote for me.
It might be.
Yeah, I put it in. A lot of the consistent play we saw was from the Lux. I mean, there were a few moments where they had to concede Drake because of some overextensions, and the final spark didn't secure the steals. He tried many times, but I thought overall he was the most consistent player here. I think we will see some AD carry votes for Viper too, because, you know, yeah, he does way less damage because he doesn't spend the whole game shooting Qs into tanks, but he actually played a very good game. Zeka had his moments, he had his not so great moments. Like, it's really hard to vote because while everyone on Hanwha Life Esports looked good at times, there was some less good parts.
Yeah, this is the hard part, is focusing on the negatives. If you're focusing on the positives, there were definitely some good moments for everyone, even Clid being able to find some great angles. I actually think that Clid might be a vote or two.
You know, that
maybe it was the Clid-demption.
The pick onto Croco that let them get the first Baron, like, maybe that's actually the winning play. Look, I'm happy to vote for another Lux. I'll take the EN cast KW if I'm the only one. I'll take it.
That's all right. We'll see. What
I can take it, Chad.
Chat can probably like start typing them in now. I might join them as we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
내가 이 써줄게. 걔 달려.
야 여기 핑크 있다.
오케이. 시간 다 있고. 야 그냥 나오는 거 빅토르 볼게 이거.
걸어도 돼 바이 벌어. 일단
먹으면서 봐. 빅토르 노플. 나 빼고 올게.
한번 빼봐. 나 힐 있어.
발각 맞아줘. 이즈키 맞아줘야 돼. 한턴 빼. 맞아서 맞춰. 괜찮아. 너좀 봐줄게.
너 보는 거는 봐주면서 봐줄게.
할만한데? 그라 노플. 나한테 받아. 얘 나서 왔다.
이제 볼 때 있다. 그래.
그라 노플. 나이스. 미드 잡았고 미드 이거 텔 찍었냐? 텔 찍어요.
네.
Flame Horizon of Vision score here that Dude is picking up.
As now we're trying to get on top of Bulldog. Feels like the first time I've seen the Azir use buttons in this game. As Closer is going to get in there and kill him, but might be able to get out here. He gets a big heal and a big shield, and Closer went on an assassination mission and gets sniped by Taeyun. This time Kyle.
It happens to the best of us. Level 6, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Sejuani?
Ash and Sejuani? Oh, maybe. Arish rather has something else to say about that. Sweeps in 2 of them and says thank you very much for the free kills. Only 4 possibilities, right? I think absolutely it's not. Anything else I could probably...
Umpty!
Oh, here's Umpty.
From?
Where did he come from? Where did he go? Well, he's actually going into the death chamber as the bubble is huge. Keria just going to put an end to that.
Here's not connecting here, so maybe isn't Jin angle.
Well, the Chains of Corruption are going to connect, and Gumayusi just kills Beryl. That's immediate revenge right there. That was too much damage as well as Croco. 3-man Cyclone is massive as they take down the Varus. Behind enemy lines right now. Morgan taking a bit of damage. You can see the Leandri's burn kind of working out as Ingo's cleared. They lock them down. Emperor's Divide is huge, and Karis is just wiped from the map. Umpty is now so far away from Morgan, they cannot get that CC together, and Umpty's going to get picked off. It's a double kill for the Zeri, and Humble Live Esports in the space of 1.
Gonna get in, Cuz isn't even gonna try. Megadar is here, knocks him into the wall. That's a 3-man. 2 and a clone. I guess it's good enough as Pace is just in the back line, just nuking people, and he's just gonna kill everybody. That's just gonna be the end of this team fight, as yeah. Doran's trying to kill this turret. I don't know why he keeps doing this, but he's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to trade back now onto BDD, but even he's not too confident. Okay, flash away from the one ult. As now he's got some support, a huge bait, as Doran is going to pick up the kill.
Reach Supreme late game and get item parity.
Doran is in Mega. Has the ult, actually, is not throwing it out just yet, trying to get away, but dodged expertly by Keen. As Chovy thought maybe he could get in there, but not going to happen. And welcome back to The Space. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and we're going to break down that game number 1 where, honestly, Half-Life, they took the win. DRX not showing many signs of life in this one as well, a little bit worrying, but Half-Life at least able to get a couple of good fights and pick up the win. What do you think about this one, Chronicler?
Yeah, it was unfortunately a game that was marred by many a mistake from either side. But in the end, Half-Life made much less mistakes, and as a result, they won the game. Not the best showcase of quality for either of them. I think Half-Life in particular would have liked to look a lot better, whereas for DRX, it's the same problems that have been plaguing them up until now. Looking at the draft here, Caitlyn going over again with Elise basically reaching permaban status. It's meant that you're always going to give up either Varus or Elise or Caitlyn, and none of those you're going to feel particularly good about. But to me, the Caitlyn is less of an option than the Varus. I think Varus, as strong as he is, I'd still rather see I'd rather see Lucian Zeri handshakes, because I think Lucian Zeri handshake, while not interesting, at the very least you have some counterplay, and Caitlyn Lux is just too good.
Yeah, especially because, as we've seen many a time now, is that if you get Caitlyn, you get Lux, and Lux is actually quite good, but usually only in this lane, so that lets you get away with it. We can take a look at highlight number 1. This is actually the Baron fight, which happens about 22 minutes into the game. Starts off with a pick here onto Kroko, which I was watching this game, I was like, I don't even know if they should do this, but to be honest, there wasn't much of a response from DRX.
There really wasn't, and Kroko is the only one that can walk up and secure vision, right? So that in of itself feels kind of bad, but he had a lot of issues with over-aggression this game, really up in the entire split this far. But I want to showcase the timidness as well, right? From DRX, like, they have a bunch of summoners available here. If they can actually go in here, I think they can win. Like, they are all in an enclosed space. You have Gragas and Victor. So this type of hesitation to me is much more damning. Like, yes, this is a nice setup. There's no enemy jungler, so you'll be able to get away with getting the Baron no matter what, but they should never be allowed to walk there. I think that moment really showcases that DRX they're playing not to lose. And yeah, that we talked about it a lot. That's kind of a death sentence.
Yeah, it's a problem. You can play not to make mistakes, but playing not to lose is definitely an issue. Let's take a look at the second highlight as well, which was this play around the second Baron. This time, much cleaner from Half-Life. This is where you're like, okay, well, it looks like Half-Life kind of woke up here at the end of the game.
Really did. We see the trap setup, immediate turn coming through on Fade here, and he stays alive for a little bit longer, but immediately will get taken down. And you, again, see that the timing just isn't there. If Zeka dies, you can win this fight, because Dokdom actually Doctum and Rascal, to me, were like kind of the unsung heroes of this game, really trying to get anything done. But Zeka's just alive throughout the entirety of this fight, and as a result, will end up winning it together with the rest of the team. Viper, really clean game, not a lot to say about him in particular. I think the bot lane did an expert job here, but it was a toughie. One of those games.
One of those games. Guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up for this one, as it will be Viper on the Caitlyn, who did a lot of boom boom in this game, didn't make a lot of mistakes, and that's kind of been the theme of this game as well.
Really was. Barrel didn't ignite here, by the way. We were told by Yundo, which would have gotten a kill. Was really big. Another kill here, and to me, Viper, out of anyone in this game, barring maybe Life, who was, spoiler, my POG vote, played the cleanest game, right? And in a game as messy as this, your AD carry never dying is a legitimate win condition, particularly with how scrappy / uncoordinated DRX have looked, so completely fine. Viper had a very clean Caitlyn game, showing again why this champion should not be given over to people who can play it. There's some teams in the middle of the pack that don't really know how to pilot it, but Humble Life, clearly.
The Viper team is not one of those teams. Don't give him the Caitlyn, as there was no tie, actually. The votes were kind of all over the place. I thought it would be like this because
that's fine.
It's like, okay. I mean, the team kind of won slowly. They finally got it done. And
yeah, clearly a good team fight. Zeka had a couple of like high impact catches, so yeah, will make sense.
All makes sense. I think these are all fair votes here. The two EN cast and EN desk going for the Lux votes. I think that was a good idea, but it is what it is. DRX did select blue side for this one, not a big surprise. And also, in speaking of surprises, we might have a little one here in a little bit. I'm not going to say anything else about that, but DRX did select blue. So maybe they can get their hands on the Caitlyn or some kind of pick like that. But we are done on the space for this one, guys. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Looking absolutely amazing as you wait for the camera to cut. Gorgeous stuff. And yes, there is a little bit of a surprise.
So wait a minute, Atlas. Are you telling me there is a second world champion on this team?
Oh, yes I am. Juhan is in.
There was a second one here the whole time?
Yeah, it was lurking, lying in the background, just waiting to come in. And here he is. I don't know whether this is going to be enough, but DRX needed to change something, and they are going to move Juhan into the starting roster here. And when we did see him those couple of times last year, I actually kind of enjoyed watching him play. I think, Pioshik had some rough times, especially in the summer split, and Juhan did upgrade the team, at least a little bit.
It was so wild, the parallels to draw between DRX and HLE's runs to Worlds, to the qualifiers, because Juhan was a main reason why they made it there. He only played at the beginning of the tournament, then it was Pioshik the rest of the way through that World Championship run. But the guy was in form when it mattered most for this organization, and now, once again, in dire straits, they call upon him. And Kroko, historically the stronger player, but right now, with his current form, I think it's worth giving this guy a shot. And he may end up being, if he performs well tonight, the mainstay jungler. Like, all it takes is just one clean performance, and maybe DRX changes the whole way they're approaching the game right now, because it's just been messy and yeah, the synergy isn't there, and like, there's only so many times I could say this before I sound like a broken record. I think we've already crossed the broken record threshold, so
we're just trampling on the record now, I think.
Yeah.
Just doing a little bit of a dance on top of it. But yeah, I think that bringing Juhan in, I think making some sort of change when you're just kind of circling the drain as this team that just can't figure it out, like, I think that it does make sense to mix it up in whichever way you can. I saw him actually having a conversation with Gizmo backstage, getting ready, and he's been here every single day, guys. Like, Juhan is always shadowing the team, so it doesn't necessarily feel like an emergency sub-in or anything like that. It feels like something that they've had ready to go for quite some time.
I also,
it's now that they're pulling the trigger.
I've noticed that when DRX have their losses, right, and they go into the booth, like, Juhan has almost been like a secondary analyst in the coaching booth. Like, he's added a lot of information and insight. He watches all the games and talks with the team pretty directly. So he's a very smart player, and You know, who knows how many of the crazy ideas we saw from Pioshik were partially his.
Ooh, maybe they've rubbed off. You never know. As we are going to see the Lucian banned away first off this time around. We're just not even worrying about it. It was the final ban on red side last time. This time they're just getting rid of it straight away. I'm alive. We'll see whether they've done their research on what Juhan has been playing. Yeah, still going to take away the Elise.
I got a feeling he's playing a lot Elise, Maokai, Sejuani, and Wukong.
Yeah. Juhan, I don't remember whether he actually played while Clid was in the LCK.
No.
Don't think so.
No, yeah, I don't think so. He only played last year, if I'm not mistaken.
And a little bit the year before. No, a couple of years before that. So he might have debuted while Clid was still in the LCK, but was not played all that often. And then, of course, Juhan went over to the PCS and then came back. Was subbing for DRX last year. So, interesting.
Let's see if this Caitlyn goes through for DRX this time. As, you know, there's a lot of other picks that are floating around here. Will not be the Caitlyn. For this first pick, seen so much of the first pick Sejuani in situations like this, but Varus, another option here for Duckdom if they want to have that controlled lane.
I liked the Ezreal, personally. I wouldn't mind if they just locked away something like that.
I don't think you lock it in here if you're going to go for Ezreal because it's not as prio, but they certainly could after taking this first pick Sejuani for Juhan.
Yeah, Juhan. Yeah, he comes in, really exciting, play a trade, and then Sejuani. It's not the most exciting, however, it means that Clid's not playing it, and I think a lot of people are going to be happy about that, as he has not found the most success on the lady riding a boar.
Yeah. See what Clid does end up picking up here in response. The Wukong and Zeri. Pretty easy rotation here, and we see it so much. I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anyone if that's what does come through, and then we could see...
Please, no. No. Clid's just taunting us, right? He's taunting.
He wants to wait and see what the lane matchup is going to be before he locks in his jungle, and this lane state can afford him that. And if it is just going to be a Varus lane, might see something more aggressive.
I like Ezreal Karma. Like, why not just pick that? Like, it wins. I don't know. Like, I really don't understand picking Zeri with the Ezreal and the Karma available. As Hamalife Esports.
It's not a lane that we've seen find success into Zeri Lulu until recently, and even though it was a popular lane for a long time, take the spatula. No, this is on the HLE side. It would be if they wanted to get it here, hiding a little bit of their draft, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Open in the blind red side territory here weakens your 4th and 5th solo lane picks, and they're not going to do that. We'll take the Vi here. So this is a little bit more heavy on the punish side of things for Clid here into this Ezreal Karma push.
Yep, I kind of like the Vi, especially into this one. Denting blows certainly helping out there. Is Renekton going to be banned away from Rascal? Of course, he was our original Renekton guy until Morgan came in, stole all of his spotlight, which we're okay with. It's the Lord, and he is allowed to. As Akali going to be banned away from Zeka here as well. We'll see whether the Silas does get banned again, as he did make it through the lane against the Victor pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he really did. Also got like an 11-minute rod and was quite online early. We could talk about some of the decisions he made with that situation some other time, but LeBlanc banned here once again towards Fate, just really respecting his ability to play this niche pick into a lot of different champions, including the Azir, whereas the Akali is banned, Silas is banned. Zeka probably happy to just play an Azir here unless he's worried about some sort of other pick for Fate.
Yeah, this is actually...
The amount of times we've seen these picks banned on blue side,
yeah,
just give the Azir is quite high, but like Zeka...
It's
some of his
Zeka,
best
right?
champs,
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's really awkward. In the past, we'd be like, oh yeah, Zeka's Azir is just okay. And sometimes we were even like, it's his weakest champion in the meta. And now, you know, after he's played through Worlds with this pick and through this season, you're like, okay, well, I trust Zeka's Azir. It's a very good pick for him now. But so are these other two, and they're more iconic for him. It's just going to be the Victor response.
And we never feel too happy about Victor into Azir. Just in general, I feel a lot better about Victor not being picked at all, as the Jack's being considered here for Rascal. Kingen does have counterpick opportunity, means that he doesn't have to worry about any sneaky Cho'Gaths making their way in. Could be an on angle, honestly, if they wanted to just go all in for the late game.
I'd like to see something that has a little bit of range to it, a little bit of poke to it here for DRX. You know, they have the Ezreal, they can work with the Jack Sejuani frontline. This Victor is pretty low range and can be caught by the Azir, can be caught by the Vi. The play is going to have to be good.
Jace is available.
Jace
Kinda
is up
went all the way through.
I think the Gnar is a more common answer here when the Jax is up like this and you want to have a 5v5 team fighting comp. Ornn I do like. Kind of wins you the late game itemization war and gives you some mid game power with this Azir, but the Gnar is just Kingan's, you know, bread and butter. He loves playing this into so many different matchups. The K'Sante, the Jax.
Yep, comes online a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Comes online a little bit earlier than what the Ornn would as well. If you pick Ornn, you feel like you're just sacrificing the entirety of the early game, and with how snowbally the meta is, that can be very, very dangerous. Maybe not so much into DRX, but I don't think that you want to take that risk, as Narazir being picked for a million years. Like, this Harma Life Esports draft is the most cookie cutter
Juhan,
we've ever seen.
We'll see where he paths here, because he could try to play around the Jax top side early, knowing that Ezreal Karma will naturally push. He can look to try to steal a flash away from this Azir. This Victor Azir matchup, one where Prio is not guaranteed for either of these laners. Definitely feels like Azir gets an edge here, but it's never really a true 1v1. It's about the junglers, how much attention they give you, and the timings of said ganks. So much of this game, I think, is going to be about how the early junglers define their lanes and their early prios. Because if the Jax falls behind to this Gnar, you know, that's a lane that you've kind of lost and your win conditions are limited. But same thing could be said, of course, if the setup is good for a dive for the Ezreal Karma bottom side or the Victor gets ahead. So I don't like either draft more. I don't think anyone won draft here. The two teams put together drafts that are very strong for different reasons. It's going to be about execution, as it was in Game 1.
Yeah, and as it is for both of these teams, right? They're teams that have struggled with the execution side of things. So, yeah, everyone picked a champion. That's good. Let's see whether they can play them together on the Rift to get them a victory. That is what we're really looking for here. I think that there is a lot of power for DRX towards the bottom side. They've got a stable mid lane matchup, I guess, although I don't really like talking about Victor Azir because it sort of bothers me. If the Jax gets out of control, can be pretty crazy. Works well with Sejuani as well. See what happens. We hop onto the Rift. All right, Harma Life Esports fans, pretty loud, as we're not actually on their side of Lolpark right now. So the fact that we heard them quite deafeningly really does show that Harma, after that victory, fans are getting behind them, feeling pretty excited about how this one's going to go.
Definitely true. Teleport, first strike, and a tier start for Duckdom. Those are things that I did not expect to see. Barrel also, first strike here.
Barrel, first strike.
No.
That is... I mean, we thought he was playing Karma. We didn't think that he was allowed in the kitchen, man. We locked that door. And yet all of a sudden he's like in his bedroom and he got out his little Bunsen burner. He started cooking, man.
He's got his little like portable.
Yeah, it's like a camping,
portable gas stove.
Yeah, camping stove or something like that in his pop tent.
It's a little propane stove in there.
Oh no.
Duckdom's like, you can't have that indoors. Like, this is dangerous.
Yeah, they moved their bunk beds out of the way and everything like that.
The teleport call here is really interesting because normally you see this in lanes where you're under a lot of pressure and you don't have control, and you're just going to use it to make sure you can get back to lane as soon as possible so you can farm freely. You can use it sometimes in very rare scenarios to try to like get some extra push, like, oh, okay, like we took our back timing, but I'm back really quick and we're pushing again. And
yeah, it's either really greedy or really defensive. Yeah. It's sort of one of those. It's like it's either a sack lane or we just win so hard anyway that I can take this.
In a lot of ways, I think it's the latter in this case where you're like, I don't need heal and ignite in this lane. Like, it's one by default. We have the big AoE damage from this Karma. We have the Q poke. Here it is.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. As we can see, like Beryl, happy to walk up and grab some of that first strike gold for the Karma. And they do. Like, they just completely outrange them, right? Like, you can see already that they're playing so aggressively. And That's why I found it a little bit strange that this Zeri was locked in so early, right? Like, we saw it even in our previous series.
They're fish.
Wasn't good.
They are fish in a barrel lane.
Fish in a barrel? Oh no.
He's just firing Qs and taking first strike gold. The rune choices and the teleport are basically just DRX saying, like, we win this one by default, and that's just how it's going to be. As Juhan paths topside, like I was talking about, level 3 gank opportunity.
Yeah, King and only level 2 as Juhan was inside the turret. That was sick. And he's going to tank this one up. Goes down to 100 health. No worries, not even close.
Very well played here. Then the timing of killing King is with this wave crashing through. He is going to be able to teleport back here, but a lot of CS lost.
Oh dear, Juhan is extraordinarily low. A flash is available. Zek is rotating over, and yeah, Juhan does have his flash up, as there's the flashes. Both of them going to use them. Zek is going to come on over, and yeah, the flash forward. That is a lot of summoner spells. However, they do manage to even out the kills.
They certainly do. Fate's going to teleport back to lane. During all of this, unfortunately, not able to make a big impact. Might come over here and try to look for the tag onto Zeka.
Yeah, Zeka is just dead.
It's all banana peels on the rift.
Yeah, there's too many. We shouldn't have activated the question mark boxes, Wolf. Oh, no. We thought we could trust them.
You know, in the old days before Mario Kart, like, slipping on a banana peel was kind of like a gag thing. You know, it's a bit of a meme. You know, it's like kind of, all right, somebody's going to step on this one and fall over. But, like, since the Mario Kart era, like, no one in our generation even associates slipping on a banana peel with walking around. They only associate with Mario Kart.
Yeah, it's only Mario Kart.
The angle here for Rascal is beautiful. Even with a flash, he still gets hit by Counter-Strike and dies. Forces a teleport early. Rascal's picked up 2 kills now on this Jax. And I gotta say, Chance is looking pretty good for his side laning control later on with how much control he has here already. Early Sheen not going to be too useful into a range matchup. It's not like you have kill pressure necessarily unless King makes a mistake. But knows that Rascal is just, he's got boots. He knows the buys here, but he's not interested. He's looking for Counter-Strike angles.
Not worried about it at all. As of course, Kingen does need to be somewhat respected.
Should be
Rascal has no flash available. He is going to leap strike away, but that's a boomerang to the back of the head. Wolf, stop it!
I was like, yeah, he's not worried about the Snar at all. He's not worried about the fight, but I was going to say he probably should be a little bit.
For those at home, Wolf has his like head in his hands, and he's wondering what to do with the rest of his life. You know, he's like, oh, God, how am I supposed to deal with this moment?
Well, you know, sometimes the color commentator has a lot to add and a lot to say and a lot of explanations. And sometimes we see a play like this and we say, well, I could tell you guys, hold on, what he was trying to do was this. There's a reason. We have a feeling, we have a thought process. In this case, we have a few of those. They were not correct. And the punish is there, and it was really good play from Clid. 2 assists, 100% kill contribution on this fight, and I'll leave it at that. You know, Clid was there. He was like, oh, he might do something silly, and I'll be there for when it happens. And it happened, and Clid was there. And
then he was still there the second time.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes, you know, you really get him with the staying there for the second time.
Look, still a lead, just not as good as it used to be. He realizes Vi is here, and then gets caught by the end of this Narbar. Counter-strikes onto the ward, and then gets hit by a boomerang. Clid says, nice.
이거 진짜 큰 건데 라인 어떻게 할래, 빌래?
Or how do you want me to keep your lane?
Yeah.
He's like,
look at that.
What do you want me to do with your lane state?
That's a real nice jungler right there. You know, just asking, like, what do you need? What do you need from me in the laning situation? As Rascal, just takes a full combo from Kingen, who's continuing to have a good time. Picks up his drill, walks out of the Counter-Strike, has another drill. As now he's mini now. He's got red buff, by the way, guys. That's going to make things somewhat difficult here for Rascal.
Yeah, Rascal has no TP and is just forced out of the lane again. So now Juhan has to come up here and pick up the pieces, which means there's a little bit more control here on the top side of the map now for HLE. And bottom side here, this Karma Ezreal not really keeping the push in too hard, kind of clashing in mid and ending up even.
Yeah, it feels like without any sort of jungle attention whatsoever down here, it's kind of been fine for Hanwha, which is not the way I was expecting it to go.
Yeah, I mean, the Ezreal can push really fast with these Mantrid Qs, but a lot of it is based on how much damage you do to the champions to then allow you to continue to put that pressure on, zone them out of minions, and then clear it faster. Because Zeri also clears minions pretty quick.
Yeah. She's doing so. That burst fire working out. as Dr. Hunch is going to walk at Viper. I liked it, liked the confidence. You could see it in the gameplay as camping top lane. What year is it?
What do you want me to do with your lane? He's like, can you come back?
Yeah, I want you in it.
Oh,
we get
man.
kills.
Ooh, almost
strike on
evaded.
cooldown. As Kingan's got that Mega Gnar coming up. There's the ulti at the ready as well, as he can just be pushed back. Flash comes through. And they'll say thanks for the flash. The Rascal keeps his life.
And Juan is here with a blast plant. Wait a minute.
Yeah, let's see whether he jumps on over. He does. Immediately seen by Clid as Mininar comes through. Really nice timing here for DRX, but that's a full minion wave, and they are just going to respect it. Back away. Kingan with a slight level lead. They'll move towards the Rift Herald now.
I don't like to use the term that Monty came up with, Clown Fiesta, but sometimes it's appropriate.
I especially don't like using it now because we have a player called Fiesta. Is Vista? Vista? He's not playing anymore. Viper. Vista. You were saying Fiesta and all these sorts of words. Viper pressed his ultimate button.
Vista.
It got me a little bit worried.
I hope he's doing okay.
He is doing okay. He's in a different region right now. I don't quite remember where he went.
He went to LJL maybe?
Obviously, I still think about it because otherwise I would have said Viper, I think.
Yeah.
At least it's Humble Life Esports appropriate.
Former HLE player had a good end to the year last year, I thought. You know, he finished on a high note. Glad he's still around. Another one of our players we're missing this year. At least I am. I think of this on occasion.
Yeah, you and I, we think of the players no one else thinks about, you know? We're thinking about Vista.
Where's Fly?
We're thinking about Fly.
Where's Fly?
We've got
rework.
Sky.
I think it's time. I think it's time to come back.
Yeah. Maybe if we put some extra Ys on there. Apparently that's how you do it.
Yeah. Maybe he'll get to come in as a substitute just in case of a roster too small issue.
Yeah. I think Vista's in the LJL. So he didn't even go that
that's
far.
What I was saying. I'm pretty sure he's in LJL.
Yeah.
Did I say? I may have said LPL by mistake, but I meant to say LJL.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But thanks, chat. If you were the one who got Atlas that information. My man Vista, not in this game, but you know, not a whole lot happening in this game outside of some of those top shenanigans. A little bit of a minion lead
I'm
here
glad.
for
I'm glad we got to talk about Vista for a little while because otherwise there wouldn't have been a whole lot really to discuss. There is a Drake coming up in 24 seconds, but it's Chemtech, so we're not super psyched about it. Bit of Doinby ult here in the mid lane.
Yeah, just ulting for the minions here, trying to make this a charge and an eye poke. Nothing deeper. Heading into this Drake spawn time.
Yep, that plate
Clid
kind of going begging is, all right, yeah, Clid is just going to walk into the enemy jungle and start off a blue buff. All right, here's the sweep, and they'll take it. The flash does come through. Nicely played by Zeka. Good response from Fate, but have to be able to do that more as they trade. All right. Not too bad, going pretty even here as Clid is going to start on the ward.
I mean, Clid's found his way in here one way or another, completely uncontested. The flash is down.
Yeah, there's the crush forward. There is the stun into the wall. Great wallop, and that is Kingan finishing it off.
If Zeka,
beautifully executed.
If Zeka doesn't put that pressure on Fate, he could probably come over here and actually defend, but because he has to flash, and he's under turret, you know, trying to catch those waves, like, there's nothing he can do, and Clid's just, like, walking up on Vision, taking this out.
Here's another ulti
Viper?
from Viper as Beryl is going to get turned into a little munchkin and taken down.
Well, this game is well and truly starting to snowball away from DRX here in this early stage.
It's well and truly difficult for DRX right now. That is absolutely true.
I like to say well and truly for emphasis in these types of game states.
Yeah, no, I like it as well. And look, I think that if this was a lot of other teams, I'd be like, yes, it might be getting to the point where this snowball's starting to roll, but I don't think it's there at all.
You don't think so? I mean, this is starting to look pretty snowball.
I'm just not ready. I'm not ready to say it with these two teams. I was promised 3 games.
Looking for the tether here. Okay, hold on.
Rascal,
where are you at?
What's happening, buddy?
What's going on up here? What? Don't make me, Rascal, don't make me babysit this lane. This says the observers. Rascal, don't make me have to keep watching this because we weren't watching because we thought everything should be okay, but it's not. And Nara suddenly has a 300 gold bounty.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what happened there towards that top side. It might have been that Kingan just kind of baited him in, as that's a pretty good solve. The Hex Tech going to be coming through there. We'll have to see the replay. But as you can see now, like this top lane is well and truly over.
Yes, so okay, I was like, we're ready for another well and truly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was well played, probably, we didn't see. And what you just said is true, so well and truly.
It was well played, and things are truly a problem.
He just got outplayed by the ability called Hop. And he's going the other way, gets slowed by the Smite. King gets his 3rd kill of the game. Just playing it like he's ahead, but unfortunately he is not.
And also playing it like it's 2023 and there's no junglers ever in the top lane. But unfortunately, Clid has reverted back to 2019.
And look at that build from Clid. No one is going to be posting about this on Twitter unless it's a good thing.
Well, he's also going to do the bait and switch there as Fate is delivered underneath the turret. Life is just going to drive past him, though. True Shot Barrage picks up Zeka as Clid gets under the turret. Now Viper is fighting multiple people. Fate moves over. He has to skate over that wall. It's nicely played by DRX defensively.
Yeah. King is still going to get a turret here top side. Will DRX trade this back for a kill? And we're heading into a mid-game where HLE don't have any Drake, so they need to start winning fights here to stop Soul Point and or the Soul itself. DRX going to pick up some money here too for Duck Dom. It's not all lost.
One more play. There it is. Got it.
Yeah, nice. Okay, hold on.
Okay, I've seen this one before.
Yeah.
Kingin, gonna hop.
No vision here, so even though Juhan is here, he doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. Not gonna commit any further without knowing where Khalid is.
Well, let's have a look at this one more time. I thought it was kind of cute. The kind of drive-by play that Clid did here as they engaged onto Fate, but he just kind of walked it out.
Yeah, he did. Emperor's Divide goes down. Fate gets out of here without any more collapse. There's no punish for him. Arasso trying to be useful here. As over here, Viper has to back away. That was the end of this exchange. Not able to help out after the initial pick. Yep. And, I mean, we're going back to a game state where there's 2.5 minutes until this next objective. Hanwha Life, if they win this next fight, they are, well and truly going to be in a... Oh, I did it again. They are very strongly going to be in a position in which this game feels very difficult to lose because
I like the well
Drake
and
stack.
truly. It felt a lot quicker,
Yeah.
Oh, barrel face check? No.
Because I don't like to say surely, because that leads to some clueless spam. And
speaking of Shirley, she's going to get started up right here. Thanks very much for the segue, Walt. That was really nice. I like that one a lot. True Shot Barrage going to miss Zeka. Gets hit by a few other things, but otherwise he's fine. Hanwha Life kind of split across the map here as in goes Rascal. And then out goes Rascal. Back in goes Rascal.
And out one more time.
Out goes Rascal. Is okay. Clid's going to be able to lock this one down. Picks up the eye. And now it's a bit of a battle. They get into the choke point, but it looks like there's not going to be too much of a response. It's okay. Here goes Clid. Can he find it? As the knock-up is so beautiful from that Wild Growth Life. Able to help lock down that kill, but Clid is still going to die 1 for 1. But he does collect the Eye of the Herald.
Well, that's going to be the big win here in the fight. Grabbing the Eye. Getting that kill. Maybe a bit of an overextension, you could say, but the timing was really clean of the engage and the follow-up Wild Growth. Still in a choke point against all of this damage. By the way, Victor still hasn't picked up his Mythic just yet, which is kind of wild to me. As Juhan looks for the engage onto Clid, and now you don't have that Sejuani ult, so Hanwha Life are like, all right, we could chase to this choke point. It should be safe, right? Clid goes over the wall here. They have the Wild Growth follow-up. It's a double knock-up, and then the ult comes through from Viper. And then, unfortunately, this Victor still doing enough damage in the choke point. So it's a 1 for 1, but you did pick up the Eye. You do have a lot of map control. And eventually, Fate should be able to buy that item. I'm a little bit surprised that he doesn't have that yet.
Yeah, I think he should be able to head over to the shops after clearing out this mini wave in the top lane.
He's just like PvE this whole game.
Yeah, look at Kingen, he's just throwing drills into the wall so he can get his Trinity Force proc and taking down turrets. Having a great time here on the Rift.
There's
by 30 CS.
Yeah, there's the Ludens, and we got 5 control wards here for DRX going into this Drake fight. They want to get Soul Point. They want to control the vision here, setting this one up where their comp could potentially pick a Zeri. Doesn't have Cleanse.
I always get nervous when you mention control wards, Wolf. Because I just get worried that people are going to start talking about it.
Well, I mean, look, we have to talk about it. I think it's a good way to secure vision around an objective that if you lose, you probably lose the game as DRX. So It's expensive, you know, that's 75 times 5.
Ah! You said it. You said the word. Okay, never mind. Hammerlife going to have control, at least for now, of this dragon area. Of course, that has to do with being able to push minion waves endlessly into the mid lane, out of turret. Still alive for both of these teams. 3,000 gold, a little bit more. The lead for Hanwha as Kingen goes back, second item complete.
Most of the control vision actually placed to the left of the Drake pit here, but DRX are still going to be able to get control. Hanwha Life going to try to use this Herald to wrestle back that Cryo. Kingen here with no Narbar, and this is one of the biggest challenging parts of HLE's composition, is to try to use this Narbar effectively at the right timing in a 5v5, as they're going to try to delete this turret, then rush towards the Drake.
Yeah, and Shirley just kind of like walked past them and ran into the turret. It was actually pretty nicely played. True Shot Barrage picks the gap. That's 6 points in my country.
DRX just not willing to actually start this Drake up. They really want to control this brush with all the control ward investment, but unfortunately they lost their turret and they are losing this war of attrition very quickly.
Yeah, and now they're going to dive on top of Doctor. He goes down relatively low, but Clid a little bit secluded as there is a massive gnaw from Kingen. Manages to lock down the Ezreal, and now he's just running amok in the backline. Juhan going to be taken down as an afterthought, as a bit of a transition into getting this kill onto Beryl. Now Viper just able to dive underneath the turret and pick up the kill onto the Karma. They should be able to now grab themselves a Drake. Clid's already doing that. They'll augment that with the turret as well, and this may be that straw that breaks the back of the metaphorical camel.
Yeah, I think it might be. Teleport here being used to try to clean up the top wave as Askel's left alone.
Oh no, the leap strike. That's going to be enough to get him out of the way of a lot of sandmen.
Those minions so wrecked,
yeah,
by the Emperor's Divine. Is clean play from Rascal. Their flashless still gets out. This fight looks like initially, if you're, because we're not with the Gnar in full view, like, oh man, Clid went overextending here, but Ducktom takes a ton of damage, and then Kingen still gets this massive Gnar into the wall with Wild Growth on top of him. And that's the fight
really mega Gnar.
Yeah, it's the most mega. And this is what I was talking about on the side, you know, if you leave this Gnar with enough space, he actually will get that flank angle, and DRX just didn't have enough agency to try to collapse on him. This Jax is just so far behind, you can't threaten a Gnar, you're going to lose out, so clean play from HLE, their first Drake of the game, buying themselves so much time for Viper here on this 2-0 and 3 Zeri. And after a reset, they could basically just control these chokes and start up a Baron.
They can, and they avoided Soul Point as well. I mean, it's not like they want to fight after the Drake was secured by DRX or anything like that, which could have been the case. Like, you mentioned it already, like, they took a really long time utilizing their control. And yeah, it was good Herald placement, things like that, but I think DRX haven't been very decisive with a lot of these plays. And Hanwha, they certainly are, as they're going to move over to this Baron now. And Viper is playing keep away. He's saying, no, DRX, you're not allowed to come in here.
Kingen's Narbar exposed here because he cleared that ward, and they know he doesn't have it. Life also kind of off on an angle here. If you're not going to pull the trigger, you're not going to get this Baron. DRX, you have to be fast with this.
Well, I mean, Rascal's going to teleport in now. Does manage to take the turret, though, as Glacial Prison comes in. They look to lock down Clid, who Vault Breakers himself away. True Shot Barrage misses onto the Vi. Man, that could have just been a DRX Baron right there. But not going to be the case. Clid has the ability now to go back. And Hex Gates once again on the Rift, so these resets can be pretty fast. Oh, that's a lot of Darkness Viper. A lot of Darkness Viper. Okay, never mind, he's fine.
He's okay. Kingen also verifies that they're not doing the Baron right now, so you can come over here. Now, don't get too close, Kingen, but he's able to kind of slow this down and let everybody reset here, so this is not an opportunity for DRX to say, I pushed you off, and now we're going to start our own Baron. So good checks here, playing around Vision very well on the side of HLE, so pretty big win here for DRX, but not able to secure anything. And HLE actually now starting it up once again. Clid, this is crazy. They do not have a lot of vision.
They don't, but DRX are so timid. You know, they're going to go over, they're going to take their blue buff. They think that that is pretty comfortable. But True Shot Barrage has to be used to check this.
That ward needs to be cleared ASAPly, or else this is just not a choking cross. Look at Kingen's Narbar.
Yeah, his Narbar's absolutely perfect. 50% health right now as Cease and Desist comes through yet again. They look to just lock down whatever they can. That is a setup. The alley-oop just beautiful from the world champions, Zeka and Kingen of 2022. They're going to grab another kill as well as Clid goes down. But I believe he died for the colony as Viper is chasing after Rascal. He leap strikes to his poor friend, but I think that Viper might still be able to chase them down. This is what Zeris love to do. As Life's here as well, Viper continuing to get skippy as Juhan may sacrifice himself for this one, has the Glacial Prison, but no one's going to go in it.
Nope. And wrong side of the rift here for Rascal and Barrel, who try to either get a back off or get the execute. Barrel might be able to get the ladder. It looks like Rascal does get away with this back.
These are very strange situations that are going on here as teleports and flashes and all sorts of stuff.
X-Tech Mortal gets him out.
Yep.
They're going to contest
they're
for
going to make it out.
TPS real. Such a weird game here. I think HLE really have this well and truly locked up, though.
The True Shot Barrage lands onto Zeka there as Clid is in the pit. So he has a smite available. Barrel getting taken down very low. Everyone just gets over the wall.
Evacuate!
There we go. The heist complete.
I guess you could call it a heist. Okay, Barrel and Rascal barely escape in crazy, wacky scenarios.
And it's
I get Barrel.
Yeah, the high story is not like they stole it from DRX. It's more like they were two competing thieves guilds.
Yeah.
And the Hanwha heist worked out a little bit better.
They got the bounty first.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, that was a brilliant play from King and Zeka to grab Fate, take him out. Without the Victor, you just can't win this fight anymore. However, you can run HLE halfway across the map to buy enough time for Ezreal to teleport in and maybe contest, but they still end up securing it in the end. Meanwhile, over here...
Rascal does have Counter-Strike. Kingan's going to crush his way out of it, though. And then everything should be fine. Throws a drill once again.
It's never going to be fine, Atlas.
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you telling yourself?
Are we going to be fine after this, Wolf? I'm not even sure. I kind of want to stay in this game forever just in case we have adverse effects afterwards. But so far, Hanwha Life Esports are moving towards victory. The Drake is live, largely ignored for now. But Hex Gates will get at least Kingan towards that area, and there is no way DRX can get anywhere close.
Okay, here we go, Juhan. Careful on the Sejuani. Nice juking and jiving there, but this is going to be the second Drake. Second Hex Tech here for HLE. They still have 90 seconds of Baron, and they're not able to push the boundaries of the map with this or anything like that, but look, they'll take the extra advantage. BT's done for Viper. Let's see what else he can pick up. Okay, halfway towards that third item.
Yeah, Quick Blade's going to be done relatively soon. Wit's End done for Kingan. Man, this Gnar is very strong.
He's at his wit's end with this Jax.
Yeah. Look,
and Victor.
It's somewhat relatable because this has been a pretty crazy series.
Life, hold on. Where are you?
He's just battling.
Scare that Sejuani away.
Yeah, Pix versus Bristle, you know. As Rascal.
Okay, hold on. This is the...
In the top lane.
Yeah, this is how you turn this game around. Wait a minute.
Oh, wait. Wait.
He is. Yeah, he's like, oh, hold on, wait a little longer.
Wait.
Still waiting.
Wait.
Still waiting.
But wait. Hang on. Wait.
Cancel that back one more time.
Is he?
Kingan coming into the mid lane, threatening an inhib, so we have to go soon.
Oh, Jonas Strong has made sure that we don't know.
There
he is! Okay! Empress Divine gonna throw him into the team. Does manage to get a stun, but Clid goes golden. True Shot Barrage goes wide. And we waited. We didn't really find too much, though, as Kingan will find a control ward. And
that's
no
how
one dies.
That's how you deny the mid inhibitor right there. Bravo, Rascal.
Yeah.
He stops the push here into this turret. Kingan can't get mid inhib just yet.
They got the ghost out of Viper.
He's gonna get it still.
Yeah. And all right, let's see what Clid can do over the wall. It's a big wall. They run out of minions. And yeah, Kingan's just going to kill the mid lane inhibitor. That's fine. As DRX going to get angry about it. Okay, Gravity Field is good. I have a feeling Kingan might die, but he gnaws, he flashes. And now there's an angry policewoman.
Just don't trust your feelings in this game, Atlas.
No, I'm trying to get rid of them, but my instincts keep kicking in.
I'm like looking at all the game states and doing the caster thing. I'm like, all right, 9,000 gold, 10,000 gold now. Okay, I'm like 304 Zeri, 27 minutes. Okay, this should be good, right? And then I'm like, oh wait, flank of the Jax. Oh, I'm like, look at all these control wards. I'm like, look, there's 3 controllers over here. I'm not entirely sure why. Just make sure there's no flank wards, which is where Rascal hides up top side. I'm seeing the thought processes. I'm drawing the connections. I'm that guy with like the big cork board with all the papers and string.
You got so much string though, man, and it's all different colors and they're crisscrossing. They're all over the place.
And ultimately, I'm looking at this game for HLE. Is like HLE is playing this game not to lose it more than to kill the Nexus right now, and that's okay because it has been a very crazy, very weird back and forth series. The last time these two teams met, it was very back and forth. It was a 3-game series. So cross your T's, dot your I's, and all that, and
also like. Hanwha have this sort of team fighting composition that's very late game focused with the Zeri and the Azir, but it's also quite low range. So they can't siege to save their lives really without a Baron. And so you kind of get caught out. Like you saw them in this inner turret in the top lane for like a year trying to get that turret. They did manage to do so, and it was Kingen on the split that was able to grab it, but Gnar isn't necessarily known as that side laning champion.
He's not the fastest one to take that stuff out, right? And he's 5-1-5. He is on 3 items and a stopwatch. Might get a GA fairly soon here. He's probably sitting on a decent amount of gold. And they're clearing these wards, DRX, because they want to be able to threaten some teleport flanks, as Rascal, did have that really long flank last time just by walking. And HLE felt safe because they had those wards, but now they're cleared. And Rascal's able to get a little bit of side laning done here, so relieving pressure on the bottom turret for a little bit. And all you need to get back in this game as DRX is just one clean team fight, one mistake from HLE. So clean up these waves, push out bottom side, and maybe you can get a teleport flank off, or maybe somebody overextends. Maybe Life is checking in the wrong bush.
Yeah. Viper also doesn't have his 3rd item, and Docdom does have his. He actually has a fair bit more of his gold actually spent in his pocket now. So Cyrilda's being done is actually kind of huge for this Ezreal. And Zeka's going to be reminded of that. Getting hit by that True Shot Barrage does a fair bit of work. And 3-0-4 on this Zeri has a huge CS lead as well, but the item's just very expensive.
This is what I'm saying. I'm like, you do the caster check, you're like, wait a minute, this one doesn't seem right. Like, there it is.
There it is. Quick Blade's done.
Quick Blade's done. But DRX haven't been able to identify this timing window where they could come over here and potentially fight for Baron. They have to be careful of this Gnar, but if you could watch the Gnar bar and wait it out somehow, I mean, it is possible, right? Theoretically.
Yeah.
It's winnable.
Sort of. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I'm saying there's more than a 0% chance.
Yeah, true.
But they are blindfolded now by a lack of vision.
True Shot Barrage going to give them a little bit of vision there, but look at how quickly this Baron's going down. This is just absurd. There's a Glacial Prison. Juhan's kind of here by himself, though, as Rascal's wrapping around. He wants to be the hero. They get a control it in the back of the pit, but they can't stop this Baron from going down as Kingen is so fast. Clid just flashing on in. Beryl's going to deliver him all the way into the backline as he doesn't find the flash, but Viper finds a gigantic ultimate. And they're super far ahead, guys. They're extraordinarily fed. But Viper can't really quite find a gap into this game. Fighting against 3 people right now. He's got his pocket Lulu helping him stay alive as Rascal. He's wrapping his way in. He wants to find the Zeri. He flashes, he gets the stun. The Lulu goes down as Viper's now trying to kite. Zeka gets in here. They've got a lot of issues to deal with. As the counter-strike, it's going to be there, but it's not going to be enough as Kingen, he'll just end all of the fun that DRX were having.
I have a pretty good feeling Kingen's going to have higher damage than Viper this game.
I think Kingen's going to have higher damage than anyone else.
He's the AD carry. All right, Kingen. All right, one more ceremony. He comes in, he ends the game, and Hanwha Life Esports will take a 2-0. A lot to see here. But I will not be recommending this VOD to anyone who didn't show up tonight. Some messy League of Legends, to be sure. But
to be sure,
at the penultimate rather, game 2 here, it's just too many mistakes on the side of DRX. You've got Rascal so ahead, and then he just overextends. And we talked about T1 kind of forgetting sometimes what it's like to play from behind, what it's like to lose a little bit. I almost felt like in that game, DRX forgot what it was like to have a winning lane and have an advantage, and how you could just say, all right, well, like now we can play somewhere else. This Jax is kind of self-sufficient. They kind of kept pushing the issue so hard that Kingen dealt with the pressure well and turned this game around so massively. 2 levels up there.
Yeah.
And also, my POG vote.
No, I 100% agree. I watched you write it down, and I was nodding with pride, you know, like, yes. And especially after the stopwatch that he used as he dived onto the Nexus turret. And that is a happy Kingen.
World's MVP, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, and going 8-1-5 on a Gnar, you can definitely see some hints of that world champion shining through here. for Harmon Life Esports. In the end, looking at the result, you're like, this is fantastic, but we know that there are still a lot of things to work on here for both of these teams. But I think getting a win like this, even though it is messy, it's still good because you've got a lot of tape to look at and improve off, but you also have the build-up of confidence because in the end, you did manage to get the win.
Yeah. Oh, I do agree. And this is the split parts, right, of the DRX roster, right? Juhan and Barrel, Kingen and Zeka on the other side, Viper, a 2021 world champion, and you have a lot of talent between these two teams, and we know that by the time summer swings around, it's very likely that the veterans across these two rosters will be putting up better numbers, cleaner games, or we won't be kind of memeing the end result because we're going to be talking about their great macro, and man, look at this coordination, look at the shot calling. Right now, we're still not there yet, and it's a bit disappointing that we're not, but it is the reality we live in for a little bit longer, and I'm glad Juhan got some playtime today. I thought his early game was great. He had a surprising pathing to the top side, definitely caught Kingen off guard. Overextended a little bit, sure, but you know, I'm glad to see teams be willing to give this guy a shot again.
No, I agree. I think that it's always a difficult scenario to come in like that. I mean, we've been talking about how Bertel feels unshackled after he doesn't have to worry about the substitution situation, right? Being that sub certainly is a bit of damage emotionally. But as we saw, that it was a very clean dive to start things off. But then it was all about Clid parking himself in the top lane for the entirety of this game is what it felt like.
And, you know, the conversation about subs is always has to be so nuanced, right? Because if you're Croco here now and Juhan comes in and plays a better game than you and you lose all confidence, like maybe Juhan actually isn't the better jungler, but you've lost confidence now on your main jungler. This is why a lot of people call for like, oh, Thanatos, I want them to give him a shot. You know, Kana's had some off days, but if the second you do that, the risk of actually ruining your top laner's confidence and making him frustrated at the coaching staff, etc., is a risk that you don't want to take oftentimes. DRX willing to make that choice tonight, and it's a choice they made with Yoshik before with Juhan. He's been this guy before to light a fire under the main jungler, and I'm glad that they went with it in this particular series because it does feel fitting that after that crazy game one, it's just time to change something up. Will he play and start in their next matchup? I don't think so. I'd say it's very unlikely, but
we might see him come back in again for more game twos, though. I think that like switching them around does make some sense, and we know that Yoshik actually credited a lot of his improvement and his performance to Juhan, always being there to help him with review of each game and suggestions and stuff like that. So Juhan has been very important for this DRX squad for sort of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, indeed. So these are the final moments here. Kingen nonchalantly with the flank.
I like
the crush stopwatch. Beautifully played.
내 생각에 그 라인을 잘 봤어야 돼.
I think Clid's like actually trying to give his opinion about the lane phase and stuff, and like,
yeah, I think so
and everyone's just like, oh, focus the turret. Maybe we can talk about that in the post game.
And Viper also doing the most damage in the game is kind of surprising to me because it felt very reminiscent to like Gumayusi's experiences playing the Zeri lane that was entirely ignored and having a really rough time. I don't know, like I guess the game just lasted a lot longer. It was a strange series.
It really
now,
was.
Thankfully, we have Valdez and Chronicler standing alongside to really break it down and give us all of the answers that we've been looking for. So take it away, boys, on the space.
Well, Atlas and Wolf, thank you for the wonderful cast, but I'm not sure that we have the answers to your questions, but we can try our best. That was game number 2 between Helma Life Esports and DRX. The draft, pretty straightforward. Chronicler, what did you think?
It was okay. It was fine on either side. The unfortunate reality is that you're always going to have to blind pick your top laner, so Jax is adequate. Rascal got a bunch of early kills, which was nice. The Ezreal Karma, I do think, is still good, but we ran into the same issue, and they were joking about it as well, was that both of these two drafts, to me, can be played out in a myriad of different ways, but there are so many fundamental mistakes, mostly made by DRX, but even some on the side of Halma, right? Which, against better teams, they can and have gotten into trouble against. So overall, the drafts here, I would give a slight edge to the Hanwha draft because I do think that with how the games have gone, you do have a scaling advantage outside of Jax getting really fed inside, and your team fight is much more straightforward. But game wasn't about the draft, right? It was about the level of gameplay, and unfortunately, even though it started off really well for DRX, those good plays were immediately followed up by us going.
Yeah. It's, you know, Wolf said it before during the cast. He's like, I think DRX kind of forgot how to win. And I think that's pretty accurate. You know, there were times as well where Juhan was like going in, and sometimes it looked silly because the rest of the team was just like, no, we do not fight. We are not fighters. We do not have confidence. We're going to take a look here at the Herald play, which will highlight some of that.
Yeah, and this is a problem that both Juhan and Kroko face, which is, it's not that this engage is good. We're hard engaging on Klid, who has Merc Threads and Legend Tenacity and a Lulu, and also Aftershock. So,
and after the Rift Herald was taken.
Yeah, also that. So he's never dying. And life was like really far up. So this again, I think this is pretty over-forcing from Hanwha, but they're sensing the weakness, right? And we saw this with Nongshim last split as well. Of course, they were also marred by individual issues, players suffering from long COVID and whatnot, and that played a big part in that. But we also saw a lot of very similar patterns that maybe we'll get to look at another DRX game. Didn't quite have the opportunity here to really showcase like what is actually happening, because it just feels like they're always losing, even when the gold's ahead. And it's the posturing, it's the positioning, and it's the way they play out a lot of the fights. This as well, this is very nicely done by Klid, actually. I voted for Keegan as well, but Klid would be a great vote as well, because he's the one that forced him in this position, but like, this Gnar was known.
Yeah.
They knew the whole time. He was on vision, he had a full Gnar bar, and hats off to Keegan for being there, but you can just sense that no matter how the fight starts off, like DRX is just not going to be ready for whatever is thrown their way, and it looks disjointed, and it really is an example of not having the confidence in each other, not having the confidence in your own play, and then the result looks very forced and just unfortunately not that good.
Yeah, and on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, you know, it was a little bit of a strange series, as Atlas was saying, but like, I think in some way it's like, okay, let's just really not mess up against these guys. Like, we should definitely take this one. So there were times where they would like back off from fights or like take weird angles, and sometimes they went too hard because they were too confident. They're like, oh, we're so much better than these guys. They're so, you know, they lack any confidence, so we can just probably just roll over them, and then they end up like overextending. So it was a very weird series, I think, mentally for both teams, because eventually Hanwha Life were like, oh, we can just win. And then they did, and then the game was over. So like, there were some really good flanks, there were some really good setups for Hanwha Life Esports. It wasn't all good, but at least we got to see like, hey, this team is actually still strong. I really liked Viper's spacing in that last fight as well. Kingan's flanks, really good stuff. Like, Hanwha Life do have some good pieces of the puzzle as well. So we are going to take a look at who was the best piece of the puzzle. It was Kingan on the Gnar this time.
And I was strongly leaning towards Klid, but Kingan played the team fights just way too well. Able to find a couple of really key flanks. As the casters pointed out early on, Klid just kind of parking himself in his lane and getting comfortable, you know. He brought back his chair, really took the time. This to me, combined with another fight that we're gonna, I assume, see next, just wins the fight single-handedly. Really showcasing the power of the Mega Gnar, aided by life, sure, but that type of positioning and the Gnar bar management is something that we have seen teams kind of struggle with. As no, it's just him autoing 3 people to death, which is a fun
Let's more
play.
about the positioning and coming back into the fight. We did also have a couple of votes for Viper, who did
votes.
Zeri things, attacked a bunch. And yeah, Klid set up a lot and actually set up Kingan for success. King was already doing like decently well, but then like Klid going up there a bunch of times really helped him out. So yeah, overall just a pretty good victory to the side of Hanwha Life Esports. I think that's not like they're 100%, but they get the 2-0, they make it happen. You know, we saw some good things from their play, so I think it's all right.
Most important is just that they are able to actually string together wins, right? Because if you can get to playoffs, you can become kind of a completely different team, and Hanwha definitely have the talent to do that.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I mean, DRX start off 1-8. It's looking like an entirely kind of boom tier for them. Or I guess it's 1-9, right? Because this was the first series of round number 2. But hopefully, eventually, they kind of, I think the biggest thing is it's just mental, right? Like, we know these players can do it, so hopefully they just, like, bring it all together. One day they, like, take out all their anger on one team and they bring their confidence back, and hopefully they can make it back to the LCK, because we're kind of missing them right now. But guys, we do have the interview ready with Hama Life Esports. Let's go over to G-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Viper Kingen from Hana Life Esports. Congratulations. This was the first match of the second round robin. It's a great start to the second half of the split. How do you feel about this win, Viper? Yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to this kind of a fresh start to the second round, and it feels great. Yeah, today's first match was the last match of the first round robin. So I was like confused that the first match was gonna be the beginning of the second round, but I kind of figured later that we are the opener of the second round robin. So it feels great that we were able to get a 2-0 win today. And Viper, we're like having interview every time. You got POGs in the previous 4 matches, and you are now tied second place on the POG standings. How do you feel about your recent performance? I mean, I think it's all. I want to share my credit with my teammates because AD carries needs their team to set up for the performance. And King really likes his humble state of mind. Viper, you won POG on Caitlyn, but recently I kind of realized that you've been playing Caitlyn a lot on your solo queue. You were rather like spamming Caitlyn recently. Because I had this feeling that it's gonna be less through in the future, and also in the previous series up against D plus Kia, we lost to Caitlyn, so I kind of had the anger, you know. I really wanted to also show that I can play Caitlyn and win. I think I can play better next time because it was not like that perfect. Looking forward to seeing another Caitlyn performance from Viper in the future. And Kingen, Juhan subbed in game 2. You guys were teammates last year. So did that kind of help you play up against DRX because you have all the information? Yeah, we've been playing together for such a long time, and we know how proactive he is, so I kept that in my mind. What did Clid kind of focus on? I didn't really give any special advice, you know, about a specific player. We just like focus on the game itself. And Mowgli also mentioned that Juhan, you know, is really good at early game setups with his pathing. So you guys should watch out for that, such things. And then Azure Karma was kind of the main pick of the opponents today, and you guys kind of blind picked Zeri Lulu in game 2. After playing game 1, we kind of figured it's pretty doable, you know. Azure Karma is not a big problem, and as long as I dodge all the skills, I can win, so I was pretty confident when I was playing Zeri. I did hit by a number of skill shots, but still, you know, in the late game, Zeri value is so big, you know. I think Zeri is a better pick, so we just wanted to go for the blind pick Zeri. Kingen in game 2, early on, it was not that easy for you, but Clid was right there to support you. Were you the one calling for ganks? My first death, you know, after that lane kill, you know, even Azir died to Jax as well, so my life was over, you know, it was pretty much doomed, to be honest. But, you know, this game, as a top laner, I had a lot of things to do as well, so I was like begging for a gank to Clid, you know, I just help me out, save my life, so he was able to pay a visit to the top lane. Viper, how did you feel about that situation going around the top side? Like, I had no idea, I was so puzzled because I was, kind of looking forward to having some visit from our jungler as well, but he was so caught up on the top lane, but it doesn't really matter as long as we won the game. Then with the help of Clid, you were able to, catch up a lot, and in the late game, you were able to do a lot of work in teamfights as well. When was the moment you were confident you're gonna win the game? There was a Dragon teamfight where we were chasing off the opponents and kind of aced out the entire squad, so I think that was the most decisive fight. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of fans would like to find out what the Hana Life chef will cook for dinner today. Soy marinated crab. What's the menu today? It was awesome. Yeah, I mean, I love soy marinated crabs, and I've devoured so many crabs today. I can say that. In King, we had some ceremony with the Zonias today. Could you tell us about that? Like, the game was about to end, but I still had my stopwatch unbroken, so I just wanted to go for some cool ceremony. Do you know we are actually doing some awards for the best ceremony every week? Well, really, but I think this ceremony deserves some, best ceremony award of the week. I think that was a great jump and freeze. Let's find out who's gonna win the best ceremony of week number 5. Hana Life Esports is back on the winning streak, and I think you guys are having a great schedule to keep up this momentum. You guys are facing up against the lower teams in the LCK standings. How we're gonna keep this going? Now this is the beginning of the second round, so I hope we can, show better performance compared to the first round. And King, in the second round, I just want to showcase our solid and consistent performance. And also, I hope we can start off a winning streak in the beginning of the second round and keep it going until the very end. And this will be the end of the interview from King and Viper from Hana Life, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at where Hanwha stands now, as they've been kind of stuck at the top. Well, they're going to be stuck in 6th place again, even though they did take the 2-0. We'll be hoping for Liv Sandbox to take a loss to finally break into the left side, which seems so difficult nowadays.
Really does, and we won't speak too much about DRX, as tomorrow, Kwangdong versus Bro going to be the Saturday showdown. I'll be casting that as definitely an important one for the standings, and then Nongshim versus KT. Maybe if this was earlier in the split, that could have been a matchup where we could have had some surprises, but with KT's recent form and Nongshim's recent form, don't know how that second series is going to shape up.
Yeah, I mean, KT seemed pretty resilient against some of the KT curses that we have had in past LCK seasons. So, will that happen again on that match? I think that will be very interesting for both fans of Nongshim and KT, and perhaps just fans of the LCK. So, that'll be tomorrow, and that does it for us here today. So, that was a very fun day. Anything else you want to add, Chronicler?
Nope. I had a really good time with you. Yeah, no, I'm excited for tomorrow. Yeah, no, you already said it all, Valdez. Got nothing to add. Did a great job. Actually, shout out to Valdez. There we go.
Shout out to Chronicler. He's just so handsome and nice. Guys, we are done here at the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a great night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed.
Pentakill for Kaden! God, I love this player! One is so good!
Rion has been the gatekeeper of the west side of the bracket. Rion plays is defined by Monkey and Henno.